Hello there. There we go. Oh, you pretty terrible. I slept for most of it. There was a lot of back pain. Basically, I woke up at almost noon, and then basically lying down for another 4 hours because I was having back pain. So that was that. I wasn't sleeping, but I was just trying to deal with, because I basically went to sleep and then woke up very late, but went to sleep very late because of nerves again, and then woke up late as a result. I have to go tomorrow to look about the job again because they told me to come tomorrow at 10, so that also means I'm not going to be sleeping because I have to get there in the morning, and I know that if I went to sleep, I would probably sleep in too long, so there's that. So now we're just sat here waiting for people to show up. Because I didn't send out the invites or notifications very quickly, so I basically had to wait a bit longer for anyone to show up, and then I completely forgot to send out notifications to people that it's actually alive at all for a while. And I'm thinking you might have just missed what I just said because you kind of disappeared. At least it says you did. So, well then, if we go through here, I'm just going to check the thing. Okay, so I only really found one notable cover. I don't know why it does that. I really don't. So I guess sometimes it just, even though you're watching the stream, it just says that there's no one watching the stream. Like there's like 0, even though that people were watching. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it doesn't count sometimes. I YouTube does. It's always like this. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Had something in my teeth. You're not nobody. Also, if you want to see what I'm eating, well, it's a potato. It's a potato. Okay, I'm going to. Sorry. I had something annoying stuck in my teeth, and I will need to do this though. I had something annoying stuck in there, and was one of those things where I kind of had to go in and get it out, but I didn't want to just poke it in my face in front of people. So, okay, so as for tonight, it's a bit of a more spontaneous thing. I decided, well, I might as well have to do something. So I've found a bunch of things that I haven't read that I want to actually read. Let me just see. Sorry. Let's see. I believe. Yeah. So it'll be 211, it says. And okay, I just need to move it a little further. Come on. There we go. There's that one. Okay. And how long does it go? 216 in there. I'm just checking to see how long this is. Why you're suddenly interested about that? Not much, really. Just keep. I find it weird you specifically focused on that one. On that, I mean, just have some of this, and then this gummy bear flavored energy drink I decided to try. So there's that. Well, I suppose. Yeah. I thought you might be interested by that. Okay. My audience. Okay, then. What I was just doing, 216. That one's like 70 pages. 7. Could actually do that one. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, well, first of all, I'm going to share the screen. And let me just merge it. Hold on. Oh yeah, isn't that this one? Okay. I forgot the name of it. Ironically enough. Oh, come on. Picked it up and then cancelled it. Okay. So, I mostly didn't find anything that interesting otherwise for the thumbnail, so I have to pick that one. Now, let's see. I can actually start with this one. I'm looking through these. Okay, let me just see where we can start. Oh, right, I was going to start with a shorter thing from, that's page 33. Okay, page 33, so we go, and then move on to that. So, first thing we're going to do, I'm sorry. Okay, just need to, okay. I could nibble on salami, but I'm just going to a bit of Haribo on standby when I need it later. Okay, now then, I'm going to start with a shorter thing from The Vampire by C.A. Dawson Scott. Specifically, this one's called And Behold a White Horse. I know nothing about these, so if some of these get, as I mentioned in the description, if some of these do end up being too meandering or just generally uninteresting, I will be skipping those like I did last time. I decided to basically randomly pick a bunch of things I was going to read anyway in future and read them on stream as a sort of way to actually make progress with my reading a bit. So, and because I didn't want to just read the same couple of collections through over and over again like I was doing the past few streams. So we're starting off with, okay, that's page 38, but I want to give you the full title of this one. So I'm just going to do this. We're starting off with The Vampire, a book of Cornish and Other stories. And I'm just going to go and move to page. Let me just see. That was more just demonstrate the specifics of it. There we go. Specific title. Now, so we can start with, going to page 38. I'm sorry if it's a bit, yeah. Okay, let's just start already. So, we'll start with first a shorter story from this collection called And Behold a White Horse, and then based on that we can move on to the actual title story, which is a bit longer. So, and then maybe, and then some of the other ones I have lined up here. So let's start already. I'm just going to close this because I don't need it. Okay. And behold a white horse. That the men of the church town of Trizanion were out after supper, leaning against the old wall and smoking, was probably due to the night being moonlit. They stood Tavis Bennet the smith, Tristram Old, lover of all women with the exception of his wife, Carrie, and Alec Tremaine, hired man to Killenog, and they talked of witchings and ill-wishings and the power of the old fellow, what charm. Behind the wall rose the remains of the cross which had called the Behind the wall rose the remains of the cross which had called the tribes to council before ever there was a church, and about it the generations of men slept to the lulling of Atlantic tides. Someone riding, said the blacksmith, who could recognize the trot of every horse in the parish, and on the still air felt the faint beat of hoofs. Doctor wanted to Pleasant Spring, suggested Old. Wonder if it'll be another little maid. The smith shook his head. Not Brenton's mare. Her cloppity clop have a catch in it where she takes her hind leg off 2 year back. Churchtown stood high, and the roads were a tracery of white on the countryside. Between the black hedges something still afar moved, and the sound of his coming grew. The smith looked puzzled. Sure, I do not know who it is. A white horse, too. Tubby Gregor have a grey, but Tremaine moved uneasily. The sound of this riding made him think of the old man at Killarnogh, alone since the death of his last child. No reason to think of Mr. Strongman, for as far as Tremaine knew, the old man had no friends outside the parish. At a crossroads, a strange rider drew rein for a moment. Not sure of his way, commented the smith, but the white horse turned uphill. It is for one of us, murmured Tremaine, and thought the mild air colder than it had been. Us? Your grandmother, they cried sceptically. He fought again, but after Churchtown there is only the bay. Or man is out of his road. The horse took the ascent, a sharp one, as if fresh to this journey, but on reaching Church Green the rider hesitated, as if again at fault, and the men leaning against the low wall shifted in their places, watching. Against the pale horse, the rider, his face hidden by the brim of his hat, showed black, a light but impenetrable bulk. His voice came hollow from the darkness above his cloak. I believe there is a short way to Killarnogh across these fields. Sure, sir, through the gates. It was Tremaine who answered. His cottage was to one side of the farmhouse. His wife Alice waited on old Mr. Strongman. The gates? 3 gates, each leading apparently into a meadow, opened on Church Green. The rider turned his head uncertainly. I am so pressed for time, he murmured, but as if speaking to himself rather than to the listening men. And I have not been here for 10 years. No wonder I have forgotten the way. Tremaine stepped forward. The lights in the huddle of cottages on the farther side of the green were now shining from the upstairs windows. Time to be home and to bed, and he was going Killarnogh way. I'll put you across. The grey house, once manor, now farm, lay among its outhouses in a sheltering dip. From the church town only the tops of surrounding trees were visible, a shadow on the wide space of moonlit country. Tremaine led the way across the green and past the cottages. He was wondering why the stranger was come so late to Killarnogh. Old master would be in his bed by now and might be upset, being so very old, if he were unexpectedly aroused. As the pale horse found the road, the lights went out in Mrs. Old's cottage. "'Tis a fine beast you're riding, sir," Tremaine ventured, pushing back the first gate. It had need be. The latch caught with a dipping click, and the stallion, pacing stately, went forward along the field path. "Carries you grand." "It is not often that I ride alone." A shadowy hand touched the arched neck. "Generally he carries a double burthen." The first meadow was a narrow oblong, the path running whitely across the short end. Being curious as to the identity of the horseman, Tremaine, walking on the short grass by the side of the path, tried 1 or 2 obliging remarks. "It is a long way to Killarnogh by the road." The horse quickened his stride, as if moved by a feeling that time was passing and work had yet to be done. 10 years since you were here, I think you said. Yours is a healthy village, births, marriages, and men growing old. Yes, last death we had was when old master lost his son. Walked over cliff he did when he had the fever. And before that, said the rider, and his hollow voice had a dreamy note, as if he were recalling old scenes, old faces. Before that, it was Ellen Morecambe of a decline. How was it the stranger knew of old master's son and pretty Ellen? There is a maid in the village, the very spirit of poor little Ellen. 'Tis Morwena Biddick. Happen you know her, sir? Not yet. They were crossing the second field. My business tonight is with Mr. Strongman. So Tremaine had supposed. Old chap is terrible aged. He was a little anxious. What could the stranger want with his master? It may hurry him up if you rouse him this time of night. Couldn't wait till the morning, I suppose. My business does not brook delay. Tremaine was instantly apologetic. He will sure be glad to see you, sir. He don't have many people calling on him nowadays. Even so, he may not be glad to see me. The third gate opened inward. Tremaine stepped forward, pointing down the slope. The grey house among the elms slept with one eye open, an eye under an eave of hatch, a red watchful eye. There be Killarney's, sir, said Tremaine, his back for a moment to the man on the white stallion. I can see the light in old master's bedroom. Hope he haven't been took ill. His hand on the latch of the gate, he turned. The horse had not passed him, and yet the black and white of the moonlight was very clear, yet he could not descry horse or rider. They were not behind, nor in front, nor in either of the two meadows. He stood dumbfounded. For a long time he searched the landscape, looking down on Killarney, looking back to Churchtown, almost invisible. The old tower topped the rise, and between him and it were the white ranks of named and dated stones. The stranger had been oddly familiar with those names. A warm July night, yet the latch slipping from Tremaine's fingers because they were shaking. He stood by the path, hardly able to control his limbs. No question but that the man with whom he had been familiar talk had vanished. Walking as if he had drink taken, Alec Tremaine went down the farm lane, went round to the back. What was happening at Killarney? It did not surprise him that, as he reached the door, it should be opened to him by his wife. Why, Alec, she cried, how did you know? I don't know, but I showed the stranger the way. I don't know what he wanted. She ignored his remark as if he had spoken in a foreign tongue. Alec, she cried, catching hold of his arm as if the feel of living muscle in some way comforted her. Alec, old master's gone. He knew at once that this was what he had expected to hear. Gone? I took him his bowl of gruel, as I always do, day end, and he seemed much as usual. Then suddenly he sat up. Alice, says he, they are calling me. And his face changed so he would not believe. Quick, he cries, pointing to the press, give me my riding breeches. But before I could so much as turn, he had fallen back on the pillow. Sure enough, old dear was gone. And Tremaine remembered that the white horse had needed to be strong, as generally it had to carry a double burthen. Okay, now that was that one. The next one I'm just checking what is. Sorry, I'm just checking this collection, seeing what else is there. Okay, we could generally. Okay, we can read the next one in this collection as well. Well, we've started. So this one is called The Quarel. Life would be empty if we didn't have no squabbles, but I do think James Derrick went a bit far. After all, Nicholas was his brother. What's more, he'd been born within half an hour of him. That may have been the root of the trouble, for though the twinses were as different to look at as Esau and Jacob, they must have been alike underneath. Leastways, they always wanted the same things. Richard Derrick, their father, farmed Tresselin, and seeing the boys was always at it, hammer and tongs, he set up James as a butcher and left Nick the farm. He'd meant, poor old chap, to bring peace, but he only sowed contention. For though James had a good business, you'll see his cart lined with clean linen and hung with joints, going up around most days, he had wanted to be a farmer, and more particularly to farm Tresselin. Nor that wasn't all, for the twins went courting the same little maid, and Mary Bennet took her time figuring out whether she would rather live in the village and see everything that was going on, or be up to Tresselin with a handsome Nick. After dilly-dallying a bit, and I can't blame her, for after the Shadowbank took to coming through, there was some life in the street. She married Nick, and from that day the brothers passed on the road without speaking. Nicholas had got Tresselin, and he had got Mary, and there's no doubt James felt he'd been badly done by. But a grudge is a cold bedfellow, and in time James couldn't but see that Mary's young sister Bessie was grown away to a fine woman. He hitched up with her. He hitched up with she, and in time she brought him the finest family for miles around. The man was kept so busy providing for them that we all thought he'd have to forgive Nick his good fortune. He was a dark, stocky chap, the sort that thinks instead of talking. He wanted to show Mary she'd made a mistake. He fair lived for that, screwing here and pinching there, but you can't put by when you've 6 hungry boys looking to you and near as many maidens. Children are a godsend to a farmer, but a butcher's business don't need a mighty lot of help, and James got a bit harassed, for it seemed as if he'd only need to hang his trousers over the bed rail for there to be a new noise in the cradle. I do truly think he'd have given up brooding over his wrongs if it hadn't been for John Bennet's will. Nor if it hadn't been a mild winter, Mrs. Bennet would never have to look the crazy Nor if it hadn't been a mild winter, Mrs. Bennet would never have took the crazy notion to wash her neck before 'twas over. Her husband warned her, but Sally was a wistful sort of woman. Natural consequences, she caught cold and it turned to ammonia and she died. There wasn't no beer at St. Rynn those days, so she had a walking funeral, and of course the 2 sons-in-law was invited. Sorry, I'm just checking I got a message. Where did I stop? There we go. The old man wasn't well enough to foot it, so they all had to lead the procession. James was paired with Mary and Bessie with Nick, and when they got back, James was put aside of his father-in-law to carve the chickens, while Nicholas sat on the other and did his best with the ham. You would have thought they might have spoke across, and I make no doubt Nick was willing, but not James. I hope, father, says he to old John, that you'll come and stay along with me. Got a quiverful of him doing well, and there'll be a warm place for you. Thank ye, son. I'll like fine to come, but first I'm going to abide for 2 or 3 months with Mary up at Tresselin. There was nothing James could say to that, for 'twas only right the old man should pay his first visit to Mary, she being the eldest. I'll be expecting of you then, in a month or 2, he turned to his wife. You mind that, Bessie, your dad'll be coming to us in May. Which was a good arrangement, only things never fall out as you'd expect. Old John enjoyed himself more than spring than he'd done in years, or that spring than he'd done in years. A first-rate time he had. To begin with, there was the funeral. The Bennets were highly respected, and everybody went, all the neighbours. Then there was the sale, and the people came to that from miles around. Better than Summer Court Fair it was, and they say it put more than £200 in his pocket. After it was over, the old man went up to Tresselin, where there wasn't no noisy quiverful, but only 2 meek as mice little maidens, and where Mary made him as comfortable as if he'd been her sweetheart instead of her father. But John Bennet was pretty and old, and too old to be enjoying life. Mary was some cook, but she couldn't keep the breath in him, and before May he too was carried up the hill and put in under. They didn't look after old fella proper, James says. Reason why, they didn't want him to come here. Bessie know that was nonsense. Anyway, she told him, Dal have left us half of his money, and you'll be able to buy the motor tilt car you've set your heart on. When the will came to be read, however, 'twas found John Bennet had forgotten he'd more than one daughter, for only Mary was mentioned. Old fella left her all he had. James took it hard. He had to let Nicholas have Mary and the farm, but he wouldn't stand for this. Who were the witnesses? Ben Trippett and C.S. Jonas and Sire Jonas worked up on Tresselin, and it appeared that the day before John Bennet died, they'd been called in to witness his will. 'Twas all fair and square. Anyway, James couldn't do anything. We knew Nick was fond of money, but there's nothing in that. We could all do well with more than we got. Looky here, said James to the men. I suppose you saw what was wrote on the paper, saw what you signed to. Ben Tippett said he had, but Sire Jonas allowed that the candle wasn't extra bright, and he was took up with thinking of the old man on the bed. We did all feel James had been hard done by. The man went home and thought it over. It would have been easy to get the names wrote on black paper with the true will laid atop. The candlelight and the dying man and witnesses who hadn't much education, well, they say that They say what you will, it looked as if there had been some hanky-panky. No doubt there had been a good fire in the room, and wills, after all, is only paper. Leastways, that's what James thought, and after all, he was Nick's brother and knew him better than anyone else. Opposite Butcher's, there's an old mill that belongs to Tresselin, and which Nick used as a store. Days after the will was read, he found he wanted a bag of seed, and he came down to fetch it. He kept bobbing up against the people on the road, and it struck him they were sort of grinning. They looked at him as if he'd left his clothes to home, and this puzzled him. Leastways, it did until he reached the mill. Pasted on the door was the bit of white paper that had been torn out of a child's exercise book. It had printing on it, hand-done, but good black and white, and it read, I, Nicholas Derrick, wrote John Bennett's will after he was dead so as to do James Derrick out of his share of the money. Nor that wasn't all, for when he got back home he found that a notice with them daunting words had been struck on the post of his yard gate. I tell you, the man was a bit hurried up. James must have had a lot of time on his hands for whenever you went there was they notices. Everybody was reading of them and laughing, and though Nick tore down every one, he couldn't away with them all. In the end, he went up to the vicarage and asked Mr. Adams what he could do to stop the nuisance. Owing to the difference between him and James, one of them went to chapel and the other to church, though they was both belonging to a church family. Parson knew that, and he couldn't bear to lose a good man like James with a family that wanted a lot of church's help in the matter of christenings and buryings. You might say the quarrel was pounds out of Parson's pocket. Nicholas found him writing a sermon on brotherly love, and no doubt Parson would have taken up the matter with James, for he liked having a finger in people's pies, if he hadn't had his own opinion about the will. I'm loath to suggest that a man should go to law, said he, but you ought to have the matter cleared up. These placards are a defamation of character. That wasn't what Nick wanted. Have the law of him? 'Twould cost him mint of money. I had thought, sir, you might tell him how wrong he is acting. Parson was a bit stiff. This trouble wouldn't have arisen, Derrick, if you had been more careful in your choice of witnesses. Nick explained that the old man had been took bad all of a sudden, and they had been in a hurry, and with that Parson goes a bit red in the gills and says plump and plain that wasn't a fair will. Nicholas Derrick was a smooth chap. I never knew him get angry. We had the charge of him, sir, said he, and not a penny piece to show for it. Seemed to me only right us should get what he left. Very reasonable he was, but Parson wasn't to be moved. You can take it to a court of law, or you can live it down. And Nicholas allowed that living it down would be the cheaper way. After all, the placards didn't tell us nothing we didn't know before, and though James went on printing them and pasting of them on doors and walls, the best jokes get stale when you've heard it 2 or 3 times. One spring, when the black wind was blowing and everybody was having a turn of the flu, James got it bad. A doctor wasn't able to give his wife no encouragement. She was never one to waste time, and when the farmer Prynne, who was a lay preacher up the Wesley, called in to a heartened poor chap for his journey, he found Bessie in the kitchen ironing of his shroud, and James lying alone over stairs. Derrick, said he after a solemn talk, you can't repeat the Lord's Prayer. Yes, can. I can do it backwards and forwards. You can't say, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them the trespassers against us. James was took aback. I dunno that I honestly can. Then how do you expect to be let into heaven? You'd better forgive the chap. James could see that if he were sent to hell on his brother's account, Nick would have got the better of him again. And though he were terrible set against forgiving him, there was nothing else to be done. So Nicholas was fetched, and all the village watched and walked into the house, and a thing he'd never done before in his life. Mr. Prynne said a few good words, and the men shook hands. I've always thought kindly towards you, said Nick. You've had the best of it. I'm only sorry I shan't live to pay you back for all your nastiness and mean ways. Come, cries Prynne, mustn't say them things. Better fit you think upon her dying. But James wasn't to be hushed up. If brothers can't speak the truth to one another, I should like to know who can. Anyway, said Nick, ye be at peace now, and seeing you got to go, and I still be hale and hearty, I can't bear ye no grudge. That night James, ready though unwilling to depart, took a turn for the better. In a week he was downstairs, and Bessie was laying his shroud away with sprigs of lavender, and the neighbours were saying 'twas a miracle. Now 'tis a fact that we forgive easiest when churchyard would cover the other man. James saw he must outlive Nick. If he did, 'twould be Nick would have to own he'd done wrong and ask forgiveness. 'Twas a grand encouraging thought, that. Either James would get the better of Nick at long last, or Nick would have to go down below. As soon as he could hold a pen, James wrote to his brother, "Don't take notice of what we done on Saturday. As I ain't going to die, I'll carry on as before." Now then, that's 396. Then we can go to the actual meat and potatoes of this particular story. Oh, this one's a bit longer. So, this one's The Vampire. Is Mr. Cruikshanks in? No, sir, because all the world loves a lover, and because Fraser was dark and romantic looking, the little maid took pity on him. But Mrs. Cruikshanks's, perhaps she would be able to tell me when he's expected home. He crossed the threshold, and his smile was eager and sincere. I won't keep her more than a moment. But Jenny, glad to think there was a chicken with new potatoes and asparagus for dinner, smiled to herself, and when she had shut him into the drawing-room, laid another place. Overhead, Flora Cruikshanks, who on hearing the click of the gate had gone to the window to see if it were Billy, changed hurriedly into a satin gown. When she came up to change for the evening, she had been feeling bored and dull. Billy had said it was uncertain whether he would be back to dinner, and no one of her healthy social instincts was a wasted evening. Fraser's advent had brought back her sparkle. He had a way of looking at you that was exciting. Simon Fraser, waiting full of nervous impatience in the drawing-room, heard her moving about overhead, could almost see her. Washing his hands after tennising Cruikshanks's dressing-room, he had caught a glimpse one day through the half-open door of rose-lined chintz of a girlish lavender-scented room. He had thought of it as an unsophisticated, wholesome, wholly young. He could imagine her twisting up her curly mop, running to the wardrobe, pulling open the door with the big mirror, taking out a gown, shoes. Her clothes were never a bit smart, but when a woman is so beautiful... His throat went dry, and the excitement which she had been trying to keep under began to rise, to run like fire through his body. He could not go on like this, sleeping wretchedly, eating next to nothing, dreaming when he should have been working. In spite of her 5 years of married life, she was still so young, so immature, such a child. Her beauty set a match to fires from which, when they grew too warm, she fled, preserving her own coolness of heart. He could not believe she was a cold woman. He recalled the afternoon they had watched her husband play singles with Powell, the man who lived next door. "It is difficult to think of you as married," he said. "What is more, I don't believe you feel any older than when you lived at home with your people." Her face had clouded. It was true what he said, and yet, no, not quite. 5 years had passed, and everything, even a feeling for Billy, had become a little worn, a little dimmed. When she married him, life had promised to be full of small, interesting matters, love, babies, and increasing income, but the children had not come, and Billy said trade was bad, and that she must not spend money. She was becoming frightened of the future, long years that might be empty. It was tiresome of Simon Fraser to remind her. "Well played," she called across the court, as Billy neatly returned the ball. "He is winning," Fraser said. "Yes," she observed dispassionately. "But his form is not as good as it was last year." She gazed at Billy, watching him move about. She had always admired him, a squarely built, curly Englishman. She had thought him handsome. Well, and he was. Why then did Fraser make him appear not coarse? Oh no, but Billy looked heavy because he was putting on flesh, and that was because he did not take enough exercise, and that because he spent so many evenings in his office. At least, when she asked him, that was what he said he did. She wondered unhappily over the change in Billy. He was no longer the cheery, jolly chap she had married. If he had not told her his business was going ahead, she might have thought he was worried. Fraser was speaking. "I believe you look on your husband as a sort of brother." There was a curious note in the man's voice. It was as if he were jealous, not of, but for Billy. A brother? Oh no, my brother Tom, she checked for. She had been going to say that the brother she had lost, for whom she was still in slight mourning, had been the jolliest fellow in the world, while husbands, Fraser's mind, in the uncanny way to which she was growing accustomed, had followed hers. You were never in love with your husband. No, but I was, yes, tremendously. Again she looked at Billy, wondering. One does not marry, she said, a little forlornly, unless one is in love. You child, you babe, it is a profanation for anyone as ignorant to talk of love. Simon, she said reprovingly. He was so much a friend of the house that she had learned to call him by his given name. Simon, you should not treat me as if I were a child. I am a woman. My God, he had cried desperately, I wish you were. When she came into the drawing-room, which, although the blind was drawn against the sun, was full of mellow light, her appearance left him as usual breathless. The good Lord should not make women so fair. Billy was not sure he would be back to dinner, she said, with her welcoming smile, but you must stop on the chance. They kept up the fiction that it was Mr. Cruikshanks he came to see, and suddenly he felt that to do so was absurd. Floy, he said abruptly, I hope he does not come. The red ran up under that miraculous skin, and she frowned. Oh, please, that was the worst of men. They always in time made love to you, and of course you had to send them away. Fraser was different from the others. She had not greatly cared whether they went or stayed. There were always more, but of the same kind. Her eyes took in unwillingly that he was shaking. He felt then as strongly as all that. Strange, yes, and exciting, but Floy, what is the good of this humbug? I come to see you. They all came to see her, that of course, but it was the right thing to pretend that they came because they were friends of Billy. No harm in her coming as long as they behaved. You know that since I saw you last I have been living for this moment. She was not going to acknowledge that she did. To do so meant that she would have to tell him he was not to come again. She felt angry. Why had he spoken? They had drifted happily, conscious both of undercurrents, enjoying the summer warmth. The summer. He saw, and in his usual way interpreted, her anger upright. You don't suppose I wanted this? I'm the last chap in the world to get tangled up with another man's wife. I like things above board, but there it is, I can't help myself. He looked as if he were accusing her. I'd give anything never to have come here. His voice deepened. No, I wouldn't, though. It had been hell, but it is the most worthwhile thing that has ever happened to me. She cried out, disturbed and unhappy. Oh, you're spoiling things, she said, and I don't want you to. We were quite happy as pals. We were never pals. Again her heart acquiesced. True, but how had it come about? And what did it portend? She felt suddenly afraid. We can't be anything else, she said, setting her face stiffly. I'm married. The others, once they realized that she was not that sort, had taken her decision as final, but to Fraser it was as if she had not spoken. Don't you care? His eyes searched her face, and she found it was all she could do to keep it from changing, yielding. If she would succeed, she must keep her attention fixed, and yet the dark glowing face so near her own, but she must not think of it as lovely and beloved, and she must move further away. Her feet were heavy on the floor, her body was like lead. Lead or flame? No, she said, making a tremendous effort. I don't care. She was then able to draw a deep breath. Fraser must accept that. Let her go. Instead, he leaned forward. Though she was a tall woman, he was several inches the taller, leaned over and laid a hand on her shoulder. You do, he said harshly. That hand on her shoulder, its weight was intolerable. She could not think of anything but its warm pressure of the streams of fire that were running through her, making her in some queer way different. She was shocked by this feeling, which was so much stronger than that which she had carried into her matrimony when she was 17. My husband, she said, making of the word a shield, holding it between them. But to Fraser, who long since had met and wrestled with his bugbear, the world had no longer the substance of actuality. This is you and me, he said, sweeping it aside. Floy, he bent towards her, and again she experienced a surface impulse to move, a deep response. She must not let him. She could not help herself. A kiss given in a moment of mutual emotion while it clears away the mists does not necessarily take two instinctive lovers the whole of the way. Flora Cruikshanks was a practical, conscientious girl, the last person, it might have been thought, to let a romantic affair interfere with her simply ordered existence. The fact that her feeling for Fraser was strong, that it threatened her self-control, made her regard it as unhealthy, an obsession which, if she could struggle against, she must presently overcome. "If I don't see you again," she said with drastic intent. They were pretending to eat the chicken and asparagus, but neither knew what lay on their plates, on the plates each was eating, in order that Jenny might not see how it was with them. Fraser expounded his gospel, a new one, made in fact for the occasion. The urge of the fundamental emotions was sacred. Vows made in ignorance should not be considered binding. Because Floy loved him, she was his woman, and it would be wicked to remain with Cruikshanks. Flora listened to his pleading. She knew he was clever, much cleverer than she. When, however, it came to a matter of right and wrong, there was no need for cleverness. You knew, and that was all there was to it. In her different way, she was as strong as he, perhaps, for in all her healthy body she was not a single she had not a single sick nerve. Stronger. "You may be right," she said, "but I'm married, and that settles it, at least for me." When dinner was over, he asked her if she would walk with him to the station. She had done it before, partly because she enjoyed fresh air and exercise, partly, it must be admitted, from love of adventure. If she was seen by anybody who knew her, they would talk. It was fun doing things which would have outraged public opinion if they were known. Tonight, however, when she went to find a wrap, she was not thinking of superficialities. This was the last time she would walk to the station with Simon. Early marriage was a mistake if she had not been in such a hurry. An empty nursery, a preoccupied husband, nothing in particular to do, she did not wonder that women like herself took to bridge or puppy dogs or drink, all the jolly things over and done with at 22. Fraser, waiting in the hall, saw the discontent in her face, and she came down to him, and his heart leapt. He would win her, not by argument, but through love. He was confident he could give her all she had missed. The field path skirted the meadows of the old manor house, and was set with elms, in the tops of which rooks since time immemorial had built. As Flora passed, she heard the old birds murmur a little, talking to themselves, talking perhaps in their sleep. "How easy they settle their affairs," she said with a sigh. "Yes, each season. If the mate of last year did not prove satisfactory, they make a change. You twist everything to suit yourself." When the path joined the quiet suburban road, she stopped. It's goodbye," she said. "I shan't see you again." He heard the sob in her throat, the sob which contradicted the words. "But Cruikshanks had asked me to come down on Sunday." She shook her head at him. "What is the use? It is only putting off the evil moment. I've got to push you out of my mind. But I said I would come. You've got to give me up. I've no excuse for not coming now." "Well?" "Oh, darling, thank you. This next Sunday and then never any more. You can't mean that. You shouldn't be so cruel." Though the tears stood in her eyes, her lips did not tremble. She was not cruel. She was only doing what she believed to be right. Billy Cruikshanks caught a train before the one by which, when he dined in town, he usually travelled. He came to a house in which only the hall light and one in the kitchen was burning. Jenny, lost in an E.M. Dell story, lifted a glowing face when Mr. Cruikshanks asked where the mistress was. Not for the world would she have made mischief, but at the moment she was hardly her shrewd, kindly self. "I don't know, sir." "Did she dine out?" "No, sir." "Was anyone here?" "Only Mr. Fraser, sir." Cruikshanks picked up the word "only" out of the sentence. "Fraser came as frequently as all that, did he? When was he here last?" Jenny's face lost its dazed expression. "He was here to tennis on Saturday, sir." "Pshaw, I mean—" He paused. "It would not do to say too much to the girl. Is your mistress out?" "Well, sir, she sometimes goes up to the hall after dinner. Mrs. Cruikshank's parents lived at Stormfleet Hall, a large new house on the top of Eastham Hill." "She went out with Fraser?" "I didn't notice, sir." Cruikshanks betook himself to the small room on the left of the front door, his room, and sat down to wait. He had had a long and wearing day. A bigger firm was underselling him, and his natural instinct was to fight. He wanted to get at them and throttle them. While he was struggling in the deep waters of business, Floyd was amusing herself with other men, but he would soon put a stop to that. When she drifted in out of the greyness, the man awaited her with angry understanding that she was looking even handsomer than usual. He came into the small square hall. "Seen him off?" "Him," said Flora, suddenly breathless. "Do you mean Mr. Fraser? He wanted to see you." "I can believe that." "What is the matter, Billy? You would not say whether you would be home, and when Mr. Fraser turned up I kept him, thinking you might be in any moment." Cruikshank's face was flushed and scowling. "Did you take him for a fool?" "He has been here before," he said. "Entirely your doing. You asked him to drop in whenever he had a free evening. Now look here," his manner was unpleasant. "How often has he been down?" Flora's courage was coming back. "How often? I'm sure I don't know. You'd better ask him." He stood angry but uncertain. His wife returned, and that hat stand was hanging the rainbow-tinted scarf she had worn on one of the light-wooded pegs. She glanced at herself in the long, narrow mirror. Secretly, she was conscious of alarm. She had done nothing wrong, and yet she felt that Billy was justified. And Cruikshanks, watching her, wanted to catch hold of her and shake the truth out of her. "Come out with it," he said at last. "You have been carrying on with the fellow." She turned slowly, gave him a contemptuous glance, and walked past him into the drawing-room. "I don't know what you mean, Billy," she said. It was evident that he knew nothing for certain. Besides, there was nothing to know, at least not much. "You brought this man to the house, and because he was a journalist and could talk to of your goods in papers, give you free advertisements, you asked me to be civil. You took him to Broadstairs with us as part of the game. It was all your doing, not mine. If I had been known you were jealous—" She went to the switches, and suddenly the room was filled with a subdued orange light, a sort of night sunshine. Billy spoke less certainly. "Why did you not tell me when he came?" "I thought I had." Her voice sounded indifferent. "Lately, of course. Well, you know yourself I am generally asleep when you get back from town, while in the morning it is such a rush." He was not quite satisfied. "Strange I did not meet you as I came down High Street." "He went the field way. I did not go far." The growl died in his throat. She had no doubt been flirting with a fellow, amusing herself. He left her too much alone, but with his affairs in the state they were, how could he help it? At any rate, he must make her understand that she was not free to carry on with any Tom, Dick, and Harry. "When is he coming again? Don't pretend you don't know." "Why should I pretend? And I don't think you should speak to me in this way. I have not done anything I am ashamed of." Suddenly she remembered the kiss. Well, but she wasn't ashamed of it. She would be ashamed if Billy knew of it, but not of having given it. It had been wrong, but honest. "You asked Mr. Fraser to come down on Sunday." Cruikshanks grunted. "He came tonight to tell you he had lost his job on the news. The paper is sold, and the new man is bringing his own staff. And he will lose his job here. Well, he is your friend, not mine." She got up, stretching round white arms. "I am tired. I'll go to bed." Flora's beauty still had power to stir him. "You can sit up with him as long as he likes to stay, but when I come in you want to be off to bed," he grumbled. "Come here and kiss me." From the other side of the room, Flora looked at him wistfully. She wanted to love her husband and be a good girl, good as homemade bread. Was it possible that Billy could make her forget the interloper? She wanted to forget Simon. Yes, she wanted that more than anything in the world. Could Billy help her? She ran to him with a tremulous cry. "Oh, Billy, you've been so different of late. Do be your own dear self. I am not happy. I don't understand why you're always away and that." Billy caught her in his arms, clipped and kissed her, but did not give the confidence for which she was asking. He was not the type that shares his life with his love. As far as women were concerned, kisses were all he had to offer. Fraser was too nervously sensitive not to realize, when he shook hands with Cruikshanks in his garden the following Sunday, that the atmosphere was electric. A glance at his host's stolid face made him take the initiative. "Don't mean to say you're really here, Cruikshanks. It's been a bit difficult lately to find you in." Floy was standing behind her husband, and as Fraser spoke, he saw her face relax. Oh, so she had been afraid of what he might say. At once he understood. Cruikshanks was suspicious, had guessed or discovered something. Fraser's spirits began to rise. Gay go to the Gordons into a fight. "If you want to find me," said Cruikshanks grimly, "I'm afraid you'll have to come to the office. I'm working late for hours, 4 days out of 5. Must be raking in the shekels." Billy's smile grew yet more grim. Got to make the ballet thing a success. Well, they'd better be getting along. What is the program? He had supposed he was coming down to play tennis. The river, he turned to his wife. Quite decided not to come with us? The Fraser, looking on and not quite understanding, Cruikshanks had an air of being on guard with a Floy like a sort of fair, curly retriever. Too hot, she said. Cool enough on the river. She shook her head. But my dear, you're getting there. Oh well. Although her manner was quite natural, Fraser had a feeling that husband and wife had arranged before he came that little expedition should be for men only. Floy was taking refuge from behind her husband, was she? But she could not take refuge from herself. He was sure of one thing, but of that only. She loved him, but he could not tell what love might mean to her, how far it would carry her. Cruikshanks meant to take him on the river by himself, meant probably to have it out with him, did not realize there were things of which no decent man speaks. Come on, Fraser. Floy went with the men into the hall, and for all the disturbance of Fraser's mind, he saw her as an incarnate piece of the sunshine they had left. He hungered for her as a sane creature in the world of dreams and strange fancies. Walking beside Cruikshanks on the asphalt of the footpath, he felt his gorge rising. How had this chump, this brainless, unimaginative clod, come to marry such a creature? In whatever way he had contrived to catch and cage her, at least he meant to keep the cage door shut. He gave her seed and water, this bird of paradise, and thought of her as his possession. To Fraser, Floy was the possible mate, the complement without whom life would be as an orange that had been cut in half. Her health, her sanity were saving qualities to a man of his type, a man who was an artist in grain, who suffered from fears and dark imaginings. As for her beauty, he did not dare think of it. The men trudged up the steep hill to the station, travelled in compartments full of other pleasure-seekers, changed trains, waited on platforms, of which the flags were so hot their heat struck through the soles of canvas shoes, and at the end of what seemed to Fraser aeons of discomfort, dragged themselves from a dusty road to the river. Fraser told himself with sardonic amusement that he was suffering those things in order to hear what Cruikshanks thought of him. It would at least be a change, for hitherto he had only heard what Cruikshanks thought of himself. He thought with the dry distaste of the small talk to which, in order to be near Floy, he had listened. A mound of cinders riddled fine could not have been more added. Evening after evening, week after week, he had to conceal his boredom. He was glad the end of it was in sight. He had faith in himself. Somehow he would get in touch with her again, open the door of that cage. When the men had secured a punt and pushed off, Fraser suggested that they should make for a certain backwater known to both. Cruikshanks, however, seemed to find neither the psychic atmosphere nor the August heat oppressive. He poled as if he were trying to break a record, and Fraser, watching lazily, wondered whether the man was not trying to convince by his prowess a doubting self. He studied him with growing distaste, too fat and of a clumsy build, but strong, the sort of fellow with his curly hair and blue eyes, his red and white skin, who woman would call handsome. Floy had liked him enough to marry him. It must have been because he had been the first to ask her. Ridiculous child! Why could not she have waited a little? On the way to the river, Cruikshanks had read a Sunday paper. He was now concentrating on his work, and Fraser, with some thought of precipitating a crisis, began idly to talk of his affairs. Freelance journalism is too much of a hand-to-mouth affair for me. I shan't be content till I get another permanent billet. Could you not get sent out as a war correspondent? The wish was no doubt further to the suggestion. If you are thinking of this particular little war, the men are all chosen. Not my concern, of course, but I shouldn't have thought a man like you would have been content to hang about newspaper offices. The fume of his contempt was rank in the air. Pressmen, novelists, poets, shoddy. He, Cruikshanks, was a man, led a man's life, but these scribblers. Fraser grinned happily. Necessary to live. The other grunted in disagreement. I shall be taking my wife away next week. Really? Where are you going? Have not yet made up our minds. Last August he insisted on Fraser accompanying them, and the man's thoughts dwelt fleetingly on the long blue golden days of sailing, bathing, motoring. It was then that this pleasant flirtation with Floy had deepened into his desperate love. Going to be away long? Shouldn't wonder. You staying on in town? Got to find a job. He looked full at the man in possession. I don't say everything comes to him who knows how to wait, but if a man wants anything strongly enough, he does not rest till he gets it. It was a challenge. Cruikshanks might throw him out of their lives, but he would come back, and ultimately the decision would lie with Floy. Let the other keep her if he could. Cruikshanks flushed a deep brick red. Do you think, he said hard-eyed, that you have been playing the game? What game? Fraser's voice sank to a guttural of primitive rage. Was it quite the thing to dine with my wife when I was away? Your wife. The man poling the boat had become a blackness, solid and with a red outline. Everything was red, and behind the thin wall of his self-control was a devil of excessive rage that leapt and slavered and cried. His hands were clenched on its chair, but it jerked at the but it jerked at the unevenness of his voice. Sorry, I'm just going to check my messages here. I need to respond to that. Okay, just checking the just checking the chat again. Okay, I'm just find the spot. You are within your rights in objecting, he said, and wondered that Cruikshanks did not realize the danger in which he stood, on the broad river under the summer sun in the midst of life. Will you pull into the bank? I will land there. Is that all you have to say? A true Englishman, he made no guess at what was passing in the other's mind. Enough that this Fraser, this fellow who would not even hold down the flimsy job that newspapers provided, had dared to look at his, Cruikshank's wife. The insult of it. He felt it would be a pleasure to hit him with his bare hands, give him a hiding. Words, Fraser said in that queer, broken voice. Words serve no purpose. He indicated with his head where he would be set down. This fool thought that quarrels were a vent for irritation. They were a vent, but not for words. They might, if one were not terribly careful, become a vent for the hot air which had been a man's soul. Cruikshanks thrust the pole into the river, but in the turmoil of his disappointment and wrath, without nicety, without skill. It slipped over an obstruction, and he lurched forward. The punt dipped, and its other side rose crazily, turned, and men and gear were in the water. Fraser, a good swimmer, had no difficulty in reaching the bank. His last thought as he shot out of the punt had been that the Cruikshanks had overturned it in order to give him a ducking. A ducking? How futile. The sort of thing an ass like Cruikshanks would do. As he scrambled up the bank, his rage cooled less by Father Thames than by the clumsy methods of the enemy. He turned to see what had become of the boat. He had to wipe the water off his face before he could see clearly. Then he made out an object in midstream, another. What was Cruikshanks about? He had often boasted of his swimming. Had he lost his head? Out there, the current was strong. For a long moment, Fraser stood gazing, careless of what happened to Cruikshanks. Though still hostile, he was puzzled and interested. What was the fellow doing? Not drowning? For a second longer he hesitated, then stripping off his coat, plunged back into the stream. The grip of an indefinite fear fell heavily on Mrs. Cruikshanks when, later that day, on opening the front door to a knock which should have heralded her husband's return, she found Fraser waiting on the step. She knew at once that he must be bearer of ill tidings, and her glance travelled past him along the drive onto the quiet suburban road. Where was Billy? Fraser walked in without speaking, went into the drawing-room, and she followed in that haze of uncertainty which preceded knowledge, which is a preparation for it. Billy, she said. To the authorities, Fraser, the dead man's companion, had seemed the right person to carry the tidings to his family. He did not appear to be any the worse for his wetting, and someone must go. Also, Fraser was entirely willing. They, being strangers, could not realize that, in his then state of mind, he was perhaps the last person who should have been sent. Floy, following him into the drawing-room, was aware of him as different. His flannels, which had been cut by a well-known military tailor, were shrunken, out of shape, but the change in him was more than clothes deep. He had a dishevelled air, but the change in him was more than skin deep. His face, his expression. She felt horribly afraid. Where is Billy? What have you done with him? Fraser saw himself standing on the bank, blinded by old hatred, and hesitating while a man drowned. I did nothing, he said, his voice grievous. What was it? I did nothing. That was it. I did nothing. He had a dazed look, and in her anxiety, Flora caught at the... He had a dazed look, and in her anxiety, Flora caught at his arm and shook it. "What has happened? Pull yourself together, Simon, and tell me." He passed his tongue over dry lips. The boat was upset. "What do you mean?" "The pole slipped and overbalanced. It tipped up the punt." Her voice was a cry of apprehension. "And Billy?" "When I got to the bank, I looked for him. He can swim." "Oh, go on. Go on, let me know." "I saw his head a long way from the shore. He seemed to be in difficulties, so I plunged in again." "Saved him?" Already the gold-grey eyes were softening with relief. "No, some men, a boat." They got him first? Oh, thank God. Don't. There was a doctor. He did what he could." The fingers that rested on his sleeve clenched. "What do you mean?" "I can't bear it, Simon. It was no use." Her voice rose on a shrill note. "What?" "We could not bring him round." The room heaved around her, and loosening her hold of him, she staggered to a chair. That her parents lived by was fortunate for Floy. At her request, Fraser went for them. Mr. Burley would lift some of the burden from his child's shoulders. Mrs. Burley would be a staff on which to lean. The elder couple were getting ready for church. Frock coat, shining hat, and a little lady in lavender. Seeing them in such decent and proper garb, bent on so conventional an errand, Fraser wondered how he was to crash in on their Sunday security with his news. How could he say to people who were looking at money for the churchwarden's bag, "Your son-in-law is lying dead in the midst of a curious crowd, dead on sodden grass in a field"? The Burleys conceived of death as something which was expected and prepared for, which came at the end of a period of nursing, medicines, doctor's visits. It took place within the four walls of a room, was quickly shut into a coffin, and eventually, the sooner the better, hidden in a little low house, a house without windows. When Fraser spoke, they seemed as if they could not believe. Billy, Flora's husband. Fraser saw realization come, saw them blenching from it. Fear in their hearts. Hitherto they had been confident in their solid middle age. How terrible, they said, and an old dread looked out of their eyes. At the bottom of an ottoman in Mrs. Burley's bedroom lay a black dress. Not long since she had been in mourning for her son, and the remembrance of that unassuaged grief rose in tears as he changed her lavender silk for the old gown. Her husband would go with Mr. Fraser and bring poor Billy home to Stormfleet. The funeral would be from their house. Indeed, they would do all they could for the child. The man went with Mrs. Burley as far as the gate of Deanwood, then took the field path to the station. She was left to find her way in. It seemed to her impossible to knock, to make any sound whatever, and she went quietly around the garden, found the French windows of the drawing-room open. Floy was in the slip of a room by the front door that Billy had called his study. In restless misery she had wandered about the house, finally had gone there as a refuge. It was as if he himself had bidden her come in. The place smelt of leather and tobacco. Sporting papers lay on the table, a pair of slippers by the hearth. So strongly was the man's personality impressed on the room that Floy felt an instant lightening of the burden she carried. Her head was aching, and she felt it would be pleasant to lay it against the cool marble on the mantelpiece. On one side stood an ashtray, a pink pig supporting a bowl of green ware in which lay a half-smouldered cigarette. Billy had put it there that morning when ready to start. She had seen him do it. With a sudden heave and uprush, she realized that he who so loved his creature comforts would never smoke another cigarette. She understood at last that Billy had been deprived accidentally, carelessly, irrevocably of his pleasant life. Billy, to whom little things, his dinner, his drinks, his smokes, were of the first importance, had had them snatched away. She saw him as a child, undeservedly punished, helpless in the face of an immense injustice, and in that moment of sympathy, of understanding, she forgot herself. Poor Billy. Oh, poor Billy. William Cruikshanks had been a young man without prospects until an old aunt had left him a tiny business. Half a dozen girls working in a long room had made enough to lace to supply Miss Lucia Half a dozen girls working in a long room had made enough lace to supply Miss Luetitia Cruikshanks's needs, but in her nephew's hands the room had grown to a factory, and the lace had deteriorated into a cheap but sellable article. Until the business had been unexpectedly left to him, he had been a clerk in a bank, and had lived at Streatham with a widowed mother. It was a joyless, poverty-stricken household, and he had escaped from it as soon as he conveniently could. "I don't wonder my father couldn't stick it," he said to Floy. "I can't either. The matter ought to have been one of old Cromo's chaps, but I like a bit of fun." Nevertheless, he had given his mother what money he could spare. "Not much good doing that, though," he had grumbled, "for she just hoards and hoards. If she were keen on the business, it would be different, but she won't have any share in it. Says I'm like my father, and that he let what they had slip through his fingers." "And did he, Billy?" Floyd asked. "Well, yes. You see, he had ideas and was always thinking of improvements, and he dropped money over them, more than he could afford to lose, poor chap. Mother hung on to what her father had left her, and it was as well that she did, or we should not have had a bean. Then she had enough to live on. There is no doubt she could live more comfortably than she does, but she hasn't much. A couple of hundred, perhaps. You see, she's one of those people who are not happy unless they could put by a tenth of their income. It is a bit hard on Tish." Tish was his sister, the one creature who had been good to him during those early years. Flora had made up her mind that she would do what she could for Tish. Mrs. Robert Cruikshanks was dark-skinned, with opaque grey eyes set deep in puckered skin. Though over 60, her teeth were sound and the iron-grey hair abundant. She was, in fact, a woman of stiff vitality, very strong and very set. She disapproved, as such a woman would, of her daughter-in-law. "That hussy," she said. Billy's home, comfortable, silver, bright, airy, had seemed to her the last word in reprehensive luxury. Not that she blamed him, of course. The dinners, theatres, card parties, they were to amuse Flora. No good came of living like that. Billy's death was nearly as great a tragedy for her as if it had been for him. Her affection, cruel and proud, had been centred on this only son. She had admired, and in spite of innate caution had believed in him, had looked forward indeed to an era of reflected glory, she whose life had been one disappointment after another. His death came as a crushing blow. There was nothing left. Her daughter was unlikely to marry, and that hussy had no children. Her heart cried out as David's had done, "Would God I died for thee, my son, my son." The will was short. William Cruikshank had left all to his wife and made her father executor. Old Mrs. Cruikshank, her large-featured face turned toward the lawyer, sighed, and in her lap the knotted fingers gripped each other. She did not glance at Flora, although she knew where she sat in the black circle, knew with a resentful gladness that her beauty was tear-dimmed, knew without looking just how much. During the days that had elapsed since her son's death, her despair had lightened. There was still perhaps a little something for which to live. When the lawyer had folded the crackling parchment and risen, she got up heavily because she was rheumatic and crossed the room to her daughter-in-law. "Have you any plans?" Flora's mind had not travelled beyond its grief. "Plans? I had not thought. I expect my father will arrange for me. I am a lonely old woman, and we are both sorrowing. I feel it would comfort me if you, my dear boy's wife, and all that is left of him, would come and live with me." Flora was startled. The old woman, in her out-of-date clothes and with her long lips, long chin, had a compelling air. No doubt that she had loved Billy after her fashion. Days of grieving for him, for poor Billy, unwillingly dead, had softened Flora. She had the pity of the loved woman for whom the one whose unpleasing, though perhaps inherited qualities had left her with an empty heart. But live with Mrs. Cruikshanks? For a little, perhaps. You don't mean you really want me? I have lost everything," Mrs. Cruikshanks said with a movement of work-roughened hands, and it did not seem to Flora as if she were exaggerating. Faded, inadequate Tish. What use was she to anyone? Perhaps I could face life again if I had you to talk to sometimes of William. Her voice had a forlorn, dragging note, and Flora's heart ached for her. So old, so lonely, so done. "I don't want to impose on you. You are young and will want to live your own life. I thought if we shared the house, and you had your own rooms and servant, and then sat with me when you could spare the time." Her own rooms and servant, the plan sounded feasible, and she must live somewhere. Flora was in a mood where she could imagine herself glad to sacrifice her wishes to those of Billy's aging mother. Then I may consider that settled. Half the house yours, and what else we have, we will share. Letitia, she beckoned to her daughter, Flora has been telling me that as our home has been broken up, she would like to live with us. I shall find it a great comfort to have her. The tall, florid woman looked as if she found the news too pleasant to be true. Oh, Floy, she said humbly, how good of you. Mrs. Cruikshanks gave her daughter a look that was hardly kind, yet that sincere word had helped to forward her plans. Flora felt she was wanted. I will ask my father, she said. Will you come into the study, Floy? I've been going into your husband's affairs, and I would like to know how you stand. Flora followed her father into the Red Room. It was a comfort to feel that she had someone to manage her affairs. Still, she would be glad to know how much money she had. This is your husband's will. Taking the elastic band off a small bundle of papers, he picked out those of which he was in need. Very sensible and to the point. He made it the day after we were married. Her face, patchy with weeping, quivered. The memory of it was too clear. Herself and Billy in the cab, driving through London to the solicitor's office in the city. They climbed the dusty room in which sat the kind old man who had looked at them shrewdly, congratulated them. 5 years ago. Only 5. Your husband's having left me executor simplifies matters. He cleared his throat, hesitated. I am afraid, my dear, that what I have to tell you will be disappointing. You have looked forward, of course, to being left comfortably off. Well, William had not much capital, Mr. Burley said thoughtfully. Sorry, just checking the chat. And he was after the big trade, get rich quick or break, you know. I'm afraid, child, it was break. Oh, Dad, when he suggested my putting money into the business which he did last Christmas, I suspected he was getting into difficulties. I dare say you noticed he was a bit worried. Worried? Billy had not been his old easy self for over a 12-month, but she had thought why she had even blamed him. He had been speculating rather wildly, I'm afraid, and when he died he was on the verge of bankruptcy. Proof was he ought not to have been on his own. He had not the head for it. He looked thoughtfully at his daughter. What did she think of William's accident? He had heard things in the city about his son-in-law which had made him wonder. Well, poor chap, he said, he's gone, and his death came at the right time for him. Mr. Burley's tone changed, grew brisk. I'm afraid the only asset is the lease of the factory. I have been able to dispose of that, and the money will about cover what is owing. He had insured his life. Disposed of the policy at a loss. It was for £5,000. Hard on you, Floyd, confoundedly hard. What have I? The furniture of your house and the silver. The furniture that gave me in my wedding presents. That was to say, she had practically nothing. The provision made for her had vanished because Billy was not as clever as she had thought. 5 years and she was back at the starting point, a girl dependent on her father. Why didn't you help him, Dad? William thought I was old-fashioned. He would not take my advice. Ah, yes, I remember. You never speculate. No, well, no good crying over spilt milk. He selected a paper from the little pile, a letter. I suppose you know that William made his mother an allowance of £100 a year. I knew he gave her money, but not the exact sum. His counterfoils show that £50 was paid to her every June and every Christmas until last year. In June, the usual cheque would not be forthcoming. She wrote him on the subject. Here's a copy of his reply. You will note that he says he cannot continue the allowance until his business is bringing a larger return, but that he hopes it may not be long before he sends another cheque. He never did, though. What are Mrs. Cruikshank's circumstances? She has about 200 a year, a sufficiency. It is not very much. We look at these things differently, my dear. I began life on a wage of £12 a year, not quite 5 shillings a week, and out of that had to buy my clothes and find myself in everything but food and lodging. A woman with one daughter should be able to live comfortably on 200 a year. She had asked me to live with her. Mr. Burley, hard man of the world, pinched up his lips. Did she suggest it before William's will was read or after? Flora said, I believe it was after. Yes, it was. William left everything to you. There was not anything to leave, but she does not know that. She is counting on you having plenty of money. She won't want you now." He placed the papers in a drawer and got up. "You don't imagine, Floyd, that I should let that old vampire suck you dry. Besides, we want you at home, your mother and I." When Mrs. Cruikshank wrote to remind Flora of her promise, Mr. Burley answered the letter. He thanked her for her kind offer, but said that for the present his daughter would make her room with them. The old lady replied with an invitation to Flora to spend Christmas, the first Christmas since dear William's death, at Streatham, and the girl, temporizing, offered to go to her for the new year. Her father might be correct in his estimates of her mother-in-law's hopes and intentions, but Flora felt sorry for the old woman. To have lost her only son, to be poor and have a grudging heart, how pitiful. Driving down over the last day of the year, she contrasted the comfort of the car in which she sat with the pinched condition of life at 12A, originally 13, but changed to 12A in deference to the wishes of prospective tenants, Mount Road, Streatham. Mr. Burley had sent with her a hamper containing fowls, butter, eggs, and home-cured pork. "I don't want them to be at any expense on your account," he had said in his cheery way, and Flora had been grateful. She had let her mind dwell on the hothouse fruit, the pots of cream, the luxuries in the hamper. It was wonderful the softening influence that good food had. Tender breast of chicken, rosy slices of ham, bloomy grapes, each as big as a plum, might induce even Mrs. Cruikshank to take a less harsh view of life. The houses in Mount Road, which was a cul-de-sac with a skyline of commonplace roofs, were of brown brick. The sidewalks, of a speckled asphalt, had invaded the small front gardens, running smoothly from the metalled road to the doors. Flora, walking up the path to number 12A, wondered why it should be duller looking than the other houses in the row. The curtains above and below, the shrubs in the garden, yes. While neighbouring dwellings had bright hangings, golden euonymas, or red winter berry, number 12A's windows were hung with a heavy green rep. The hedge was of black-green privet, and although the bedrooms wore the usual muslin veil, they were without the heading of polished brass that winked from the less discreet chambers. Flora had rung once, had heard a distant tinkle, and thinking she must ring again, when without any preliminary sound the door opened a few inches. "I was afraid it was a hawker," Mrs. Cruikshank said, adding in an explanatory tone as she stood back for Flora to enter, "Letitia is at choir practice and the day girl goes home early." How inconvenient," said Flora vaguely, as the chauffeur carried the hamper into the little empty kitchen. She lifted the lid. This is with my father's good wishes for the new year." "Very kind of him," but Mrs. Cruikshank's tone was that of a person receiving money long due. Flora, catching the hungry gleam in her eye, must take that for thanks. "We will unpack it when Letitia comes in," Mrs. Cruikshank said, leading the way to the small back room that served as dining and sitting room. Why do you consider it inconvenient to have a girl who goes home to sleep?" Flora had spoken idly. "Well, it must mean that you and Trish have to cook the dinner, the supper. 2 women living by themselves do not require a heavy meal at night, and we wanted her room. We have a paying guest." A paying guest? What an innovation! But she thought it plucky of them to try and add to their income. It was difficult to imagine a lodger being comfortable in that house, but lodgers were lucky people in that they were not bound to stay where they were not happy. Pulling off her gloves, Flora sat down on a chair by the hearth. How curious it felt to be back in this chilly house, with Mrs. Cruikshank presiding over the fire like a priestess over an altar. "An innovation," she was saying, and her face on smiling grey took on a harsh expression. She had been proud of the long idleness of her life, and it humiliated her to feel that, like other people, she had to earn her living. An innovation which unfortunately was necessary. Her deep-set eyes were taking note of Flora's furs, her long jet chain, the cut of her gown. To whatever straits she herself might be reduced, it was evident that William's widow had plenty of money. "If my boy had lived," she said. Alone in the room Tish had vacated for her, Flora felt at least sufficiently at home to unbutton her coat. Mr. Burley had not expressed an opinion with regard to this visit. Though he did not believe in the genuineness of Mrs. Cruikshank's plea, he had never stood between his children and the experiences of life. When Flora talked of the old woman's affection for her son, therefore, he had merely nodded, let the child go and see for herself. And already Flora was wondering whether she would be able to comfort in any way the woman who loved and had lost Billy. She had found that she did not know how to begin. She and her mother-in-law, they were so very far apart. Unpacking slowly, she laid her few clothes in the freshly papered drawers. Mrs. Cruikshank, she thought, belonged to another generation, not to the last, but to the one before that, and it was difficult to reach her, to understand what she was feeling, what in fact life meant to her. However, a bond existed in the mutual regard they had for the dead. Poor Billy. He had slept in this very room, in this chill, white, comfortless place. He had looked out on the drab road, the fronts of the uninspired houses, and he had hated it. Mrs. Cruikshanks had not known. She had loved Billy and made him unhappy, so unhappy that he had fled from her. What a queer love. No use dwelling on that, however, for Billy was gone, and his mother in her turn was unhappy. Flora meant to do what she could by talking of him, by offering gifts that must be welcome. She collected the odds and ends she had brought and carried them downstairs. She found Letitia in the front room lighting a fire, and Flora, looking at her kindly, wondered why, whatever you did for Tish, she always looked, well, all wrong. She was not, after all, very plain. Her face was rather large and too like a dinner plate, and no one in their senses plaited straight, plaited straight thin hair and twisted the plaits round and round at the back, and oh dear, her clothes. But the fair, rosy face was pleasant, and she had, yes, a heart of gold. Flora smiled a trifle sadly over that saying. When people were clever or attractive, no one worried about their hearts. We sit in here of an evening now, Letitia said in a satisfied voice. I'm glad. I like things done properly. Billy, too, had wanted to live like other people. Mamma says that we cannot afford 2 fires, so I laid this myself. It saves sticks, and I don't light it until just before dinner. Then we let the others go out. As she rose from her knees, Flora saw that she wore, pinned across her large head, a black velvet bow. It lay between the smoothly brushed back hair and the nest of plaits, and it emphasized the fact that Letitia's head sloped from the forehead up. So like her to make what should have been an ornament disfiguring. Why, Tish, how spry you look. Who made the bow? Letitia glanced at her reflection in the overmantel. You like it? Of course, black velvet always looks well on fair hair, shows up lights in it. After all, it is a woman's duty to make the best of herself. A fire in the front room, the sprucing up of Letitia. Could it be that the lodger was a man? For a moment, Floyd wondered over him. He would probably be in some way connected with the chapel Mrs. Cruikshanks attended, perhaps a deacon or lay preacher. Had he noticed the velvet bow, and did he like Tish? Mamma won't let me change for supper, but I always make some little difference. A touch here and there. I think one should when gentlemen are going to be present. Carrying her knitting, a helmet in iron grey wool that she was making for the deep-sea fisheries mission, Mrs. Cruikshanks came into the front room. The disturbance Letitia made laying the cloth had sent her in search of quiet, and established herself in a hard, upright chair, the lamp and her spectacle case on a square table at her side. Flora, waiting observantly, reflected that although the case went everywhere with its owner, never once had she seen the glasses worn. Mrs. Cruikshanks in horn-rimmed spectacles might have looked grandmotherly, but no, it was impossible to think of her as a grandmother, or even as old. She wasn't any age. She must always have had that leathery sort of face, those eyes with the something behind them, the something that had daunted Billy. Although he had longed to escape from his dreary home, he had not dared, not till he met Flora. Then he had caught her by the hand, and they had laughed together and run off. After that, until business difficulties had overwhelmed him, it had been all laughter for Billy. Flora's heart sank under its weight of pity. Billy, poor drowned Billy. She was holding in her lap the mementos of the dead man which she had brought his mother, and as soon as Mrs. Cruikshanks was settled on the hard chair by the white stone mantelpiece, Flora offered them. "I thought you might like to have these." They were Billy's. She laid them on the table and framed photographs of Billy and his fellow footballers, of Billy on the river, of schoolboy Billy running, the Bible his mother had given him when he was confirmed and which ever since had lain on the chest of drawers in his room, his cigarette case and a signet ring which had belonged to his father. "For me?" Mrs. Cruikshanks said, and the hand she put out to them was tremulous. She had been taken by surprise. Soon after Billy's death, certain old belongings that he had brought away on his marriage had been returned to her. She had supposed they were all that she would be given. She took up the signet ring. Her husband's monogram WJC was cut in the black agate. She had bought it with her girlish savings, had given it to him on their wedding day, had taken it from the dead hand to give to their son. It fitted her ring finger, and she might wear it, keep it from now on. Her boy had left her for that hussy, and what had he got by it? No son to follow him, no one to take the ring from her own old hand when she was called away. I shall be glad to have these," she said, looking over the photographs and seeing herself by her husband's side watching the school race. William had won. There had been a cup. She looked up, but to Flora's surprise her eyes were hostile. "I wonder you can bear to part from them. The photographs were taken before I knew Billy. The signet ring, too. Billy so seldom wore it, he valued it because it was his father's. And his cigarette case, the one he carried about with him. Very generous of you. He had it with him when—" She paused, understanding that Mrs. Cruikshanks was jealous. She had been jealous of Flora when Billy was alive, jealous of their good times together. She was jealous now lest he be forgotten. She wanted to keep her dead unburied. Ah, poor old thing, that was all she had. The dead. "I thought you should have something that had been of him, then." It seemed to Flora as if between their two spirits the elder woman held a veil. Only her eyes looked over it, the fierce eyes of which Billy had been so much afraid. "Very generous of you." As she spoke, a step which was not Letitia's, flat-footed and shuffle, but quick and young, passed down the narrow hall, mounted the stairs. "The lodger," thought Flora, "and what a hurry he is in." Mrs. Cruikshanks looked up. She listened. Almost imperceptibly she smiled. Why, she must like him, thought Flora, but was arrested by quality in her mother-in-law's smile. No, not like him, but like having him here. "I suppose," said Mrs. Cruikshanks, returning from some mental journey, which appeared to have given her satisfaction, "I suppose that, as you are living with your presence, you have warehoused your furniture. My father advised me to sell it. The home William made for you? Oh, well, of course Billy bought a few things, but most of it came from my father. If you remember, it was his wedding present to us." "Yes," she appeared to be considering something. Yes, and he was left executor. She must not forget that if Mr. Burley had not interfered, Flora would by now have been sharing her home and contributing largely to its upkeep. Her glance sharpened till she looked more than ever like a bird of prey. Humph, yes, executor. He was. Flora wondered what she had in mind. "I suppose you knew that William made me an allowance." "I knew about it." "His will was quite incomprehensible to me. No mention of my name. Still, he may have given you instructions with regard to that little annuity." As Mrs. Cruikshanks spoke, she leaned forward, peering from below the lamp at the figure on the sofa. "Not exactly, no, but I was to tell you how matters stand. Billy said the half-yearly payments would start again when the business brought a large return. You saw the letter? It was amongst his papers. Well, there was in time. I have no doubt your father, who is an excellent man of business, had disposed of the lace factory to advantage. You are all right. But her voice had a creaking sound as of a door that turns on unoiled hinges. Because of my son's death, I am to be the loser." For a moment, Flora hung uncertain. The truth would be wounding, yet it would prevent a long misunderstanding. "Well, no," she said reluctantly, "for when poor Billy died, his business was in a bad way. I am afraid a very bad way. He was on the verge of bankruptcy." "Impossible!" But she looked startled, angry, almost afraid, and Flora remembered that once before Mrs. Cruikshanks had had to listen to bad news of this kind. Her husband's business, that too had failed. Why, she was saying, I know William made a success of the factory. He started it. It was a sort of speculation, and it did not turn out as Billy had hoped. Did not? It would have it would have if he had lived. Let her keep her faith in the dead man. As it is, Flora said pitifully, there is nothing. Nothing for you and nothing for me. But Mrs. Cruikshanks was not convinced. At least, she said, you have his insurance. That went, I'm afraid. You see, he was really in difficulties, poor fellow. The first bit of cargo he had jettisoned had been the policy, which was to have safeguarded his wife's future. An adventurer, Billy, and those who had sailed with him had taken chances. Mrs. Cruikshanks drew a long breath and sat back in her chair. For the moment she had nothing to say. She began to knit, the needles clicking in her gnarled hands, the ball of coarse iron grey yarn twitching as it unrolled, and Flora watched her with deepening pity. Strong, irreconcilable, harsh, yet after all an unhappy woman. Unhappy because of her difficult nature. Strange that happiness should depend on the character with which a person had been born, that it should come not from outside events, but from an attitude of the spirit. The sitting-room door was opened quietly, and as Letitia's voice came to them, saying the supper was on the table, a man entered. Always punctual, Mrs. Cruikshanks said, and Flora, to her immense surprise, found herself looking into the dark, troubled eyes of Simon Fraser. Hello, sorry, I didn't actually look at the chat for a bit. Welcome there. Hello. Hope you enjoy that one, by the way. Oh, Harry Dixon. Oh, yeah, I actually know that. Well, I didn't know if actually, do they translate more of that? Or is it just the stuff that came out a few years back? Yeah, because I know they came out like 6, 7, even more years ago, I think. But there was a large amount of those, and I know that not most of them were not actually translated. Oh, hello. Hello, welcome back then. I'm just going to have a quick sip and then continue onwards. During the months that had elapsed since Billy's death, Flora had had no news of Fraser. He had not come to the funeral, had not written. She had known he was a sensitive man. His nature had depths about, which he thought humbly and fearfully. Had the shock of Billy's death killed Fraser's feeling for herself? Love was a queer thing. It came and it went, and no one knew why it should do either. She had lost Billy, and she perceived that she had lost Billy, and she perceived that she had also lost Fraser. In fact, that life, as far as she was concerned, had suddenly resolved itself into a succession of losses, a sort of continuous darkness, a tunnel. There would be light ahead. She had not been able to see it, not yet, but she knew it was there, that presently she would get to it. To find that Fraser was the lodger, the paying guest of her grim mother-in-law, and the man for whom Tish was wearing the egregious bow, filled her with a glad amazement. She took his offered hand in silence, a wondering silence. This stagnant hole in Fraser, how had it come about? Stealing a glance at his face, she saw that he was in some way changed. He did not look well. The eyes were sunken, the bones of the face were more salient than formerly, while the sallow skin, which had been warm with red, was now a dead black and white. But he looked more than merely thin and ill. His gaze, that dark, vivid gaze, had dulled. Well, he was perhaps tired after a long day's work. Her heart was beating quickly. She felt almost faint. How good, how deeply satisfying to see him again, to see even this altered Fraser. She felt that Mrs. Cruikshanks was watching her, was looking from Fraser's quiet, exhausted face to hers. But Fraser had been a friend, and it was only natural that she should be glad to see him again. She began to talk in the old gay fashion to question him. "You left the news, I suppose?" she said as they went into the dining room. "Yes, got a job on the Sunday press. His voice seemed to have lost its vibrating quality. It was tired, indifferent. A day job? Mr. Fraser works day and night, said Letitia, smiling at him. He sits up till all hours. I think he must be writing a novel. A novel that embodied his own experiences would be interesting, said Mrs. Cruikshanks, taking her seat at the head of the table and beginning to pour out the tea. In her stiff black gown, her black cap, the lappets of which fell to her shoulders, and with her long features, she looked like a hoodie crow. At the sound of that creaking voice, Fraser had blenched. It was as if he had been subtly hurt. His experiences? Flora thought, and why not? They were probably much the same as those of other men. She felt she must say something reassuring. We saw a story of yours in the new magazine last month. It was jolly good. Fraser, who seemed to be eating more as a matter of form than because he felt hungry, looked across at her. What a pleasure to be gazing at that bloomy face. I'm pretty lucky with my stories these days. Mrs. Cruikshanks caught at his wandering attention with a rattle of teacups. Your luck changed the day my son died. The colour flushed into Flora's cheek. It was one thing to talk of Billy's because the thought of him was present to your mind and heart, but quite another to harp on the accident that had killed him. She spoke out valiantly. How glad he would have been. Dear Billy, he always said you were going to be a big man. From behind the tea tray, Mrs. Cruikshanks turned opaque eyes on her daughter-in-law. This light and foolish girl William had married had the resiliency of rubber, but she, like everyone else, would have her vulnerable spot. In her dark mind, the old woman was wondering whether Fraser were not that spot. During the months that had elapsed since her son's death, she had been brooding over it, making plans of various sorts, and Flora had been brought to Streatham to further them. She was to disgorge some of William's money, the money Mrs. Cruikshanks still believed that she had. She was also to be made to realize that she was a widow. William might lie hidden in the cold, damp earth, but he should not be forgotten, neither by his wife nor by his so-called friend. She had them both, wife and friend, and time was on her side, with time with its dark humiliations. When my father read the story in the New, he said how sorry he was that we had lost sight of you. He would like you to come over again. Fraser's face lost its apathy, and Flora saw that his eyes were hungry. Then had he not forgotten? Mrs. Cruikshanks turned to him. You would hardly care to go to Eastham now. Why, she hates him, the girl thought. Hate? What a big word. People love, but they did not hate, not nowadays. Silly to exaggerate, and yet Mrs. Cruikshanks had looked at Fraser in a curious, gloating way. If there had been such things as witches, Flora could have imagined one glancing at some man she had ill-wished with much the same expression as had lain in her mother-in-law's eyes. Was it possible the old woman knew? After all, what was there to know? The men had been voting, and owing to Billy's clumsiness, the punt had been upset. A momentary hesitation on the bank, and Fraser had plunged in again, swum out. At the inquest, he had been complimented on the gallant attempt he had made to rescue his friend, an attempt persisted in until he himself had nearly succumbed. He had hesitated for a moment because Billy had been offensive and he, Fraser, had been angry. He could, as Flora knew, be murderously angry. But he had been so much ashamed of that momentary hesitation that he had risked his own life. She understood that in his sharp change of mood he had offered it in exchange. In spite of what had happened, she could forgive. What was more, she felt that Billy too would have forgiven. Although during those last anxious months he had been irritable and difficult, he never, dear old Billy, never bore malice. Not go to Eastham, she said pleasantly, but that would be absurd. Mr. Fraser must not let the loss of one friend keep him from others. My father will write. She was deliberately friendly. And you will come, won't you? She smiled at him, waiting until he had falteringly agreed. Mrs. Cruikshanks also looked at him, listening. It was as if she was certain, not of what he would say, but of the issue. After supper, Mrs. Cruikshanks led the way back to the front room. Her full black skirts filled the doorway for a moment, and Flora turned to Fraser. It was a surprise to find you here. Your father asked me to break the news to Mrs. Cruikshanks. Did he? She had been thinking of letting her extra room, so I took it. It seemed I felt I had to. Flora thought she understood. The old woman had made a poor mouth. She had talked of the little annuity, made Fraser feel responsible. She isn't as hard up as she would like us to think. Was she bleeding him of more than money? You mustn't, he said, not meeting her eyes. She will notice you are talking to me. Flora's head went up. Well, she said. He did not speak, but his gesture was eloquent. Letitia had stayed behind to clear the table, and Flora, wondering that people should care to preserve old, ugly, and uncomfortable furniture, had seated herself on the horsehair sofa. Sharp hairs thrust an occasional needlepoint through, reminding her that Billy had once said the sofa was at least softer than the matter. Mrs. Cruikshanks, her hands already busy with yarn and needles, called to Fraser, I want you to see these. And she offered him the photographs. They were taken before you knew my son. They show the promise of his youth. To Flora, listening, the words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. At supper, too, nothing you could lay your finger on, yet always a suggestion of... She felt vaguely alarmed, not for herself. To her, Mrs. Cruikshanks was only a crabby old woman. But Fraser had an unusually sensitive nature. He might suffer. She admitted to herself that he did. It was a matter of nerves. The reading lamp, shaded by an opaque green glass, cast a white light on the photographs, a green glow over the rest of the room. It showed with a dim sufficiency the predatory face of the old woman, the white intensity of Fraser. Flora could see that he was suffering, and anger rose in her like sap in a young tree. Cut off from the flower of his youth, Mrs. Cruikshanks was saying as he took the photographs. Oh, really? Flora murmured, with a half-smile, as at a statement that would be in other circumstances amusing, but in these could only be deprecated. My poor Billy, after all, he was 30. Across the shining needles, which were continuously stabbing at the grey wool, Mrs. Cruikshanks met her daughter-in-law's eyes. She hates me too, thought Flora, her smile deepening. Well, I don't wonder. Letitia. The chink of glass and silver had ceased, and the girl could be heard moving about the kitchen. When Mrs. Cruikshanks called, the slight noises stopped. It was as if by silence and invisibility Tish would have obliterated herself. Letitia, don't keep me waiting. For a moment the girl's large, loose figure was silhouetted against the light of the little hall. Then, with a dragging step, she crossed the room and sat down. Mrs. Cruikshanks turned to her daughter-in-law. Mr. Fraser was my dear William's friend. He takes pity on an old woman's loneliness and sorrow. He talks to me of my poor lad, yes, every evening. In the green gloom, the emaciation of Fraser's face seemed more pronounced. Your son's wife is here. Flora got up. I am rather tired. If you will excuse me, I will go to bed. The old hand over which the iron grey wool jerked and flew was raised in an imperative gesture. Sit down. I beg your pardon. At once the other's voice changed to entreaty. You, his wife, you will want to stay. Mr. Fraser will be better able to talk to you if I am not here. He is afraid your grief is still too raw for you to speak of William's death. Oh, yes, she nodded, and in her hands the needles clicked, piercing the tortured wool, which yet unrolling gave itself to their steel. Flora was puzzled. Why should it hurt Fraser to talk of Billy? Dear Billy, she said softly, it is not every friend who remembers for so long. It is good of you, Simon. By giving him his name, she showed her mother-in-law that, if there were anything behind this talk, any devilry, she ranged herself definitely on the side of the victim. Oh, very good, Mrs. Cruikshanks said. Mr. Fraser was sent to break the news of my son's death. He had told me again and again of how the accident happened. It is an unhappy story, but I do not tire of hearing it. Though her fingers moved over the iron wool, her eyes were fixed on the young man. Fraser's lips parted. The warmth of Flora's voice had been like rain after months of frost, but he felt unable to take the help she offered. You want me to tell you again how the accident happened? He said in a tired, hopeless voice. We hired a punt and went up the river. He was poling and we talked. What were you talking about? My private affairs. Never during the 6 months of his purgatory had she been able to force from him other than that reserved "my private affairs." The gallantry of it brought an echo to Flora's throat. She knew they must have been talking of her. "You quarrelled?" "We differed." "What about?" He did not answer. Mrs. Cruikshanks was suspicious of the truth. She had been nosing around it for months, and she had brought Flora to the house on purpose. She looked from one to the other, false friend, treacherous, unloving wife. Her heart was very bitter. "We differed," Fraser said, "and I asked Cruikshanks to set me down." The needles clicked and stabbed. As he turned the boat inshore, the pole slipped over something. He lost his balance and, falling overboard, upset the punt. We were not far from the bank, and I had no difficulty in scrambling out. "You had no difficulty in scrambling out," repeated Mrs. Cruikshanks, and Flora, in a corner of the sofa, found herself shaking with grief and sympathy. She understood at last what the woman was doing. "When I turned to look for Cruikshanks, he was out in midstream." "Sinking? Sinking," he gasped. It was as if words failed him, as if he were unable to go on. Yet, when the grim-haired apostle nodded at him, he pulled himself together. "I took off my coat and—" "You stopped to take off your coat and—" I swam to him, but he had gone down, and I could not find him. He paused to draw a deeper breath. "A boat got him, brought him ashore, but it was too late." It was too late. The trickle of words ceased, and the man lay back in his chair. The tears were running down Flora's face, but Mrs. Cruikshank's needles flashed continually. With that iron grey wool, with those steel needles, she was making helmets, which were to protect men from the icy blasts of the North Sea. A sob broke from Flora's lips. She got up and ran out of the room. "Ah, poor child," commented Mrs. Cruikshanks, folding together wool and work, piercing them with the sharp needles. "How deeply she feels her loss." I'm just checking the chat again. Okay. And we can continue. I have come to see you of everything you want," Letitia said as she opened the door of the austere white bedroom. Flora was sitting on the chair by the toilet table, her bright head on her arms, an arm spread among a plush-away litter of china. "Floy," the other sat up, shook back her tumbling hair and turned. "Oh yes, I'm quite comfy," she said, "and I'm so glad I came. We have had such a delightful evening." Closing the door, Letitia stood with her back to it, and her attitude, Flora felt, was indicative of her feeling towards the woman on the other side of that door. "I can't help it, Floy. You are letting her torture him." "Oh, no, I wouldn't for the world, but I can't stop her. She does as she likes. She always has." What Tish said, Billy had said. He had begged Flora to take him out of this, for if you don't, I shall never get away. She won't let me go. There had been no one to take Tish away. What is she doing? She knew, and yet she felt she must get Tish to confirm that knowledge. It was so unbelievable. Letitia hesitated. "She thinks that it was Mr. Fraser's fault that dear William was drowned. Of course it wasn't." "No. She thinks," Letitia's voice sank to whisper, "she thinks he ought to be hanged. She went to her lawyer, but Mr. Legg said he could not do anything." "Of course he couldn't." "No. So Mother said she would see to it herself." How horrible. "I can't understand why she would want to make people suffer, for she is a good woman. She takes the communion the first Sunday of every month." "Oh, if that is being good." It was, as far as Tish was concerned. She glanced at Flora's gown. "Hadn't you better get undressed?" The other looked surprised. Then I can tell Mother I left you in bed." Letitia tucked the blankets around her sister-in-law and turned the gas bracket. "Leave it low," Floy said. "I like a glimmer." But when the girl had returned to her mother's room, Flora got quietly out of bed and, twisting her hair into a loose knot on the nape of her neck, pulled on her black silk stockings. Stockings somehow made you feel dressed. She dared not turn up the light, but in her half-dark sought for her scarlet slippers, her long fur coat. In her mind was an old Hebrew story, the story of the bolster which was laid in David's bed to conceal his absence, and with a smile she rumpled the bedclothes, made them look as if she were lying under them asleep. She would not lock her door, better not, but she turned out the gas. Tish had said that Fraser sat up late writing. In such weather as this, He would be in whichever room had a fire. Floy waited until she might hope Mrs. Cruikshanks was asleep, then opened her door with a steady hand. The hinges were well oiled, and there was no sound. The house lay bleak about her. It seemed to breathe quietly, as if it rested. Below was a well of stuffy darkness, and she felt her way down firmly and carefully. As she stepped off the last stair onto the mat, she saw a gleam of light, a line under the further door. Fraser looked up in surprise as the handle turned quietly and Floy came into the room. Miserable as he was, the sight of her bundled up in the thick fur, in that undress so decent yet so suggestive, made him forget for a moment the pass to which he had been brought. The coat she wore was of seal, and the dark fur enhanced her beauty of vivid colouring, of bright loosened hair. Inside that soft thickness would be the warmth of her. The table at which he sat was of mahogany, square set on ball feet. As a rule, it was covered with albums and gift books and stood against the wall, but Fraser pulled it nearer to the fire. Before him lay a page of virgin paper and a small reddish fountain pen. "Simon," she said, "what is all this nonsense?" Nonsense? Oh, but she could not mean it. She was stooping towards him, and he saw that she had been crying. The edges of the girlish face were a little blurred. Crying? The horrors of the evening swam up through his mind, dead, putrid things rising to the surface. Against Flora's troubled bloom he saw them as obscene, and his heart contracted. He had feared she would hate him, but when you hate a man, you do not seek him out at a time like this. "This place is like a vault," she said. "Decent-minded people bury their dead and make a fresh start." "You mean they make the best of a loss?" "I mean more than that. I mean they put the dead into graves and leave them there. They turn right away from them. It is ghoulish, this brooding over the living on the past. It does not seem to me quite sane. You should not have let Mrs. Cruikshanks get hold of you. It was a pandering to a weakness." A weakness? To him Mrs. Cruikshanks seemed so much the reverse of weak. Well, then, a wickedness. It does not matter what you call it. She had a sort of diseased way of looking at things, which makes her very disagreeable. I think she is a perfectly horrid old thing, but it is no good taking her seriously. "Oh," the word came with a gasp. "Not take Mrs. Cruikshanks seriously? I was to blame. You can't get away from that. No doubt you stayed on the bank a moment longer than you should have done. But Billy was pretty desperate that day. You didn't know, but he had more trouble than just his silly quarrel with you." She paused to listen. They could hear footsteps on the landing overhead. "It is your old bloodsucker," Flora said, looking about. She couldn't have heard us. He too glanced from the wall to the window curtains, the fireplace, the bookstand. "No, but she does not trust me. She is coming to see if you are alone. There is nowhere you can hide. Go on writing. Write furiously." Stepping back, she drew herself against the wall. The open door would conceal her from anyone entering the room, and taking the handle gently, she pulled the door back, and yet further back. "I thought I heard voices," Mrs. Cruikshanks said. Over her nightdress she had drawn a dark red dressing gown. Her old head was wrapped in a woolen nightcap, and on her feet were dark leather slippers which had belonged to her late husband. Fraser had pulled out a sheet half covered with writing. He looked up from it with a frown. "Eh? I thought I heard voices. Do you want me to go round the house?" She stared about the room. "It appears I was mistaken," she grumbled, and grew once more suspicious. "It is cold here. Why do you sit with the door open?" The question was an impertinence. "Have you any objection?" She did not like his tone. Had it been, after all, a mistake to put him in touch with her light-minded daughter-in-law? "I hope the sound I heard has not disturbed Mrs. William. I will go and see." If Flora had attempted to communicate with him, if she was not in her bed, that would alarm him, and she paused for a moment, expecting him to speak. He had turned back to his work, however, and was writing absorbedly. It was perhaps as well that she could not see the words his pen was forming. "Oh, Angel, Angel!" Mrs. Cruikshanks went up the stair, turned the handle of Flora's door, peered into the darkness. Are you awake, Flora?" The faint light from a road lamp showed a hunched figure in the bed, and the guilty couple listening heard presently the sound of receding step, the shuttering of the end-room door. Flora, her soft furs a little flattened, stepped out. She guesses, but it does not matter, for you are going away. Oh yes, Simon, you must. The old vampire sucking you dry. He lifted despairing eyes. I can't. No doubt you had some far-fetched notion of paying a debt, that Billy was not a bit revengeful, and though she may think she's doing this for him, she isn't. Don't you realize that she's getting a morbid pleasure out of it? He stirred uneasily. I'm drained dry, he said. Looking into the sunken black eyes, she remembered that his tormentor had him at her mercy for a long time. He was perhaps beyond making an effort. Something that lay under the practical surface of her nature forced a way through. She felt a sudden tingle of warmth. Slipping an arm around his neck, she drew his dark head against her breast. I'll help you, she promised. When Fraser left the house on the following morning, he was a man made over. He might still be a prisoner, but he had only to assert himself. Mrs. Cruikshanks had put her finger on the weak spot in his account of poor Billy's death. She had felt certain there was something behind his story, something that he would not tell, and she was right. He had hated Billy because he was Flora's husband, and it was that hatred more than his momentary hesitation which had delivered him into the old woman's hands. For a long time before that day on the river, Fraser had been unable to think of him without longing to take him by the throat, without feeling that the time must come when he would. He said to Flora during their long and intimate talk, that midnight talk when the house had settled to sleep, that he was blood guilty, that he must make amends. But you are sorry now that you felt like that about poor Billy? Am I? His arm tightened about her. You don't know me. It was hell to feel that you were married to him. He put her off his knee, began to walk agitatedly to and fro. I can't bear to look back. To think that you ever... Oh, Simon, don't. He was letting her look deep into the emotional possibilities of his nature so different from hers. She had belonged to Billy, but not in the way she would belong to Simon. She saw herself living for him, and she felt wildly glad. To give and go on giving, she wanted to. It would make life tremendously worthwhile. Fraser could not see how Flora was to effect his deliverance. The fact remained that he had hated Cruikshanks, that whenever he thought of the man, he had seen red. Nor was he sorry that Cruikshanks was dead. Look at it how you would, he had been guilty, yet, yes, in intent. For what you did you must pay, and he was paying. An eye for an eye, Mrs. Cruikshanks knew that, and was expecting a life for a life. Between the millstone of her vindictive will, she was grinding him to powder. Flora had told him to be good, of course, and the sight of her morning face at breakfast had brimmed his cup. As the day passed, however, hope sank little by little. As he came down the silent road in the murk of the January evening, he found his heart empty of everything but fear. The old woman had her claws in him, and he would never escape. Flora had come too late. Nevertheless, her practical directions, and when he came into the sitting room that night, Nevertheless, he followed her practical directions, and when he came into the sitting room that night, his box was packed, even to the last treasure of the writer, his unfinished manuscripts. Mrs. Cruikshanks was in her usual chair, knitting up the lengths of iron wool, and at the sight of her he saw how absurd it was to think he might get away. His life was a bit of yielding wool, and she was twisting it as she would. A second later, Flora's smile had shocked him to the realization that, for the brooding woman on the hearth was of small account, a lioness whose teeth had been drawn by age. Mrs. Cruikshanks looked up. Good evening, Mr. Fraser. Did you execute my little commission? He stopped and his heart tightened. The old woman had asked him to order for her a wreath of ivy. I forgot. 6 months ago today William was drowned. 6 months today, and you could forget. Oh, but, interposed Flora, you know how Billy hated that sort of thing. He once said to me, when I die, push me into any old hole, and for the Lord's sake, don't wear mourning for me. She glanced down at the chiffon velvet of her gown. I disobeyed him because I felt I should like to be in black for a time. One does, but I don't know why one should. After all, one colour is as much the same as another. The new year had come in to an accompaniment of frost and snow, and Mrs. Cruikshank's sitting room was as cold as it could well be. When the little party struggled back after supper, Flora, sinking into her place on the horsehair sofa, thanked her stars that the car was coming for her that following morning. She glanced through the green room at her mother-in-law. What a life, bitterness, heartburn, and the hope of evil. Poor old creature. Mrs. Cruikshanks was looking from under tufted iron grey brows at Fraser, and he was conscious of nothing but her intent look. Not even the shield of Flora's smile might come between that beak and his vitals. A thick black oppression fell on him. 6 months ago today, Mrs. Cruikshanks was saying when Flora rose. How cold it is, Tish, aren't you frozen? She had stepped forward, was standing between the old woman and Fraser. These old-fashioned grates give out very little heat. Would you mind if I put on some more coal? Mrs. Cruikshanks blinked and stared. Her strange eyes lost, as it were, their grip, and Fraser got up. Allow me, he said, and busied himself with the fire. Ah, that is better. Flora held her hands to the blaze. Now, if only we had some chestnuts to roast. The click of Mrs. Cruikshanks' needles ceased. She must assert herself, or she would lose her hold on Fraser. This is an anniversary, Flora, she said, stern reproof in her voice. The anniversary of the day that made you a widow. I cannot think of anything but that dreadful time. Mr. Fraser, Flora interposed again. It is too dreadful to talk of. I want to hear once more exactly what happened. Mr. Fraser gave you his version of that yesterday. If you insist on discussing the matter, you had better hear mine. Thank you, I am content to hear Mr. Fraser's. Content with an accurate, or not inaccurate, but an incomplete account of poor Billy's death. Mr. Fraser's account is that of an eyewitness. He may have misinterpreted what he saw. Mrs. Cruikshanks was losing her temper. Oh, nonsense. Excuse me, Flora went on, not to be overborne. But certain evidence of which Mr. Fraser knows nothing, was held at the inquest out of consideration for you. Consideration of me? Mrs. Cruikshanks was stiffly incredulous. I shall be glad to know what it is that has been withheld from William's mother all this time. One of the people who saw the accident says that when Billy came to the surface after the punt was overturned, he deliberately struck out into the current. The man shouted to him, but he did not take any notice, and he was swept away. Billy, as you know, was a good swimmer. Mrs. Cruikshanks had dropped her knitting into the hollow of her lap. I was at the inquest. There was no suggestion that my son swam into danger. Why should he? My father thinks that Billy did not want to live. The old woman caught her up sharply. Did not want to live? The room was hushed with tense attentiveness, and the quaver in Flora's low tone was audible to all. He thinks that he, oh poor Billy, that like his father he committed suicide. Committed suicide. The spoken word seemed to take form among them, releasing Fraser, falling on Mrs. Cruikshank like an authoritative hand, one that was pressing her toward an open darkness. How? She said, and her voice had a broken sound. How could anyone say anything so wicked? Flora shook her head. She had nerved herself to go through with the matter. If Mrs. Cruikshank's heart had not been filled with malice and all uncharitableness, the truth might have slept in Billy's grave. Billy was unlucky. A man does not commit suicide because he has been unfortunate in a business venture. But she spoke uncertainly. Billy had been very unfortunate. Mrs. Cruikshanks shivered. The room was certainly cold, and that was odd, for the fire, piled high, was flaming up the chimney. He was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was not He was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was not an ordinary bankruptcy. The old woman made a stifled sound, and from her lap the knitting, shining needles piercing iron grey wool, slipped to lie disregarded on the floor. Billy was trustee for his cousins, Mary and Nita Cruikshanks. He speculated with their money and lost it. That is a wicked lie. My father has paid the money back. I can show you the papers. Silence fell on that utterance, but presently Flora said pitifully, If he had known, my father would have helped. But he had urged Billy not to speculate, and I suppose Billy thought there was no one to whom he could turn. Began Mrs. Cruikshanks creakily, but again Flora shook her head. You would not help his father, you know. Billy could not feel remembering that that it would be any use coming to you. Mrs. Cruikshank had fallen altogether, a scarecrow, the prop of which, rotted by weather, has broken. But Fraser was on his feet. Taking from his pocket a banknote, he laid it on the table in lieu of notice and turned to Flora. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, and as quietly she assented. They heard him running up the stairs like a boy. The slam of the great door shook the house. "Good night," said Flora, looking from the dark bundle hunched together on the straight, hard chair to Letitia's frightened face. As she went towards the door, Mrs. Cruikshanks raised her head. The small, easy tears of senility had wetted the grey cheeks, but her quiver was not entirely empty. "You," she said ranculously, "how you loved your husband." That's the end of that one. Sorry, I'm checking chat. Sorry, I just have a note. Okay, I'm back here. Okay, I believe for the present. Okay, I could switch to. Yes, I believe I could switch to something else we have here lined up. So, how many pages is this one? Oh, about 11. Okay, we shall switch to. Let me just. We shall switch to Who Shall Condemn and Other Stories by J.C. Shannon. And more specifically, we shall switch to the first story of this collection for the moment. And that is Who Shall Condemn. So let me just make this a bit bigger so I can actually read it. And we can continue. It was a beautiful June evening, and the quiet little village of K, in its secluded nook in the county of W, seemed to have fallen asleep save for the sounds of the animal and insect life that could be heard teeming around and in it. In the weak declining light of the evening sun, all nature seemed suddenly to have awakened to fresh life after the almost overpowering heat of a glorious midsummer day, and appeared intent upon making the most of the cool evening air. The village of K consisted of but a few scattered houses and post office, together with a small church, and anyone seeking the least excitement in life would never have dreamt of going to that out-of-the-way little place. The railway passed within a few miles of it, but despite its coming, K did not seem to have received the slightest stimulus. The village had grown up more to afford homes for the few men, such as gardeners, field labourers, etc., who were employed on the surrounding estates, of which there were a great number, the countryside being almost entirely peopled with the good old-fashioned English squire, who is so rapidly becoming extinct. Nevertheless, there were one or two houses in the village of K, which certainly had pretensions to some size, and afforded some indication that the people who lived in them were above the ordinary run, but instances of this kind were very few and far between. Most probably, they could have been numbered on the 5 fingers of one's hand. The inhabitants of these exceptions to the general rule were those who, growing tired of the bustle of the large towns, had departed to fresh fields and pastures new, there to seek the restful quiet they so much needed. And perhaps, had we further looked around, we might have found a stray example of genteel poverty, in which case the occupants of the house had removed to this dead, alive little place in order to economize the meagre pittance which they possessed by living very much to themselves, ultimately ending their lives in the peaceful serenity of an English country home. Such as one was Mrs. Carew, who inhabited a picturesque little cottage which stood resplendent with white paint and having a thatched roof on the outskirts of the village. On this beautiful June evening, an artist would have experienced an ecstasy of delight in the contemplation of the picture made by the little house. It was small and possessed the rare old-fashioned 3-cornered paned windows so often seen in the days of the long ago, but which are now becoming rarer and rarer, and which will no doubt in these days of jerry builders and cheap contracts finally die out. Its porch was one of those quaint ancient institutions formed of rough-hewn oaken logs, whose covering was originally formed of the same thatch as the roof,
but both the logs and the thatch had long ago disappeared beneath the wealth of flowering creepers and green leaves that well nigh hid them in their close embrace. The clematis had seized it in its toils, and upon this particular evening the porch seemed smothered in a lovely mass of bloom and green. The whitewash the whitewash with which the walls of this cottage was covered could only peep out now and again between the leaves and roses which concealed it almost entirely from view, and all the curiously shaped little windows stood wide open to drink in the cool evening breeze that played in drowsy idleness through the leaves of the rose trees, and the roses themselves seemed to have a strange aptitude for attempting to discover what the interior of the cottage was like. The garden, which was bordered by a diamond-shaped green wooden trellis-worked fence, was laid out in the old-fashioned style with box borders and shingled walks, and the bed was at present hidden by a mass of variegated blooms comprising all the most old-fashioned flowers that grow dear. Sorry again. Just start that bit of sentence again. Comprising all the most old-fashioned flowers that grow in dear old England. Amongst these flowers, countless insects sported themselves, flitting in and out in the fading sunlight as happy as kings and queens, making the very most of their short span of life ere they departed and were lost forever in the unmeasured vastness of absolute oblivion. Butterflies, bees, wasps, and countless little flies flitted hither and thither amongst the blooms which possessed such sweetness, getting as much out of their sweetened prey as they could in as short a time as possible. The numberless little flies dazzled one's eye by the speed and intricacy of their rapid evolutions, now up, now down, now round, now straight, now sideways, now forming curious living patterns in the air, and withal seemed to be one jumbled mass of gauzy, flashing wings. In the absolute stillness that reigned around, one could distinctly hear the tinkle of a far-off cowbell, the bleating of the sheep, the low of a solitary cow, and now and again a merry shout of laughter emanating from children at play in some part of the village. All of which sounds, together with the buzz of the countless insects, went to make up, as the sun went down upon them in the cloudless evening sky, a picture only to be found in this ancient and much blessed land. So the time went on, till at last the moon stole up into the heavens, hanging like a great ball of purest silver in the deep blue of the cloudless sky. A myriad stars looked down upon the earth, and the dew began to fall, abstracting from the flowers as it did so their fullest perfume, which permeated the air with a rich odour almost oppressive in its sweetness. Perfect silence reigned now, even the insects had ceased to buzz, and only a solitary dragonfly or flitting bat showed that any life was left in the scene which had but a short time before been a gorgeous one. Lights showed here and there in the valley, and one also burned in one of the windows of Heath Cottage, for such was the name of the house we have just described, and anyone looking in would have observed a comfortably furnished old-fashioned room, in which a shaded lamp shed a soft light around, and which, when viewed through the diamond-paned windows, constituted a picture that seemed to carry one back to the good old times we so often read about, but so seldom meet with in these too matter-of-fact days. But hark, a footstep falls clearly and softly upon our ears, as of someone walking rapidly down the road in the direction of the cottage. It is a firm, quick footstep, and evidently the one who comes knows the road well. By and by a form comes into sight, which turns out to be that of a tall young man, whose face, as he comes nearer, we catch a glimpse of by the light of a match, which he strikes in order to ignite a cigarette. The face is one in which a determined character and great strength of will are depicted. It is not exactly handsome, but the features are fairly regular, and the eyes steadfast and manly in their expression. His bearing is that of a gentleman, and by the easy grace with which he walks, he has evidently a large amount of self-possession in his composition, and is evidently accustomed to move in good society. A well-shaped, carefully curled moustache shades his upper lip, and his forehead, or at any rate as much of it as is visible under his soft cap, is broad and smooth, and his hair appears from underneath the aforementioned cap in crisp brown curls. He slackens his pace as he comes nearer to the cottage, and finally pauses at the gate, raising and letting fall the latch with a noisy clatter. Instantly the door opens, and a slim girlish form comes out, together with a flood of light that streams suddenly out from the equally old-fashioned entrance to the house. She runs swiftly down the short path to the gate, and upon reaching it is immediately clasped in the arms of the stalwart young Englishman upon the other side. A peculiar sound breaks the stillness of the night, to which it would be hardly fair to give a name, but which evidently proves entirely satisfactory to the authors of it, after which the young gentleman goes into the house, and in another moment enters the subduely lit little room, shaking hands with his future mother-in-law, Mrs. Carew, as he does so. We need not trouble to describe Mrs. Carew minutely, as she had very little to do with the present story. Suffice it to say that she is possessed of an abundance of snow-white hair, kind eyes, rosy face, and is altogether a dear old lady, as much in love with Philip Meldon as is her beautiful daughter. Philip Meldon has been engaged to Marianne Carew for some 2 months, and is naturally under the impression that she is the one perfect girl in the world. Certainly, if looks prove that idea, his impression is undoubtedly correct. To be brief, Marianne Carew is a dainty, delicately formed girl of medium height, small figure, and her face to most men would be absolutely fascinating. It is a fate of exquisite purity, out of which a pair of beautiful eyes look upon one with so much innocence and childlike gravity in their depths, that one is almost compelled to like it, if not to love it, if not to love their own at first sight. They are shaded by long dark eyelashes, which match perfectly her wealth of dark brown hair, and her lips, well, the least said about them, the better. Her nose is as delicately formed as the rest of her face, and her complexion would do credit to that much vaunted article of commerce, Pear's soap. This may appear to many an extremely irreverent description, but words almost fail to depict Marianne Carew's exquisitely soft beauty. Philip Meldon is the only son of one of the aforementioned country squires, who lives on a large estate about 1.5 miles from the Carew's cottage. Old Mr. Meldon is reported to be a man of great wealth. Nevertheless, when Philip announced to him his intention of marrying almost penniless Marianne Carew, to do the old gentleman justice, he had just patted his stalwart son on the shoulder, telling him in his own peculiar fashion to do as you please, my boy, do as you please. Consequently, the engagement had gone on like a sweet dream for the past 2 months. Philip, being a young man of no occupation whatever, saw that of killing time in the best possible manner, had found in his engagement a blessed relief from the burden of constantly riding to hounds and the ordinary desultory run of a country life. He found it very pleasant to sit in the small sitting room of Heath Cottage, talking by the hour to his fiancée, who was not like many girls of her type of beauty, of an empty-headed, vain disposition. Marianne Carew was far from that. She had been well educated by her father, who was a Church of England clergyman and an M.A. He had personally superintended his beautiful daughter's studies before death finally claimed him as its own, so that Marianne had the advantages which other girls do not always obtain, and to her credit be it said, she had availed herself of them to the full, so that her mind was well stocked with the best literature and knowledge of our time. And if her father had not neglected her education in mental work, Mrs. Carew likewise had not neglected it in household management, for Marianne was one of the best little housewives in the countryside. Altogether, Philip Meldon often congratulated himself upon the fact that he had secured a perfect treasure in her, at which remark his father always smiled in a most inscrutable fashion, remarking sagely upon these occasions that Philip's mother had been just the same, my boy, just the same. It will no doubt be observed that the old gentleman had a happy knack of repeating the last words of his sentence. Then he would have a deep sigh and think of the days when he first courted his wife, who had, at the time of our story, been dead for many years. Well, things went on in this way for a month or two. Then came an incident which set the whole countryside in a ferment. One morning the news went forth that old Mr. Meldon had shot himself the previous evening. Philip was inconsolable, and Marianne's sorrow was pitiable to behold. For many years the matter remained a mystery. Then the cause leaked out. Mr. Meldon was like many another country squire, a man of very little business acumen and experience, and had, under the advice of a designing friend, speculated heavily on the stock exchange. And, as a consequence, in a remarkably short space of time he completely beggared himself. Overwhelmed by the disgrace which he saw looming in the near future, he had then adopted the only way out of the difficulty which presented itself to his despairing mind. When his affairs came to be examined, it appeared that Philip was well nigh penniless. Accordingly, after much deep thought and many consultations upon the subject with his various friends, he decided it would be useless to remain in England. Consequently, he made up his mind to leave it and endeavour to make his fortune in a land across the sea. Alas, how many more have started with this same laudable intention, and have found in the course of time that fortune is a fickle dame not easily cajoled. During the time of his deep trial, Philip found a source of immeasurable comfort in the love of his future wife. Marianne sympathized with him and talked to him, soothing his despairing moments and cheering his heart in many ways. And Mrs. Carew was not backward in her efforts in the same direction. Therefore, we can quite imagine the sorrow and sense of depression that entered Marianne's heart when at last Philip announced to her his intention of going out to Cape Town. However, finally he succeeded in proving to both these ladies, who took such a deep interest in him, that it was the best possible move under the circumstances, and in the fortnight which was to elapse ere he left England, he exerted himself by every means in his power to soften the wrench which he knew well the parting must inevitably bring. His father had been laid in his last resting place for some little time, and in view of the respect in which Mr. Meldon had always been held, the other country gentlemen in the neighbourhood did everything that lay in their power to advance Philip's prospects in the new sphere of life. At last the fatal day arrived. Philip, Marianne, and Mrs. Carew left Quay en route for London, from which place Philip was to sail. We need not dwell at any length upon the young people's parting, and it must here be confessed that Mrs. Carew's motherly heart did not long withstand the strain put upon it, for at the last moment, when she should have been bravest, she unfortunately dissolved into tears. However, everything has an end, and at last the great ship steamed out of the dock, leaving behind it two very sad hearts, and carrying with it one that was perhaps almost sadder and a little more hopeless. Philip had told Marianne before he left England that he did not wish to consider the engagement on any account binding, because, as he said, it might be years before he succeeded in making a position for himself. During that time she could not foresee what would happen, and on that account it would be useless for her waiting an indefinite period for him to return and claim her as his bride. Against this arrangement she had indefinitely protested, and ultimately they had both promised to write regularly and fully intended to fulfill their vows. 2 or 3 years passed, during which Philip Meldon, amid his new surroundings in South Africa, became practically a jack of all trades. Upon arrival there he found that a fortune was not so easily made in the promised land as he had anticipated, and for some months he only managed to make out the poorest living as a clerk in one of the colonial banks. Getting tired of this desultory work, he had been fired by a desire to visit the infamous diamond fields and try his luck there. Accordingly, he journeyed inland to Kimberley, where for some time he diligently worked a claim with but small success. And to tell the truth, the associates of the diamond fields did not tend to improve his nature, which had been much soured by the struggle for existence that, to him, brought up as he had been in indolence and luxury, was exceedingly distasteful. In a short time, getting tired of the fields, he returned to Cape Town and once more became a clerk. Tired again, he took to driving a bullock wagon from one town to another, carrying on a trade by barter with the natives up country. This did not pay, so he managed to secure a position as one of the minor officials in the Cape Town Houses of Parliament, which post he held for some little time. Then the old fever for the diamond fields took possession of him again, and off he set without further delay. Now all this time, a matter of some 2 or 3 years, as we have already remarked, He had not forgotten the girl who was waiting for him in England, and for the first year or so had regularly corresponded with her. As time went on, his love for her matured, changing from a young man's first passion into the deep, strong love of a man tried in the world's fire. But after 2 years' time, her letters, strange to say, began to get fewer and fewer, and Philip noted with an inward pang and a hopeless sinking at the heart that their contents became less and less loving until finally they ceased altogether. He was completely at a loss to understand how this had come about, and could only surmise that she had got tired of waiting for him, and had at last forgotten him or given him up. So that it was with a feeling of intense relief that he once more set out for the diamond fields, hoping in the excitement and rush of the life there to forget his pain. Then luck, which had so long been against him, turned in his favour. He struck ill, as the Yankees say, and in a very few weeks pulled out of old Mother Earl's treasury a fortune far beyond his wildest expectations. Then an intense hatred of his mode of life took possession of him, and he determined, as he had now no ties since Marianne had ceased writing to him, to travel round the world and attempt to drown his disappointment and regret in the excitement of seeing other countries and mixing with multitudes of different people. Accordingly, once more he journeyed down to Cape Town, and hearing that one of New Zealand's shipping companies' line of steamers would shortly pass that way, he booked a passage in her, and made ready to leave the place in which he had met with so many varying experiences. She came, and Philip, shaking off the dust of Cape Town from his feet, breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped on board the vessel, and watched with a feeling of thankfulness not unmixed with regret the outline of Table Mountain and beautiful Table Bay fade rapidly from his view as the good ship ploughed her way over the Indian Ocean, bound for Hobart Town, Tasmania. A day or two passed, during which time Philip was invisible, owing to the ordinary circumstances attending a man unused to the tossing of a ship. Then he finally emerged, looking a little worse than when he went down, in order to inhale a few whiffs of the brandy, so that he might get back the colour into his cheeks. He certainly was a fine-looking man as he stepped onto the deck, for his 3 years' toil amid the vicissitudes of life had broadened his shoulders and imparted to his face a look of resolute firmness not unbecoming to his features. He had grown a beard, for to tell the truth, men on the diamond fields have not much time to shave, and after having it trimmed and put straight in Cape Town, he was a man at whom most women would have looked twice. Upon emerging from the companion door, he went and leaned over the taffrail, and watched the white churned water which flowed swiftly past him as the vessel steamed rapidly on. He looked slowly around him, and the wind whistled with a peculiarly weird noise through the rigging of the ship. Clouds of smoke emerged from the vessel's chimneys, and the curious whirring noise made by the steam as it issued from the escape pipe near him fell upon his ears. Suddenly he started violently at the sound of a voice which he knew well, and which he could never forget. He turned quickly round, and a low exclamation escaped his lips, for there before him, leaning on the arm of a tall, thin, dark gentleman, stood Marianne Carew, his promised wife, looking more beautiful, more ethereal, and more delicate than she had ever looked before. A great longing towards her swelled up in his heart as he gazed upon her, and he yearned to clasp her once more in his arms, to lavish upon her all the wealth of his long pent-up affection. He took a step forward, holding out his hand, and murmured in a confused tone of voice, "Ah, Marianne, is that you? What an unexpected surprise! How delighted!" I am to see you. What, do you not know me? He exclaimed, a sudden intonation of fear in his voice. Then he saw the colour fade slowly from her cheeks. Her eyes opened wide in astonishment, and she staggered back a step and would have fallen but for the protecting arm of the gentleman at her side. "Excuse me, sir," said the individual in the haughtiest of tones. "Will you kindly explain to me what this means? You have really made my wife quite ill." "Your wife," gasped Meldon in a strange, choking voice. "Your wife." And his voice sank to a low whisper. "My God, not that. Tell me that is not true." And he had laid his hand with a vice-like grip upon the arm of the man facing him. "And why not, sir?" said the other in a tone of intense surprise. "I said my wife. Allow me to introduce to you Lady Prendergast, and he bowed most politely. Meldon could not speak. He turned away, and the world seemed suddenly to have grown dark. His heart seemed numbed. His brain was in a whirl. He could hardly grasp it, and yet he might almost have known it, he told himself, and he cursed the impulse that had prompted him to undertake his journey. Blindly he groped his way to the companion door, and together, and tottering rather than walking down the stairs, locked himself in his cabin, threw himself upon his berth, and gave up to an overwhelming tide of bitter reflections. By and by he rose, determined to see Marianne once more, for he had come to a grim determination in those few minutes. What was wealth to him now? What was life to him? What was anything to him since he had lost the one woman in the world for whom he cared? His face was calm and his mien collected as he walked deliberately up the stairs to the deck. As luck would have it, he found Lady Prendergast reclining in a deck chair abaft the engine-house. She looked strangely weak and white. Evidently her meeting with him had shaken her greatly. He raised his hat, holding out his hand, which she shook. Then he said very calmly and quietly, "Have you nothing to say to me, Marianne? Now that you are Lady Prendergast, I ought not to call you that, I suppose, but I cannot help it." His voice was very sad. "Do not speak to me like that, Philip," she said. "Keep as far away from me as you can. You will think me cold and heartless, I know, but I cannot bear to see you suffer. I did it all for the best, though, all for the best. Do not seek me to explain now, for I cannot. Perchance some day we shall meet in another world, and then the explanation will be easy. How can I keep away from you?" he burst out. "How can I help seeing you, meeting you, speaking to you, when you know that we do not stop anywhere for the next 3 weeks? I do not know," she said in a faraway, weary tone of voice. "I do not know." He looked at her with wonder in his eyes, and the spell of her loveliness seized him afresh. His determination was taken. He knew that what he should do, and in that moment he decided to do it quickly. "I will not ask you to explain, as you say you cannot. Marianne, some day you will know how much I loved you. Is he good to you?" "Yes, very," she answered shortly. "Then I am satisfied. I loved you, Marianne. I thought of you always. I could not understand why your letters ceased to come. I do not understand now, and you won't tell me. I shall not trouble you much longer, and you best know the reasons for what you have done. But always remember that there was one man in the world, at any rate, who would have laid down his life for you. Goodbye, my darling, but I can call you that once more without dishonour." He stopped, choked by his own emotion, then stopped suddenly and swiftly and kissed her once. He turned away. A low, inarticulate sound escaped his lips. He dashed the back of his hand angrily across his eyes and walked slowly to the steps leading down to the well-deck. Crossing this, he gained the poop, proceeded to the extreme stern of the ship, and leaned over the rail. The day was drawing to a close. The sun dipped into the far-off waters, looking angry and sullen as he sank to rest therein, and his last departing rays lit up with a crimson glory the long white track made by the noble ship. All around him was the water, black, dark, heaving, a typical emblem of his own heart. The restless mass of his fevered eyes seemed to rise up toward him, beckoning him to it. A seagull shrieked, a weird, unearthly cry it was, and Philip laughed a low, discordant laugh, for it seemed to him that it was but the echo of the thought that surged in his despairing mind. He could feel beneath him the quiver of the great ship as the screw revolved. He could hear its measured beating in the water underneath. The sun sank lower, and at last disappeared altogether. Darkness fell suddenly, as it does in these latitudes. The stars came out, but there was no moon. The hours passed unheeded by Philip as he stood there wrapped in meditation and lost in the sombreness of his own thoughts. The other passengers on the vessel came up from dinner, and he could hear the sound of their laughter rising faintly above the moaning of the wind. The sea looked darker now, and the track of the ship more white. Suddenly, by what impulse he knew not, he looked up and, turning round, gazed along the deck. Dimly, in the light of a ship's lantern, he saw two figures leaning over the rail on one side of the vessel. They were Marianne and her husband. Even as he looked, Sir Lewis stooped, putting his arm around her waist as he did so, and Philip saw him kiss her. He turned away quickly and gazed down once more at the white foaming water. An albatross swooped swiftly by, close to his head. He looked up with a sudden start. His face was drawn and rigid. Idly he noted how the water was churned into seething foam by the ceaselessly revolving screw. He took one rapid glance around him. He was absolutely alone. Then, murmuring in a broken voice, "God forgive me for what I am about to do," he placed his hand firmly on the rail and vaulted lightly over it with the skill of a practiced gymnast, fell silently and without a cry into the foaming whiteness far beneath him, disappearing instantly. For who shall condemn the last act of Philip Melbourne's life? Okay, just checking chat again. Now, let me see how many. This is page. The next one is page 46. The next one seems a little more promising, but I really need to actually check it. Let me just see. Okay. I need the table of contents, please. Okay. Okay, that was 29. Okay. I'm going to read next. Let's see. Should I read? I need to make this one bigger. Okay, I will read the Song of Oo from the story, from the title story here, from what I've been showing off all this time, from Stories Near and Far by William J. Locke. So this one is a bit more on theme, so we shall go there. Now if we go to page 46. No, that was the other one. Okay, this one's... Let me just check how many pages that is. Okay, just under 30. Okay. So let's start with the Song of Oo, and yes, that is what it's called. If you want me to, I'll prove it if you don't believe me. There we go. Now then. He was young, in the early 20s. A slack garment of reindeer skin half covered him from shoulder to mid-thigh. On his bare arms and legs glimmered a fine, deep auburn pelt. Deep auburn, too, was the colour of his matted hair and full curly beard. He sat on a boulder at the mouth of a cave, and the coarse sand beside him was strewn with queer shaded bits of wood and stone, shaped, however, for some definite purpose. In his hands he nursed, for he caressed it lovingly, a blade of flint exquisitely fashioned leaf-wise. It measured nearly 2 feet long by about 6 inches broad in its widest part, and it had a double edge and curved gracefully ribless from its inch thick middle. Its point was needle shape. It was fitted into a hilt of polished ivory, yet while his fingers caressed the smooth surface, his eyes stared into the infinite distance across the river, and the wind-swept plain beyond, and the low-lying hills that form the western horizon. The bitter north wind howled down the valley, as it had howled most of the days of Oo's memory. Bending and gnarling the scanty cedars in its path, he did not heed it, and scarce would have heeded it even had he not been sheltered under the lee of his cavern mouth. Before him lay a scene of familiar yet unrealized scene of desolation. The wind whipped the surface of the river below that flowed against it in its course to the southern seas, between 2 shores of bleak pebbles, and tore at the sagebrush that grew on, here and there, a stony islet, round whose sides the stream swirled fast and deep. In the eddy beyond the nearest islet rocked a tree trunk hollowed into the shape of a canoe, and on it stood a man with poised spear. For in the rush of the deep waters by the eddy side were to be found great fish. Fish and the flesh of wild beasts were all the food that Oo and those who dwelled with him had ever known. Yet the one human figure in the appalling landscape had no existence in the fixed gaze of the wild artificer of the sword. He was dreaming dreams. The bank of the river that was his rose rocky and declivitous, honeycombed with caves great and small, at uneven heights as far as the eye could reach. yet varied every now and then by undulating contours affording lateral valleys, dried watercourses descending from the mountain range, dark with mysterious forest. Round about the caves grew scrub and scanty cedar and pine. On the lower slopes, rude grass. His cave was the last as one went downstream. His cave was the last as one went downstream. A bent warlock of a woman clad in skins held wild grey hair streaming in the wind. Came along her wild grey hair streaming in the wind, came along the rough pathway connecting the caves, and standing in front of the dreamer threw something solid into the cavern. She gripped his shoulder, arresting his attention, and pointed at the gift. He nodded. The old woman went her way. With a sigh like that of every dreamer roused from dreams, he rose, laid the precious blade on the boulder, and entered the cave that was his home. But as he walked, he limped, for his right leg was withered. The cave was spacious, the floor of fine sand like that from ground seashells. Skins of strange beasts piled in a corner formed a bed. Strewn around were little mountains of flints, some rough shards, others delicately wrought arrowheads, knives, fish barbs, needles. In a dark recess gleamed a precious ivory tusk. On a polished surface of walls stood out sharp the incised sketch of a reindeer, feet planted outwards, muzzle up in the scent of danger, and antlers bracing majestic. Regarded none of these things, but only the extinct ashes of a fire in the middle of the floor, and the great hunk of red meat that the old woman had thrown beside it. It was afternoon. Had not eaten since early morning. He forgot his dreams of the great cave bear that he would carve upon the sword, and the shadowy thing that now and then blurred his dreams, and gave himself up to the rueful pangs of baffled hunger. It was true that his nation, in stressful times of chase or warfare, were compelled to eat their flesh raw, but in the gentler home life of the caves, it had ever been softened and purified by fire. And he had let his fire go out. That was the curse of being a lonely man without a woman to look after him. It was a woman's duty to keep the fire alive day by day and night by night. How could he, his mind busied with a million interests, perform the patient work of nourishing embers with brushwood and log? He sighed again. He must go to the fire witch at the remote end of the cave land and crave a brand and pay the fine. It had happened many times before, and each time he had been the poorer by a skin or a spear or a carving on his cherished ivory. For fire was the thing sacred in which Ra'ah the sorceress was alone allowed to deal. Neighbours would give you food and drink at an emergency, their lives if half-men enemies from the mountains came and worried you, but they dared not give you fire. Its source was in the Ra'ah's cave in which she lived, attended by the barren widows of the nation, dispensing flame. Officially, the witchery was a soul-vibrating secret, but when a boy, peeping fearfully and indeed perilously into the fire cave, had seen women pulling with furious patience at spindles worked by leather-strung bows, which ate into the heart of the great sections of the trunks of forest trees, and smoke curled up around the spindles. He thus had a vague idea of how the magic was wrought, yet all the same thanked whatever gods there were that he was not a barren widow compelled to such employment. Feckless, his new blade in hand, he wandered forth, but he had not limped many yards before he heard a woman's piercing screech. He turned sharply, and there on the slope beyond the cave, leading down to the watercourse, he saw a great hairy male striding along as best as he could, with a wildcat of a girl in his arms. At once he recognized in the man one of the mountain folk, an hereditary enemy, in the girl a daughter of a friendly nation, his neighbours down the river. All his own men had gone on a great hunting, which the predatory mountain men must have known, otherwise he would not have dared carry his prey through their territory. The girl at the sight of had screamed for help. A few scrambling footsteps brought him within reach of his foe. Instinctively he threw the great flint sword. It sank deep into the hairy savage's throat, and he fell all in a heap, like a slaughtered buffalo, dragging the girl with him. She sprang to her feet at once, scarce clad in her torn skins, and awaited her rescuer. She was tanned, black-haired, black-eyed, magnificent in young development, yet defiant and sullen. Streaks of blood from her captor's clutch marked her shoulders and her reins. Uu, without regarding her, bent over the giant, drew the blade from his throat, and then, so as to make the already dead man sure of death, he smote him mightily through the neck. That done, he signed the girl, and she followed him to the cave. At the cave mouth he halted and looked her up and down appraisingly, and his heart beat fast. She was all in thew and muscular softness that man could desire in women, and she was his by the unassailable law of conquest. No longer fed and housed and enriched through, though he was by the nation, was he the marked man, the man who could not win a woman. The woman had been won at last. He gazed at her in ecstasy, gripping his blood-stained sword. She shrugged her shoulders, accepting the law, and entered the cave. The glamour of victory over him, he said, "I am hungry. Prepare my food." She turned scornfully, her finger pointing to the ashes. "The fire is out." Uu remembered. He had just started in quest of fire when the miracle had happened. For fire he was about to barter the cherished flint blade, which he still gripped by the ivory haft. Seek fire he would, but not with this, his masterpiece, which had won him the thing that, but half an hour before, had come shadowily elusive between him and his dreams of the cave bear, as he sat gazing over the grey desolation into the infinite distance. He threw the blade on the pile of skins, and from the heap of flints picked up the hatchet head, on one face of which was engraved a peculiarly attractive aurochs, regarded it sorrowfully and limped out. Now this was the beginning of the wedded life of Uu and Aa. To the lame man who could not win a woman, she was the wonder of creation. At first all went well. She gave him gratitude for delivering her from the bestial monster of the mountains, who would have taken her into his dark forest home, where there was never a dry civilized cave to dwell in, and possibly no fish to eat, to say nothing of his wild beast manners and unpleasing personality and almost alien speech. The conception that she was a vastly fortunate young woman in happening on Uu as a husband arose vaguely in her primitive brain. She conducted herself admirably as a housewife. She conducted herself admirably as a housewife. The fire was always maintained, water in the reindeer skin bags always brought up from the river, fish, for she was expert, caught for food. The daily flesh thrown into the cave by the bent old woman, cooked conscientiously, skins prepared lovingly for bed and raiment. All went merrily. The nation received her as a daughter. Uu was happy, the once womanless man condemned to celibacy. One day he bade her to deposit him, and with a fine flint needle he engraved on the now sacred blade her face and her bosom in profile. And the next day she must pose nude, while on the further side he scratched in the delicious contours of the full-length woman. He had but a dim notion of that which he was doing, guided only by a paramount need of expressing her, and he hung the blade up in his cave, and the wild men of the nation came and wondered at it. That need passed. It passed with the first madness of love. A child was born, and at 3 weeks old was unfortunately eaten by a bear, Uu having forgotten to roll the boulder at night so as to block the entrance to the cave. So there came a time of great misunderstanding. Uu grew absorbed in the things that had been his life before their marriage. He would dream over the perfection of arrowheads, of spear blades. He would spend weeks over the elaboration of scratches on an old ivory tusk which he knew where to find buried beneath ground. Ai turned shrewish. She began to despise the man. There, alone with the young men, did he sit idle, chipping flints, making foolish lines on smooth surfaces, while all his fellows were out hunting and destroying the wild beasts that threatened their security, and waging war on wilder human enemies. She knew, of course, his skill. Even to her savage intelligence it was obvious that he had qualities which the fierce men lacked. Without striking a blow against beast or enemy, without had he so desired, raising a spear to kill the great fish at the entrance of the river from the swirls, he was maintained in more than comfort by the nation, for they gave him skins in plenty and ivory, and brought him great splinters of flint from rocks, which to him lame were inaccessible. But she did not know then that in the history of the race no such wondrous artificer had yet arisen. She lived outside the amazed delight that greeted not only the perfect weapons, but also the engravings of live things in actual attitudes, on spearheads and monoliths in front of caves. In early youth, just when his gift was beginning to develop, he had been mauled by a mountain leopard, so that his leg was withered. But for his gift he would have died the death of the rascal deer, starving in ghastly solitude, for so busy and self-centered a nation had little thought to devote to philanthropic institutions. The lame, the halt, and the blind, according to the law, went out to perish. He, however, by his craft and his wonder, imposed himself upon his people as something essential to their free existence. And not being able to win his woman in battle or foray, he lived his young life in loneliness, and being a dreamer of dreams, unconsciously invested himself in a queer sanctity. Save fire and maid, he could claim from the nation what he listed. Into the soul of Ai, craving the normal, crept deep shame of her husband. His shambling gait was a reproach, the daily tribute of ungained flesh a dishonour, the dreaming abstraction from essential things that had caused him to forget the blocking of the door, and thus to be responsible for the devouring of her child, a deadly grievance. All these resentments she nursed in silence. She did his bidding, kept his house, drew his supply of water from the river, and cooked his dishonourable food. But she watched him at his futile, unmanly avocations beneath her heavy and sullen brows, until resentment grew into haunting hatred, and meanwhile he, poor soul, loved her in his primitive, possessive way, and took for granted her interest in his dreams of flawlessly polished stone and the perfect rendering of the baffling curves of the tines on the reindeer antlers. Moreover, the once solitary, having now human companion, groped towards consecutive speech in which his visions of beauty could be explained. Whereupon Ai, condemned to listen to the unintelligible, hated him yet the more. Sorry, I'm just going to check the chat. In the next cave, slightly above that of Uu, but out of the line of the main national path, for the caves were terraced from foot to brow of rock, there dwelt one Uru, a vigorous giant, hirsute of body, with blue eyes staring out of a mass of red hair. His mother, a bent crone of 50, kept his house, for his wife, gathering sticks a month or two before, on the rocky hillside, had slipped and fallen and broke her neck. That he should cast eyes of desire on his neighbour's desirable wife, and that she, most misunderstood and humiliated of women, should respond, and that Uu, sitting at his cave mouth, polishing his flints, should know nothing at all about it, had been, is, and shall be the eternal and immortal drama of mankind. Furthermore, Uru, although highly valued as a doughty warrior and the mighty hunter, was not by paternal descent a member of the nation. His father belonged to Ai's nation down the great river, but on his early demise the mother, who was of the upriver nation, brought him to her own folk. So the twain plotted together as guilty lovers have plotted before and since the Neolithic age. On a certain night would Uru destroy his mother. It would be impious and pitiless, they agreed, to leave her to starve, and Ai would slay her husband with the engraved and ivory-hilted blade, which Uru coveted more than anything in the world, and together would they go forth to find their home among their people down the river. The night and the hour came. The light of the full moon streamed into the cave above the boulder that blocked its entrance. It fell directly on Uu laying in dead sleep on his pile of skins. Ai, who had lain vigilant by his side until this exact noontide, rolled noiselessly from the couch, gripped the flint sword, consecrated on both sides of the blade to her own flowing beauty, and stood over her husband. He slept with an arm innocently defensive in all too familiar posture over his head. She paused irresolute, to slash as he lay were to bungle. Compunction too began to stir in the murk of her intelligence. She hated him, the man who lived apart from his mind, the contemptible cripple of no account, the wastrel who, instead of bringing her bleeding carcasses of beasts, or spoils of foes, was content to sit and let others supply his wants. Yet she remembered her deliverance from the mountain monster. She remembered her childbirth pangs and his awkward gentleness, and at the same time to get at him through his relaxed and pathetic arms was plaguily difficult. So she tiptoed away, holding the knife by its ivory haft, casting backward glances at the moonlit sleeper, and, pushing the boulder ever so little in its well-worn grooves, slipped out into the moonlight. She sped, as had been agreed, down the path, across the waste of pebbles to the river bank. Arising from the earth, Uru stood here before her and greeted her. "Is it done?" "Yes, it is done." "The sword?" "I have it." He took it from her, looked from it to her in the moonlight that flooded the desolation of the stony valley. "I see no blood. I crushed his head in with a stone as he slept." "It was more certain," she lied. He nodded, and with primitive grimace of laughter. "I too," said he, "a big stone." He seized it with his hands, more than 2 cubic feet, a gigantic ashlar such as no man nowadays could lift. "The surest way," said he. They walked down the riverside to the spot where his fire-hollowed tree trunk of a canoe lay beached. They pushed it into the stream. He squatted in the stern while she took the rude paddle and vogue la galère. They started for the enchanted kingdom. When Uu woke and found the cave womanless and the blade missing from its accustomed place, and the stone rolled from the door, a great fear fell upon him. He rose and groped his way to the dawn. At first he thought of the bear which had eaten his child. Had it come again, and I gone forth to fight it in his defence? If so, what was her strength against the brutes? He shivered in terror. He scanned the earth. No bear tracks were visible. He snuffed the air, but no scent reached his sensitive nostrils. He cried out her name aloud, and the rocks re-echoed it down the line of caves. He stared up and down the stony wilderness. Then his eye noted the boulder rolled away from the mouth of Uru's cave. His mind, however, leapt to no conclusion. The open door suggested only consultation with Uru, his friend, the fierce warrior who would aid him in his search for his wife. He climbed up, entered the cave, and there in a corner lay a woman whose body and limbs were visible, but whose head was replaced by a mighty stone. And there was no Uru. Then only did the truth dawn on him, and he wondered greatly that he was alive when Uru's mother had been slaughtered, for to leave behind sure and active avengers of wrong was folly unimaginable. He scrambled along to the midway of the vast cliff where the caves were thick like the cells of a honeycomb, and clapped his hands to his cheek, gave utterance to his people's war cry, resonant, wild, and human in its awful intonation. In an instant, the grey and silent place was alive with shaggy men, springing armed from the entrails of the living rock, and they clustered round Uu, who like a madman kept up the howl of alarm. The clustering throng grew deeper, and old men, their features scarcely visible in the tangle of matted white hair and beard, their backs bowed, their shriveled legs shaking beneath them, obeyed the summons with old ferocious odour, and smooth-faced youths and men-children snarling like wolves who had escaped their mother's grip at the cavern mouth. Suddenly Uu ceased. He looked around himself bewildered and became conscious not so much of the savage faces as of the familiar weapons, the axes, the delicate spearheads, the swords, some rapiers slender, others of surface broad and smooth, curved like that of water over stone, of being in the midst of vivid things of his own creation, wrought from dreams behind his hands. The deafening clamour of voices aroused him. He held up both his arms to command a hearing. The uproar died down. In rude words he told his tale. When he ended, there was a silence cold and clammy at the morning air. The chief Arai, a giant compared to whom in brawn and stature Uru was but a weakling, bearing on his shoulder a vast stone club ingeniously pictured by Uu, and at his waist strapped by reindeer thong the greatest axe head that Uu had ever hewn from flint. Halted in ivory curiously embellished, advanced towards the disturber of the peace, and interpreting the the sense of the nation, apostrophized him in terms of peculiarly withering nature, considering the limited vocabulary of a primitive language. To come down to bedrock, what did Oo suggest that they should do? Nothing less than make war on the very powerful nation who lived in the fertile lands down the river, with whom they had been at peace for more moons than he could count, for the price of which peace, as Oo well know, they paid tribute of fish and flesh and skins and stone. Apart from this, Oo himself derived great benefits from the arrowhead trade with the charming downriver people. Everybody was sorry for Oo in that he had lost his wife, but no one was so vastly interested in his conjugal affairs as to risk his life in their settlement. When he had raised his hullabaloo, they all thought that the mountain folk had swooned upon them. In such a case, they would have fought like aurochs, died in the last ditch, defended themselves with the time-honoured valour of their incomparable race. But to go to war with neighbours who could eat them up at a gobble was an entirely different matter. Then said Oo, using the instinctive argumentative ad hominem, not at the chief because he did not dare, but at his nearest rival, in colossal brawn and pointing toward him, then, if Roong's wife had been carried off by one of them, and he claimed vengeance, you would make the same answer? I, who know how to keep my woman, cried Roong, as who should say, the question doesn't arise. Laughter, which proceeded from the baffling attempt in a human mind to reconcile incongruities, broke out long and long. There, on one side, was the huge hairy giant, with the muscles swelling about him like the undulations of the hills, grinning good-humouredly in his strength, holding out a massive hand in which he could have clutched a woman's throat, to throw her away strangled like a captured bird, and on the other the lean, auburn-pelted, undeveloped cripple with the burning eyes. The chief, a kindly man, endeavoured, however, to console him. Let him but go into the downriver land, slay Uru, and bring back I, and he, the chief, would see to it that she should be slaughtered as a runagate wife, according to the custom of the nation, in whatever fanciful fashion Oo might care to devise. The laughter re-echoed through all the vaults of heaven. Oo, regarding neither to right nor left, with outstretched arms and hands like a swimmer, clove his way through the throng of his brethren on the hillside, and went like a man in a dream to his own cave. Thenceforward a change came over Oo. From a lonely worker, glad in the joy of his workings, he grew morose. He kept in his fire grudgingly. His meat he cooked in perfunctory fashion and ate without relish. A great hunger gnawed at his heart. There swelled within him intolerable need to express the inexpressible. Once he could interpret the simple wonders of his existence that interested him in terms of beauty of surface and form, in delicate lines scratched with his needle-pointed flint. Not only on the sword, his masterpiece, had he immortalized the curves of eyes, bosom, and limbs, but on the walls of the cave, on the very boulder that she had rolled away so as to slip out at night and join her lover. To do this now from memory was an unsatisfying and bitter thing. Gone too was the delight in perfect craftsmanship. He sat brooding idly most of the day, only now and then descending to the river to catch a fish, which he ate raw when it was weariness to cook, the daily tribute of flesh. The hunters came to him for arrowheads and spearheads, which he gave to them out of his store, but for the labour of chipping new ones from the flint blocks he had no heart. There came a time when tidings reached the nation of an imminent raid on the part of the mountain folk, and Oo's stores were clear so that the cave was bare. On former sorties of the kind, it had been his privilege as fletcher and cripple and artist to remain with the very aged and the women and children while the warriors went out to battle. But on this occasion, life having no meaning to him, he took his fishing spear and joined the shaggy army, scaling the rocks with incredible agony amid the jeers of his goat-limbed friends. They went not far, however, but lay in ambush under the stars behind the wind and the stones on the hither bank, on the watercourse down which they had learned the mountain folk would steal on their night attack. And as he lay, Oo was consumed with the lust to kill. Presently came the sound of the patter of bare feet down the wind the scent of alien men, and the hillside was tense with straining sense and nerve. Then at last down the ravine swept the indistinguishable mass, seen far above like a herd of aurochs tossing their shaggy manes. In a second crashed down stones, hurled arrows and spears, and the vanguard below turned, recognizing the tramp, and yelling in their hoarse tongue, tried to force their way back through the still advancing horde. Cold death rained down upon them from the starlit rocks. Then the word was given, and the warriors leapt down and put to rout the disorganized foe, and Oo scrambled with them and joined in the killing till his arms and his body were thick with blood. The sun had risen long before the pursuit ended. The victorious nation returned home, treading on the corpses of the mountain folk, which they left to the already gathering vultures to devour. Oo having slain many men, chiefly in the back, but what did that matter so long as foes were killed? And half fainting from the agony of his crippled leg, was brought home on the back of a stout kinsman, and thrown on his bed of skins. From this time there was an uplifting on the courage of Oo. Perhaps we should call it nowadays a restoration of the moral tone. Being one with his fellows again, he resumed his patient craft, and did an excellent sketch on an axe ordered by the chief, whose old one had been badly chipped by skulls and other flinty obstacles in its way, of a mountain man transfixed by a spear in the act of leaping. It was delightfully realistic. Ray fondled it and laughed at it all day long. Yet Oo lived lonely, brooding, even while he chipped his stone, over something he knew not. Something, if he but do it, that would give him peace. His growing conceptions of life, love, despair, battle, slaughter, victory were bursting the confines of his soul, and they cried dumbly in anguish for release. A kind of madness seized him, and not only did he scratch drawings of mountain folk meeting their death, but of cavemen administering it. He also discovered that with the point of a charred twig he could make marks on the softer surface of wood, which was infinitely easier than ploughing stone. Sorry, I lost my spot. Ploughing through stone or rare ivory with a flint point. The nation to whom such magic was new held him in greater reverence, and doubled his ration of meat. Oo was human, his vanity was tickled, but none of these things gave relief to his soul bursting with the unknown need. It was a sullen evening of summer. Below a bank of black cloud, edged with angry crimson, sank a blow-red sun far away behind the distant foothills across the stony valley. Oo sat on his boulder. The still air reeked with the smoke issuing from the mouths of the terraced caves and the smell of burning flesh. He had not eaten for many hours. The reindeer hunk lay within, ready for the fire. Yet, although hungry, he sat brooding as a dog broods, but with a human soul striving for articulation behind the brooding. Suddenly there came a hoarse cry, for the moment he knew not whence. He rose to his feet, and there below on the pebbly bank he saw a woman leap from a canoe and swiftly mount the rocky path. But only when she emerged around the turn and stood behind him did he recognize his wife. She stood splendid, tragic, her long wild hair a brush of glory against the angry sun, one perfect breast uncovered by the short skin garment. She threw on the sand at his feet the sword, haft and blade black and sticky, and he knew that it was with blood. She pointed. I have killed him. He could only stare at her and feast his eyes on her marvellousness. I am your woman, she said, and the shadow of a smile flicked over her face. If you will have me again. He said, his pulses throbbing, Yes, I will have you. She nodded approval. In a primitive way, she told her frank tale. It came to this. Uru's polygamous nature had set at defiance the monogamous laws of the downriver nation. Apparently they were very slack and comfortable downriver, and unless scandal grew too great, interfered as little as possible with the liberty of the subject. But I, having enjoyed the greater protection of the upriver folk and accustomed to being mistress in her own house, took umbrage at having another lady thrust into the home under the thin disguise of a slave. Whereupon she had constant words with Uru, who, being essentially a man of action, replied to invective with the heartiest of beatings. If he had conducted his side of the argument in private, all might have gone well. But when the other lady looked on and cracked her sides with laughter, the position grew untenable. She acted as any reasonable woman would have done. While Uru and the sun planter slept, she slew them both. Now the downriver people, although softly winking at many peccadillos, drew the line in husband murder, a perfectly good warrior being a handsome asset to the nation. For the crying passionnel there's little sympathy, and meted out to the avenging wife a peculiarly, I hate this word, a peculiarly odious punishment ending in protracted death. So she had fled at once and come to seek shelter, so she gave him to understand, with the only man she had ever loved. To Uru the whole proceeding seemed quite natural. The idea of Uru and the lady lying with their throats hacked open appealed to his sense of humour. But a sudden thought smote him halfway through his laughter. Why did you not kill me too, that night you left me? I meant to, she replied, but I could not. My arm was as water. Their savage eyes met, and held a mutual stare. And then he knew that for all her waywardness she was his woman. Fierce joy surged within him until a sudden cold fear stayed the flood. By the law of the nation, her adultery was punishable by death. At his own hands did he so will, unless before the great assembly he made public announcement of his forgiveness. Now Uru was a shy man and shrank from the ordeal of this publicity. The taking back of an errant wife had never met with general approval. None but a very terror-inspiring personage wielding a notoriously nasty axe could curb the utterance of coarse and unpleasant remarks. He, Uru the cripple, who could inspire no man with fear, would be the common butt of the whole nation, under whose jeers Ai would be crushed with shame. She regarded him under her dark and sullen brows, and not reading his thoughts said, If you do not want me, I will go up to the mountain folk. She turned with feminine craft, but he seized her wrist and dragged her into the cave. She gave a low laugh, for there was no mistaking her welcome. Worn out by the hardship of the upstream voyage, Ai slept the sleep of the wild animal that at last has satiated its hunger. But Uru lay radiantly awake. Something new, something immense, something colossal stirred within his being like the presage of a gigantic birth. He could not rest. He rose, slid aside the boulder, and crept out into the stony desolation which was all the world that he knew. Then suddenly, as though by miracle, he was delivered of the awful burden which he had been carrying, unhappy for many months. Limping about the coarse sand before the cave, he broke into sing-song speech. At first, without his volition, the words came into a rude rhythm. Then checked, he groped under the moon for the rhythm and the music. He had much to tell the moon, the history of his life, from his making of the great blade which brought him Ai, through to the slaying of the mountain man, abductor of the soul-rocking wonders, to the soul-rocking wonders of this night. But here, again, it must be told according to the law of his rhythm, just as his blades must be fashioned according to the law of symmetrical beauty. After a pause, he could think no more. The fount of his inspiration had dried within him. To juggle an epic in a night with a vocabulary of 100 words or so were an impossibility, even to the first poet in the world's prehistory. He sat half-stunned, uncomprehending his impotence. At last, feeling very cold, he re-entered the cave, sliding the boulder behind him. Ai slept like one dead, but Uru could not sleep. He shook as if with ague. Something enormous had occurred. Comparing great things with trivial, he had experienced an analogous exultation when he was nearing completion of an elaborate drawing, yet a drawing that it was set in definite line on concrete stone, but this thing of words and rhythm was elusive, ephemeral. Once gone, it was lost forever. He must recapture it, or he must die. So all night long, until the dawn stole in through the chinks between the boulders and the cavern's mouth, he reconstructed his song. Then, overcome by unutterable weariness, he curled himself up with the suddenness of a dog and fell asleep. He was awakened by Ai, who pointed accusingly to the dead fire. Had he not undertaken, she being so monstrously travel-worn, to tend to it for that night only? He acknowledged his carelessness. But what mattered fire which could be purchased from the fire which, compared with the wonderful thing which he had created? Ignorant of his faults, she laughed and threw her arms about him. She recalled their first meeting and the fireless hearth. He was a child not to be trusted. She forgave him, for he too had overslept. But he said no. He had been awake all night. She must listen. He rose and began the song that had crystallized in his brain. She was not impressed. She wanted fire. Interrupting him, she bade him fetch it. An hour or two afterwards, she said, "You will now announce me to the nation." "No," said he, "let us lie hidden today. When tomorrow's sun rises, I shall go to Arai." In this arrangement did Ai contentedly acquiesce. It was a sign that Uu wanted her. So they remained indoors, and when the hour came for the old woman to deliver the tribute of flesh, she crept behind the pile of skins. At sundown they went to rest, but Ai, waking early and not finding him by her side, started up and, lending ear, heard him crooning his words in the outside moonlight. She arose and at the cave mouth called him. He turned, waved her away. She must sleep and trouble him not, for he was doing the great thing. Whatever the great thing was, she hated it just as she had hated the concentrated fashionings of stone which kept him from her. Sooner be beaten. At any rate you exist for your man. And when your man goes out to battle or the chase and leaves you lonely, at any rate it is for you and yours that he fights or hunts, and you share the spoils, thereby again being recognized as existent. But this rapt, vociferating madman who thrust her aside, she hated not him, but the thing between. Savage, primitive instincts, not reason, spoke. For him she loved in her wild way. When he re-entered the cave, it was dark, save for the glow of the central fire. He says, "It is finished. I have done the great thing that no man has done before, and I am very weary." He laid his matted head on her bosom with the sigh of a child seeking comfort, and she took his young, smooth, bearded face between her hands and stroked it. So peace encompassed them. At sunrise, Oo went along the terrace row of caves and summoned the chief Arai, who strode out into the bleak morning. "Ai has returned." "It is good," said Arai good-naturedly. I will call the nation together, and she shall be killed before them." "I take her back to me," said Oo. The chief proffered his axe. "Better this," he said. "I take her back according to the law," said Oo. "It is your right," replied Arai sulkily, for he would have enjoyed a bit of constitutional torture. So Oo returned to fetch Ai, while Arai raised his hand to his cheek and gave the eerie cry that summoned the nation, not to battle, but to civil conference. And like graves giving up the dead on the last day, the caves instantly vomited forth the hairy, skin-clad population, through which Oo and Ai presently frayed their way to the broad expanse of sand in front of Rai's cave, at the mouth of which he stood. But their way had been marked by jeers and insult, as Oo had feared, and he had shut his teeth tight, pretending not to hear, and Ai, her arm held in his grip, had flashed and spat in impotent anger. It was a grey morning, the sun not yet having pierced the mass of cloud that capped the overhanging mountains. The sky was overcast, the air still and damp. There was no colour. In the sacred space on which no man uninvited or not on errand dare step, surrounded by the terraced horde of semi-human forms, stood the three figures. The chief pointed authoritatively to the furthermost edge, and the woman crouched there sullenly on the ground. A roar of derision broke forth. Then Oo upheld the spear that he was carrying and glared around. It was unique. It had a slender haft ornamented with strange and wondrous tendrils and leaves burned into the wood. The flint head was long, delicate, and tapering, and even in the dull light glistened like silver. It had been one of his masterpieces, made some 2 years back, from which the artist could not bear to part. He stretched it out as a gift to the chief who took it from him, and looked at it in amaze, and held up his hand for the silence which instinctively fell. Then Oo, wild and lame, sprang into the attitude of one about to give supreme tidings, and fixing his burning eyes on the Rai, burst into torrential speech. "It is to pray for the woman, O Rai, that I have come, the woman I won by the law, for I slew with the blade I had fashioned the mountain man who was carrying her way to his fastness. And I have a great thing to say and a great thing to deliver, and you will tell it to your children and children's children. Listen, O people, and you will hear tidings that no man has ever heard." He swept an unseeing gaze around, singing his song, which he had composed for Ai's deliverance like a man possessed. To the savage audience he postured preternatural. He sang of the glory of the nation, of his childish struggle with the mountain leopard that had torn the sinews from his leg. But he, the child, the son of the nation, had stabbed the leopard to the heart. He sang the song of his spearheads and the edges of the axes whereby the nation hewed their way to victory. He sang the coming of Ai and the fight of the sword that he had fashioned into the flight of the sword that he had fashioned into the throat of the mountain man. He sang of her beauty and the perfection of her breasts and the wonder of her limbs that he had recorded forever on the blade. He sang of Uru the renegade, the traitor, how by force he had carried her away to the downriver nation. He sang of his despair. He sang of the great battle with the mountain folk, a song of victory, celebrated the feats of arms of the great warriors of the nation. The wild men, who had never heard song or story before, stared at him open-mouthed, awed as though a god with golden voice had descended among them. One man alone, listening to the inspired poet, might not have understood, might possibly have swept him away with an impatient club. But the mass was held electrified, the tiny spark in each individual merging into the mighty common current. Bemused, they swayed to the magic rhythm of his song. He sang of her return, of her killing of Uru with the blade engraved with her loveliness. He entered on his own peroration. He gave her to him in honor, and he who had armed them for victory, he who, although lame, had accompanied them on their last slaying of foes and had returned drenched in hostile and honourable blood, would beget children would beget children who should be the wonder of mankind. He clapped his hands before his eyes, and staggered back, and would have fallen had not that I caught him round the middle with a vast arm. And then the hell of primitive emotion burst forth. The stupendous reaction came. No law no longer existed. Wave upon wave of savage and worship-strung men burst onto the sacred space of sand. To save Uu's life, Rai lifted his shoulder high above the crush of adoration, the pandemonium of waving hands and guttural roars, and I, pushed about and trampled upon, was forgotten in the corner where by the law she had to crouch. After a while, Rai put Oo half recovered behind him, and stood on a flat judgment stone a few feet beyond the cave, and swayed his great axe threateningly, gave the signal for clearance. In order to obtain it, he had to cleave a man's head in twain, but as he was an unimportant fellow, it mattered little to the efficacy of the nation. Willing hands dragged the corpse away. The sacred space was clear, and at the edge still crouched Ai, for it would have been death for her to move. Rai made a step toward her and commanded, "Rise, woman." She obeyed. Uu rushed forward and would have taken her to him, but the chief's huge arm interposed a barrier. According to law, he asked, "You take back the woman to wife?" "Yes," said Uu, and the chief's arm sank by his side. "And you, woman?" For answer, she plucked below the folds of the skin that covered her left breast. There was a flash, and Uu fell back with his great blade, consecrated to beauty, sticking in his throat. They closed round her like a pack of wolves in a second of time. There was nothing on earth that resembled Ai. The song of Uu lived in the soul of the nation. Then, all being able to grow the flower who had got the seed, a young poet arose, who sang the song of Ai from her point of view. And that was the first presentation of one of the most insoluble of poor human problems. Well, we've got that one done. I will need to drink a bit. How long have we been going on? I suppose. Hey, that's a respectable length so far, but I suppose we could perhaps go back to first collection we read and read at least one more story from there. So let me just get up my things in order. And let me just find the appropriate moment, appropriate space. Now let's see. This is another story from C.A. Dawson Scott's The Vampire. I'll flash this up here for a bit, just because I want to have a way to identify when I change something or not. So we have that, and I guess we'll just go and back to this, and then let's see here, just checking the chat again. Okay, now then I need to actually find where it starts. Okay, we've read And Behold a White Horse and the Quarel. Then let's read Simple Silas, might be good. It's not that long. So the first one's a bit long, so let me just see. There we go. Simple Silas. In the shelter of the tamarisk against the low whitewashed wall, Tom Hawkins stood with little grey Olive. He was troubled because his father had said he wasn't to marry the daughter of that hussy down to Pleasant Springs, and he loved Grey, had been courting her since they sat on the same bench at school. Your dad, now pity him. Away all summer, the sound of a gramophone floated from the open window of the cottage. Sarah Olive had some of her chaps in. He is home winter, Grey said. After all, he is home winter, Grey said. After all, Mammy was his affair. Her goings-on are not to spoil young lives. Anyway, he's simple, he don't understand. Understand more than we give him credit for. You know that scar between his eyes? The scar he has had since he was a child? Well, times he sits looking at Mam in his quiet way, and the scar turns red. I don't like it then. Don't know for why, but I don't. Pity he don't do more than look at your Mam. 'Tis hard lines on we, my peach. Grey thought so too. Such a mother and such a queer, helpless sort of father. The latter was kind enough, but people said he was moonstruck. Certainly he never seemed to think she had any claim on him. If she had. She had not thought of that. Oh, Tom, she said with a shiver, how I hate this sort of... She did not know how to put it, but she thought of the furtive comings and goings, the wild merriment and secret drinking. The arm about her tightened. He wanted to take her out of it, and he would. Look here, honey life, I'll ask Parson Jacker to put the banns up. Us could live small till old man come round. He'd miss me on the farm, so he would. Wouldn't get no one else to work for, or as I have done. But she shook her head. Don't want your dad hurried up because of me, dear. Us'll wait till my father comes, and then I'll talk to he. We have waited a long time. She turned her face to his shoulder, whispering promising, but in her heart she was uneasy. She had ventured once to remonstrate with her mother, and had been told, with a quick slap on the cheek, to mind her business. 'Tis my life, all I got, and I'll please myself what I do with it. And when the men jeered at her father, in spite of the little doubt she thought of him as that, when they jeered and called him rough, old-fashioned names, he looked vaguely at them with, "It don't trouble me." Was that true? Did he not mind that his wife was a byword? Once in the years gone by, he must have cared for her as Grey cared for Tom. She was still handsome, and Grey knew she had been called the Belle of St. Ryan. When they were first married, father must have cared. Poor father, what a time he must have had of it. He seemed indifferent now, but was he as indifferent as he seemed? Grey was not sure, not quite. He behaved as if he were, and yet, as a child from the corner of the disorderly home, she had often watched him, staring with round, dull eyes at his wife, eyes behind which was a thought. Sarah, daffing with some man, and never seemed to notice the quiet figure by the fire. No doubt she had grown used to him. Your father ought to be on his way home, Tom said. He had enough of this waiting, and there was the house at Towens. His dad would let him have it if he married. That is, if he married with his consent. You might let him have it anyhow. He'll sure walk in one day this week or next, Gray said. During the summer, Silas Olivet pushed a grindstone through the big towns, but as there was an R in the mouth, he came back to St. Ryan. By trade, he was a pig butcher, and, being clever at his job, was much in request from September to April. Come autumn, and every farm had pigs turned out to fatten in the corn crop fields, or shut up with nothing to go but eat. Every cottage, too. The country people were waiting for Silas, killing stool, salt, and barrel in readiness, waiting for him and the little sharp knife with which he made his quick stab, with which afterwards he cut up the grey-white carcasses. I'll be glad when he come, Gray said. Things is quieter then. How I wish when he'd take her with him. Much good wishing, Tom said bitterly. Here, honey maid, 'tis getting late. Give I a proper kiss and I'll be off home. Day or two later, Gray woke to the clink of their gate, and looking from her little window under the eaves saw Silas Olivet trundling his grindstone up the path. It was a lovely sea-blue, sun-golden morning, and the man, clean and small and brown, seemed part of it. Gray wondered whether he were glad to come back. Her young girl efforts could not keep the place sweet. She roused her mother. Here is father come home for the pig-killing. It appeared, however, that this was not the case. I don't want to kill no more pigs, Silas said, when told that Andrew of Lower Harlin and Wood of Trison had sent for him. Pigs? There's worse than pigs trotting around the world. Why should I kill pigs? He was standing before his wife, a bag that he had pulled out of his breeches pocket in his hand, and Gray noticed that the scar on his forehead was an angry red. Somebody must kill them, Sarah said placidly. Silas had his funny notions, but he got over them, and everything went on as before. No good taking any notice. She put out her hands for the bag. He untied it, poured the contents into her lap, fat pieces of silver. Silas had few needs. Sorry, I'm just checking. Sorry, I need to check the chat again. Okay. The lee side of a hedge did him a summer for a sleeping place, and the cottagers and Black Lane people for whom he ground knives and scissors often added bite and sup to the pence they paid. He always brought home money. Sarah gave him no thanks. What'll I say to Andrew? Say I only came home because of the sea. The sea, you gobbrel? Silas looked puzzled. He came home because the sea called him. In the spring, Sarah drove him out over the hills that lay between St. Rin and the big towns. All summer he heard a distant calling, and when the leaves grew thin on the trees, the calling came more loudly, so loudly that he had to obey it. This time there had been something mixed with that calling, another note, a note that troubled yet drew him. I've heard the sea, he said slowly, and now I can go back. He knew that he had not obeyed the urging of that other voice, that he did not want to, but wanted to go. But, said Sarah, there's our pig. Oh, surely you kill he. Fine chap he is. I put an Irish in Heller's field. She smiled to herself, her thoughts unconscious of those movings in the minds of husband and daughter. Silas glanced through the doorway at the 8-acre field opposite his cottage, Hellier's field. A good farmer, he would be there for the ploughing, for the sowing, for the cutting and carrying. Silas's pig, gleaning the dropped grain in Hellier's field. Yes, but that was why he had come home. That was the something beyond the insistent calling of the sea. He had to kill the pig that gleaned in Hellier's field. Come and see him. For a fortnight now he's been in feeding. He must be all of 20 score. She got up, led the way down the garden to a tarred shed against the wall. Within was a heavy white animal which looked at man and wife with a confident friendliness. From them came the constant supplies of appetizing food. Look as he'd been way more than 20 score, don't he? Whatever Silas had in that strange mind of his, he was no true countryman if he wasn't proud of such a pig. She stood back a little, that her husband might note the animal's breath and heaviness. You'll listen for me, she said. But Silas hardly seemed to see the white pig. He was looking dreamily at his wife. He's sure I'll kill him." Mrs. Oliver laughed out, but she had known the sight of his own pig would do the trick. Once his little knife slipped into that throat, he would forget that he did not mean to do any more killing, and all would be hunky-dory. She knew how to manage him, she did. Before the week was out, she would have him working away at his trade as usual. When will you do it?" "Go in and head up the water. I'll kill him now." "Now, my lord? And me with nothing ready." She hurried to the house. "Gray, run up to the shop and get me salt and nitre. Your father's going to kill pig." The girl hesitated. "But, Mammy, there's a bill owing. Plenty to pay it with." Pulling out a handful of silver, she put some into the girl's hand. "Your hat now, and be quick." She turned to Silas. "Got your knife?" "Knife's keen, but I'll give it an extra wet." The grindstone stood by the porch, and going to it, he treadled for a moment. When Gray, in a clean, freshly ironed blue cotton, came down the path, she was surprised to find he had wheeled the little handcart to the gate. Did that mean he was really going? Her heart sank, for she had a fear that this time he would not come back. Yet indeed, why should she? Well, it was hard on Tom and herself. If her father went, with him go their last chance of bringing Mammy to a better mind. She looked at the old round stone, and her tears rose. Father. He had run the wheel into the road when her voice, pitiful and sweet, stayed him. He looked at her, but not as if she were anyone he knew. "'Tis me, Gray." "Gray," he said vacantly, and shook his head. He was very queer, more so than ever before, but she must try and get through his queerness. Underneath he was kind. "Father." He glanced at her, pretty maid, and she had tears in her eyes, but she was nothing to him, faint. She hurried on unheeding. "I want you to do something for me." He was troubled that she should add to his burden, but perhaps if he agreed she would go away and let him be. "What is it?" "I want to marry Tom Hawken." "Foolish of me." "Father, are you really going away?" His face had a look of haste, confusion. "If only I can get off before—" "Oh, no, you mustn't. You must take her with you." "Take Mammy." He was standing on the path between the two gnarled tamarisks, and the light fell on the perplexed brown face. He looked back at the whitewashed cottage, and it was as if he were seeing a heap of garbage. "Mucky," said he. Gray perceived, or thought she did, that her mother's dirty ways had disgusted him. 20 years of slovenliness. She glanced back as he had done, saw the dead mouse that had been thrown out days ago, the potato peelings, the cabbage stalks. "I know," she said sympathetically, "and no doubt it had been hard on you. But when you married her, you must have seen that her ways, well, they weren't clean." He shook his head. "Didn't I? Told me she was all gospel. Well, you know now. But you must know everything. And it is spoiling my life, so it is. After all, 'twas you married her, she yours." The broad vacant face shadowed. "Mine," he said, in a sort of muttering voice. "It's sure hers mine. The grindstone and Sarah, all he had." Of late he had a queer doubt as to whether Sarah were really his, but this little maid had reassured him Sarah was his, Sarah as well as the grindstone. For the first time he seemed to come to the surface to see and recognize Gray. He made a gesture as if freeing his fingers from some sticky adhesive substance. "You'll get Tom," he said slowly. She waited. "And me, I'll keep what's mine." Grateful yet a little awed, she left him. How he would manage it, she could not guess, but she had faith, so much faith that before long she forgot her worries in hoping that Tom would be ploughing the field on the road to shop. She had made and washed and ironed the frock she was wearing, and she would like him to see that pretty and clean things could come out even such a home as hers. Beside the blue of her frock and the blue of her eyes, Silas went up the path. In his hand he held the silver of steel with which he had converted so many short-lived generations of pigs into pork. He had fitted it with a short wooden halt, and when he went pig-killing he carried it concealed in his palm. The animal, bound to the killing stool, could not see the knife, did not know what was about to happen. A prick. Silas knew the exact spot, the jugular, for that prick which would let out the hot blood, send it frothing into the ready bowl. The pig knew only the oncoming drowsiness that was death. Deaf. Sarah had filled the copper, had lighted the fire under it. When you killed a pig, you wanted plenty of boiling water with which to scald off the outer skin. She stirred about, getting ready the barrel for the salting. I hate these words. This is one of the words I really hate. Bringing out the bowls and the old killing stool. She had not meant to have the pig killed this weekend, but as well now as later. Besides, as soon as the pig's house was empty, Hellier would fit it for her, and he had a nice lot of little Veras, so he had. She would pick a pig. Last time he had given her a sow, but nowadays she got what she wanted. She liked Hellier fine, and as for him, he was fair mazed about her. For a moment she stood dreaming, then, "Ready, old silly Billy? Me? I don't keep no one waiting." She had still to push a bit more stick into the copper fire, and he leaned against the jamb of the door, watching her, waiting for her. 20 years since he had brought her to Pleasant Springs. He had dim memories of summer weather, of walking by the sea, Sundays, of tilling his bit of garden. Good memories, but behind them something dark as carrion meat, something that tainted the good memories. He was worried about that dark something. It was that, not Sarah, that had driven him from his home and village, that had sent him to dry, stony places out of sound of the sea. The sea. When he heard the welcoming voice on his return, gladness rose in his heart, like sweet water in a well. It was the sea that made St. Ryn home. If only he could always have the sound of it in his ears when he lay down at night. If he could wake to its rough shouting. It called him across England to the rim of hills beyond which it lay, and he knew that some day he would go down to it, and it would give him peace. That was the thing he wanted, peace. He was suffering, and he did not understand why. He was restless. During the summer, while he had been plodding up one street and along another, he had been aware of an urge. He was to do something. The need to do it lay at the back of his mind, just out of sight. When he tried to get a look at it, it was not there, but it interfered with his sleep. At night he no longer lay watching the stars rise until his eyes closed. Instead he lay watching until they paled before the yellowish dawn. He wished he could rid himself of this bothering thing. He had always been a quiet, placid sort of chap, but now it was a devil sitting in a corner of his mind and whispering to him, pushing him. Sarah came toward him, a tall, smiling woman with very red lips and a full figure. Silas did not move, only straightened himself. "Give I a kiss, Sarah?" She laughed good-humouredly. "'Tis years since I'd done that." She had given her easy kisses here and there, but never since he learned how easy they were had Silas asked for one. He put his hands on her shoulders and let something hard on the right. "What you got there? 'Tis only my pig knife." And he turned her face to his. "Had your first kiss, I did." She mocked him lightly. "Not you. Why, I was 19 when I married, and for a good enough reason. I'd a pretty many before then. You told me, maid will say anything when she is in trouble." For a while he seemed dumbfounded, then his hand slipped up a little, closing. "Didn't have your first, didn't I?" The scar between his eyes was a vivid red, and the eyes were no longer round and implacable. Something sinister yet agonized looked out of them. "At least then I'll have your last." And with that kiss, his twisting hand pushed home the knife. For a moment she stood, a look of wild surprise on her face, but as the blood spurted, she slid forward, her legs giving. Silas swerved aside, and she fell in a crumpled heap across the threshold. The man's face changed till it was once more bland and vacant. He had killed the pig that gleaned in Hellier's field, and he was free to go. Stepping over the body, he went down the path and grasped the handles of the wheel cart. Behind him lay the hills over which he must pass, if he would seek the safety of the big towns. But Silas was tired of pavements and houses and the passing of people. He went not uphill, but down towards the sea. Okay. Now then, I just need to blow my nose a bit. And I'll just quickly go to the bathroom and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. Now then, what shall we go on with now? Well, I could potentially. There's the two waves from the Taygetos. Yes. So, which page is this? Page 86. So, what we're going to read now is a story from a Romanian Vendetta by Carmen Silva. specifically the two waves from the Taygetos. Now I'm just going to share this one again, just for the sake of consistency. Hello? I'm not sure what that means. I just came back. Okay, so let me just find the particular... Okay, let's make it a bit bigger. They dwelt by the riverside, both of them. He was over yonder on the further bank, keeping guard over the newly stacked sheaves of corn, and she had her geese to mind in the meadows on this side. He was called Soare, and they called her Evangelou. His name, which means sunshine, suited him well, for Soare was fair-haired, while Evangelou had a pale dark skin and black hair, and the brows and lashes that shaded her green-grey eyes were quite black too. Her lips were coral red, and she had dimples in her cheeks and a dimpled chin. They were alike in this, that both were foundlings, children left beside the river on two separate occasions, none knew by whom. They had grown up beside it as if they had belonged to it, and the river seemed to form a part of their young lives as it flowed along. Nothing ever happened in that quiet life of theirs, except that one day they began to look at one another across the stream from the opposite banks. In winter time he worked as a silversmith in a tiny little smithy just outside the village, making silver candlesticks and earrings and chains and all sorts of silver ornaments, which he then sold for very trifling sums, while she did a day's work in all the houses around about in turn, sometimes sitting at the loom from daybreak till far into the evening, in order to earn her scanty meal and the night's lodging, the right to lie down and sleep in a corner by the hearth. But after that came the beautiful time for them both, the season in which they could live together, all together out of doors, having nothing to do with any other human beings, but only with the other inhabitants of the fields and meadows, the beasts and birds and flowers. That was a happy time indeed for both of them. The summer was always one long holiday, for when Evangelou had fed her geese and given them plenty of water to drink, and watched to see that they did not stray inside the neighbours' boundaries and do mischief there, then her day's task was done, and she could lie down tranquilly in the midst of her flock and go to sleep. And as for Soare, he was obliged to take his rest in the daytime, so as to keep awake all night long to wander through the shocks of corn with his gun slung across his shoulder, on the watch to protect the harvest fruits from the fire and from midnight thieves. And he felt that he was mounting guard over Evangelou at the same time, protecting her as she slept, and he kept sending stealthy glances over towards her to see that she was safe and that nothing disturbed her slumber. So far they had never yet spoken to one another, for in summer the river separated them, and in winter the different nature of their work, they could only look at one another very, very hard indeed. The strange part of it was that they somehow began to see one another suddenly in quite a different light. Now Evangelou found herself thinking of Soare, even if he did not happen to be in sight, and she was always in his thoughts at all times. Whether she were absent or present, it was all the same. He always saw her before him, with those wonderful deep eyes of hers, gazing out from under the well-marked brows and the laughing dimples and the tall, slender figure, into which the insignificant little girl seemed suddenly to have developed, like a magnificent blossom unfolding from a tightly closed bud. She had shot up so quickly, she had outgrown the bushes at the river's edge, and could now reach quite easily to the branches of the trees overhead to pluck the cherries hanging from them. All that he saw quite distinctly as he lay stretched at full length in the long grass, pretending to sleep. And she saw him lying there, and saw what beautiful golden hair he had, hair of a colour so rarely seen in Romania, as yellow as the sheaves of corn he watched over. They were all alone in the world, those two, without a friend or a relation. They had not become orphans, poor children. They were so from the first. It never occurred to anyone to notice how beautiful Evangelou had grown. No one saw that her hair was so thick and long it covered her like a mantle when she let it down. A long black mantle that hid her completely from head to foot. She only saw herself how thickly the heavy black tresses shaded her face when she looked into her tiny looking-glass, no bigger than the palm of one's hand. And she did not like this at all, for there was no one there to tell her how pretty dark eyes and green eyes may be. All the other young girls had black eyes, why must hers be green? But these green eyes of hers had a dark core. Their pupil was so big it made the whole eye seem of an extraordinary size, bigger even than those of the other children, though these were considerably bigger than most of though these were considerably bigger than most of the eyes you see elsewhere. Those tragic Romanian eyes, people from foreign countries are in the habit of saying when they come amongst us. Evangelou knew nothing of that. She would not have understood what a tragedy was, nor what was meant by foreign countries. She only knew that she was quite forsaken and alone, with no one belonging to her in the whole wide world. As to how far the wide world extended, about that she had only the very confused and hazy notions. One day she observed that Soare had, after he had bathed in the river as usual in the morning, went down again, closer to the water's edge, and set something afloat on it, which he held by a long string. Feeling curious, she drew closer to the bank, and then she perceived that it was a very big leaf on which stood something floating across the stream towards her. She now stepped right down to the waterside and found that on the leaf was placed the prettiest little hut, made of rushes most skilfully plaited together, and she was so pleased with it, she set a very grateful look over to where Soare stood in the sunshine, as tall and straight as a sapling. He had dark brown eyes with his fair hair and a finely cut nose, and a light down was beginning to show on his upper lip. In his white shirt, held in by a broad leather belt, he looked slight and supple enough to be drawn through a ring. His fair hair hung over his shoulders and shone like gold in the sun, which seemed to be in a especially bright mood that morning, and sent down a perfect flood of light and heat upon the yellow cornfields. The next day a tiny raft of twisted reeds came floating over the stream, with a young hare sitting on it, and at this Evangelou laughed for very joy, and her clear, ringing laughter reached over to the other shore where Soare stood, and caused his heart to leap in his breast, as if the space that contained it were too small, and it must burst its walls. That evening Evangelou found it impossible to fall asleep as usual. There was something she had to tell the stars, something she kept on repeating, and that was the marvelous discovery she had made. Soare has fair hair. The stars twinkled and went out slowly one by one, for it is well known to the country people that the stars have to be lighted up afresh every night, as they only last the night and have always burnt out towards morning. That was the reason that Evangelou could tell them anything she liked, as everything they heard would be burnt out with them during the night. So she was not afraid to keep on telling them over and over again her wonderful secret, Soare has fair hair. It was such a pleasure to go on saying that, and the stars seemed to like listening to it. At all events, she saw distinctly how they always flared up most brilliantly for a minute or two at the words, Soare has fair hair. Once in the middle of the night, she heard the waves on the river splash more loudly, and then she thought she heard steps quite close beside her in the grass, and she shut her eyes tight, fearing she knew not what. In the morning she found a bunch of the prettiest for the field flowers lying beside her, tied round with a blade of grass. She struck them into her girdle and smiled at Soare, who was watching her. The river that day was brighter and more sparkling than it had ever been before. After this he came every night, for his duty in watching the corn did not allow him to sleep in the night time, and laid flowers in the grass beside her as she slept. And she put them in her girdle next morning and wore them there all day, and both young things were as happy as could be, but all the time they had not spoken a single word to one another. They were much too shy for that. But one night, when she was really fast asleep, He stole up close beside her and slipped a little silver ring upon her finger, and in the morning when she was bathing her face and neck in the stream, she saw it sparkle on her hand, and she blushed all over neck and arms for pleasure, and the tears stood in her eyes at the sight of this marvellous treasure. She could do nothing but look at it, and her eyes were still fixed on it, when Soare waded across the stream in the shallowest part, and suddenly stood behind her, putting his arm around her waist and whispering her name, Evangelu. That was all he said, and she could only murmur Soare very gently in reply. So in this manner they were betrothed, and from that moment they always sat together side by side as many hours of the day as possible. And when he could not come over to her, then she drove her flock close to the water's edge, so that they were in sight of one another the whole time. So that they were in sight of one another the whole time. But winter came to put an end to this happy time and separate them once more. They would have to go in different directions to their daily work. He to his smithy, she back to the loom, in any house where employment might be had and a living earned. But before they parted, Soare went to the village priest and told him how they wished to be married, begging him to wed them. A dark shadow came across the priest's face. "You cannot marry," he said. Soare laughed. "Not marry, we two?" he asked. "I wonder who should try to prevent us. We are all alone in the world, both she and I. We have neither kith nor kin, nor any soul to care for us. We have grown up together, boy and girl, and love one another now. We would be man and wife." "I dare not sanction it. Dost thou know, then, who we are?" "I know, alas, the secret of your birth. I know that thou unhappy children are brother and sister, was told me in confession, that I might, in case of need, ward off the danger that now threatens." Soare flung himself upon the ground. "Cruel," he groaned, and gnashed his teeth. "Why could they not keep silence forever? Why must they needs come with their accursed secret to take from us the one little bit of happiness we possessed? And now I must be forever alone, 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 and none can ever take the pain from out my heart." Thus the poor lad gave vent to his despair, but there was no help for it. It had to be borne, and he had moreover to break the cruel tidings himself to his Evangelu. She listened in silence, but she grew white to the very lips, and tottered a moment as though she would have fallen had she not leant against the wall. Then she seemed to draw herself together and went back quietly to her work, and no one ever heard a word of complaint escape her lips. Soare too set to work again, but it was easy to see that his heart was no longer in it, for he seemed constantly tired and had to sit down to rest. He grew thinner and paler too from day to day, so that folk were full of compassion for him when they came to his little workshop to make purchases. He never spoke of what ailed him, but as time went on, he paused more frequently in his work to wipe away the cold drops that stood on his forehead, and his eyes grew bigger and more hollow, and seemed to blaze with a strange inward fire. At last one day Evangelu came to see him, and the two poor children sat side by side for a long time without speaking a single word. What should they have said to one another? Indeed, their hearts were too full of words. But before she left him, Soare spoke. "When I die, you will come too, will you not, Evangelu?" And she nodded, and that was all. There was no more said. But when they carried Soare to the grave, then Evangelu crept out of the way into a corner and lay down on the maize leaves strewn there, and had not strength to rise from it again. She did not complain, nor moan, nor shed a single tear. She smiled the whole time, a sad, patient smile, and when people asked her how she was, then her magnificent eyes began to shine like stars, and she murmured softly to herself, "Soare has fair hair." Those were the only words she ever spoke, and when the springtime came, Evangelu was dead too, and they buried her in the same grave with Soare. But late at night, when the world was wrapped in sleep, a veiled figure crept into the silent churchyard and knelt beside the grave, and wept as if it could find no peace. For some years after, that same veiled figure came again, many times at nightfall, to weep upon the grave. Then all at once the visit ceased, the mysterious visitor was seen no more. Very soon Soare and Evangelu were forgotten too. Their story was just a legend in the village, and even the children could scarcely point out the grave in which they lay. Nothing was left but a few silver ornaments, specimens of Soare's workmanship, to tell of the two young lives that had so soon passed away. No, hello. So we've got that. We've got that. I do need to drink a bit of water. Perhaps I am a bit a bit tired. I think maybe we could actually go for one more and actually have I'm just checking. Yeah, should have something or other. Let's just still read. I'm just looking through this. I guess I could do the Phantom Organ. That's another story from Who Shall Condemn, one that I hope was going to be a bit better than the last one. That one was more conventional melodrama. So let us go to this one just to show off what we're currently reading. And I suppose okay, then let me just find it. Okay. The Phantom Organ. There could be no doubt about it. The people of the town of M were exceedingly proud of themselves. As to the precise reasons for this pride, to tell the truth, they were only known to the inhabitants of the town themselves. And had any stranger to the place ventured to ask why they thought so much of their town and its surroundings, he would in all probability have received such a black stare of utterly incredulous amazement at the audacity of such a question as would have effectually prevented him from pushing his inquiries further. Undoubtedly, the people of M had a right to pride themselves upon one or two things. For instance, the town stood in perhaps one of the loveliest spots in France, lying as it did in a luxuriantly fertile valley, surrounded on all sides by beautifully wooded high hills, which effectually protected it from great extremes of temperature and gave to it a climate of the most delightfully salubrious nature. Then again, there was an air of prosperity and happiness about the place that no doubt conducted to put these particular people on very good terms with themselves. But as the reason for this self-satisfied feeling on the part of the inhabitants of M have nothing whatever to do with the present narrative, it is obviously needless to relate them at any length. Suffice it to say that any traveller who happened to pass a short time in this favoured spot came away much impressed by the atmosphere of happiness and contentment that pervaded it, and withal very much amused at the airs of greatness and importance assumed by many of its principal men. Let us briefly notice one or two of these gentlemen. The mayor of M was a pompous individual who imagined that he was the governor of the entire universe. For many years he had been the chief man of the town, and if anything had happened to depose him from the position in which and if anything had happened to depose him from the position in which he so much delighted, the good gentleman would, we are afraid, have shortly died of sheer chagrin. There was no denying the fact that Mr. Sabot, as he walked proudly along the broad streets of the picturesquely situated town, bowing right and left to everyone he met, smiling complacently to himself as he surveyed the spotless blackness of his own broad waistcoat, considered himself absolutely indispensable to the welfare of the general community. Monsieur Sabot was not aware, and therefore could not take notice of the fact, that many of the said community did not consider him so indispensable as he imagined himself to be. But what the eye does not see, the heart cannot grieve after, is an ancient though true saying, which in this case is extremely applicable. Monsieur Sabot was an extremely dapper little man, round-faced, complacent-looking, with well-oiled hair, trim, highly polished boots, well-brushed clothes, and a pompous gait, that at once proclaimed to any stranger who might happen to be in M that he considered himself a very great man. A very great man indeed. In fact, if the said stranger had made inquiries of any citizen concerning the dapper, self-satisfied little gentleman who had just passed him, he would have received the assurance in a slightly awe-stricken tone of voice that it was Monsieur Sabot the mayor, a very nice man. Oh yes, a very nice man indeed. Still, we cannot be surprised that Monsieur Sabot thought a great deal of himself, and it must be confessed that a great number of the people of M were of exactly the same opinion, for after all said and done, the town was perhaps better governed from a municipal point of view than any other town you could possibly name. There was little or no contention, that is, as to matters of public interest in the place. Its streets were well looked after, its general condition extremely healthy, and its people as a whole were a happy, go-easy, contented lot, who maybe for that matter required very little looking after at all. But beside the mayor, the burghers of the town thought quite as much of themselves in a smaller way as did that worthy man. Like him, they were all, with one or two exceptions, pompous and fat, of rubicund countenance, enormous breadth of waistcoat, and great podginess of leg. They swaggered about the town with the aid of men who knew they were great, and the people, as they passed them, would look after them with a sort of reverential respect, which to a stranger was ludicrous in the extreme. Two other great men in their way did the town of M possess. One was the dear old Abbé Serton, and the other Monsieur de la Coin, organist of the fine church of the Virgin Mary. The Abbé, perhaps, although the mayor would never admit it, was far more beloved by the people than any other man in the town. He was a dear old gentleman. Everyone from the lowest to the highest acknowledged that this was so. He was above the medium height, rather spare, of a somewhat sad cast of countenance, as though at one point of his life he had passed through scenes of great trouble which had left their mark upon his broad intellectual forehead. His hair was snow white, and he had plenty of it. He wore his clerical garb with an easy grace that put one at one's ease with him immediately. Despite the sadness of his life, his expressions almost instantly compelled you to like and respect him. His eyes met yours with so much frankness and candor that you felt impelled, though you might have met him but for the first time, to pour out any little troubles that you might have into his sympathetic ear, and to ask his advice as to the best means of getting rid of them. There and then. The Abbés were wonderful eyes. Their colour it is impossible to describe. In some lights and at some moments they were grey, at others black, and when entered into an argument or conversation in which he could display the full wealth of his marvellous learning, they would flash with a fire and enthusiasm which unmistakably betokened the cultured scholar. For the rest, his face was clean-shaven, revealing a firm yet sympathetic mouth and clearly cut chin, which denoted great strength and determination of character. No matter upon what subject the Abbé Certain was consulted, he seemed, in the variety and multitude of his experiences, at once able to give the exact answer required to each one of them, and for this reason alone he was just the man to lead the people of M in the spiritual way. He could be sympathetic when occasion required, and in like manner he could chide, comfort, or admonish as might be found necessary. And in all probability there was not a citizen in the town of M who would not have done a great deal for the Abbé Certain had he been called upon to do so. The Abbé lived in a beautiful old house upon the outskirts of the town, and was always pleased to see anyone and everyone who cared to take the trouble of walking out to his comfortable home. The one other and last great man of the place, as we already know, was the organist of the church, Mr. de la Coin. Monsieur, as he was called, was not liked. He was an insufferably conceited man, whose whole soul was wrapped up in his music. He would not admit that any other instrument but the organ had the slightest claim to be called a musical instrument in the highest sense of the word, and if you had cared to enter into a conversation with him concerning this, the greatest of all instruments, as he maintained, he would bore you for hours with a lengthy dissertation, liberally interspersed with egotistical eyes, until you heartily wished you had never broached the subject to him at all. He would inform you with the greatest unction that he revelled in music, and if you could not at once assert that you did likewise, he would hold up his hands in horror and vaguely wonder how you could do anything else. There is no necessity to describe Mr. Coin at any great length. The man's face reflected his character, that is to say, what little he had, and it usually wore a vacant, idiotic expression that would have allowed him to pass in a crowd without attracting the slightest attention. He walked with a peculiar springy step, induced, as he averred, by continually playing upon the pedals of the organ. His chin was always carried high in the air, and his two hands waved constantly up and down on either side of his body as he walked, whilst his fingers ceaselessly performed imaginary scales upon whilst his fingers ceaselessly performed imaginary scales upon an imaginary keyboard. So much for Monsieur de la Coin, the last but by no means least, at any rate, in his own opinion, of the great men of this place. Again, the inhabitants of M were, as we already know, extremely proud of the streets of their town, of its public buildings, and of its, in their estimation, great men. Maybe, in a stranger's mind, these things would not have excited an extraordinary amount of interest, merely because the aforementioned stranger would, in all probability, have seen in the course of his travels streets and buildings very much finer in architecture and arrangement, and men of far greater rank and importance than those of M. But there was one thing that stranger would have to admit. If he had not acknowledged the fact, it would have caused those worthy people to have looked askance at him, and that one thing was the fine old church of the Virgin Mary. Nobody could deny that it was a magnificent pile. The citizens of M were justly proud of this great possession. Its architecture was superb, its size colossal, and to crown all, it was of extreme age. It stood on the very centre of the well-laid-out town, surrounded by trees that had taken many a long year to grow. It had a spacious graveyard around it, in which were numbers of stately monuments raised to the memory of long-departed but still loved members of the families of M citizens. No wonder Mr. Lecoyne, the organist, was proud of himself, for the organ, like the church, was a magnificent one, and no one could deny that he was a thorough master of his instrument. Moreover, the Abbé Serton, by his eminently practical, sympathetic, and withal profoundly learned sermons, drew within the portals of the fine old building an enormous congregation every Sabbath day, and as consequence, taking all these circumstances into consideration, it seemed not to be a matter of surprise that the inhabitants of M highly prided themselves upon the possession of such a place. The Abbé was not a man who believed in the ranting, useless rubbish often talked by many divines, who vainly flatter themselves that they can successfully point out to a congregation of variously constituted minds the way to heaven. What he believed in was a sermon calculated to refresh the minds of businessmen, that would give encouragement to their tired wives, who often needed some cheering words after they had finished the affairs of the week, and as consequence many a weary mind was brought by its owner to hear the words of hope and to hear the words of comfort and hope spoken by the good old man. Now, having given some idea of the state of things at this moment existing in the town of M, we will here sketch in brief an incident that excited great interest and talk at the time, and which is yet remembered, because of its strangeness, by the older citizens of the place. It was the Sabbath day, and it was evening. The streets were thronged with people. The whole vast concourse was tending in one direction, and if we had taken the trouble to follow in its rear, we should ultimately have entered with it the splendid old church. As we pass through the arched open door, the light becomes dim, and the long vista of its magnificent nave opens up before our admiring gaze in all its grandeur. It is very broad, and the pavement underneath our feet is flagged with great blocks of grey stone. The high, ancient-looking pews, fashioned of beautifully carved wood, are all black with age, and stretch away to the right and left of us, till at last they are terminated by the massive walls of the building. The body of the church is divided, as it were, into three divisions, whose roofs are supported by huge columns of solid grey stone. Up soar these great round fluted pillars, till they end in splendidly carved capitals, which support the black carved roof of oak. Our gaze is lost in the immensity of the space above our heads, and we only now and then catch a passing glimpse of its extreme height as some recreant ray of light feebly pierces its dim gloom. To one possessing a poetic mind, in the presence of the grand sounds of the organ, or listening to the well-rounded sentences rolled forth from the abbe's lips, it might almost seem that the dim depths of the dark spaces above him were peopled with the shadowy forms of an angelic host of heaven. Upon the wide pavement of the nave, the great stained windows cast variously coloured patches of light that lengthen and deepen as the sun slowly sinks in golden splendour without. The glorious tints of the grandly stained glass cast their matchless shades over the countless bending forms of devout worshippers. The dimness of the church and the solemnness of the silence which reigns produce in the mind a sense of awe and reverence, making one feel that one is within the precincts of a hallowed place. Then suddenly and softly a sweet chord steals forth from the organ, coming from its far-away position in the choir. 'Tis the soul of a sweeter men, and as it trembles forth, seeming almost afraid of its own sweetness, into the solemn silence of the church, the choir in the far-off vestry is faintly heard chanting the evening prayer. The singing comes nearer and nearer, and the cloisterers at last appear, walking rhythmic step from the vestry, and slowly take their places in the splendidly fitted-up choir of the church. Here, each member sits in a kind of alcove formed of cunningly carved pillars and miniature minarets of black oak, and as the great congregation rises in a body at their advent, one catches a glimpse of the beautiful altar standing far away at the end of the gilt-railed choir, under a mighty stained glass window which portrays the crucifixion in colours so rich and so magnificent that the effect produced in one's mind is indescribable. As the members of the choir take their places preparatory to the service of the evening, the organ peals suddenly forth into one grand swelling chord of wondrous harmony that reveals at one and the same time both the capabilities of the mighty instrument and the powers of its presiding genius. Then the service commences. It is fully choral, grand in its music, soothing in its effects, and at last the abbé rises and gives utterance to an eloquent, eminently practical sermon that leaves in his hearers' minds a sense of having received some good from listening to his carefully rounded, well-composed sentences. Then once more the organ peals forth into a beautiful voluntary, which it were Monsieur Lescoign's custom to give in place of the usual anthem, and the congregation sit in trance as they listen to the sweet strains of the music. Following this comes the benediction, after which the vast multitude of people gradually disperses, edified and encouraged by the devotions in which they have just engaged. Such is a Sabbath evening service in the great church of the town of M. Then one day comes a shock that, in its suddenness, staggers these good people. One bright morning, Monsieur de Lecoigne is observed running at full speed down the main street of M. His mien is excited, his chin for a wonder rests almost upon his breast, and his eyes have a startled, mystified expression in them. In a remarkably short time it becomes known throughout the town that the magnificent organ of their beloved church is a mass of ruins. How it has occurred no one knows, and here it may well be stated that nobody ever finds out. The occurrence remains from that day to this an impenetrable mystery. Monsieur de Lecoigne, in answer to the many questions put to him upon the subject, relates how, having gone to the church at an early hour for the purpose of practising upon his much-loved instrument, he beheld, instead of the soaring pipes that formerly met his gaze, a mass of bent and mutilated remains, which was all that was left of the once lovely organ of the great church of the Virgin Mary. The whole structure seemed to have suddenly collapsed, and what had some hours before been an instrument capable of producing a magnificent combination of sounds, now lay a mass of bent pipes, broken trackers, and split panels upon the floor of the fine old church. This dire event was the talk of the town for days, nay, even weeks, Long after the debris had been cleared away, the people discussed the occurrence and wondered vaguely and uselessly how it could have come about. Needless to relate, a fund was immediately started to provide a new organ, and in the meantime, much to their disgust, the service had to be conducted without its aid. However, despite this drawback, the choir acquitted itself with great credit, and although the service did not sound quite so full, yet the good people of M in time got quite used to the new order of things. Well, one Sunday night the church was filled to overflowing with a worshipping multitude. The service proceeded as usual. The last rays of the fast-sinking sun lit up with glorious splendor the lovely colors of the glass in the great stained windows. The great shadows in the roof deepened and deepened. The silence in the church was profound, save for the voice of the dear old abbé, who was at this moment talking to them in the twilight, as a father might talk to his assembled family. I'm just checking the chat again. No lamps were lit in the church, for the abbé preached without notes and therefore did not require a light, and as the service was almost over, it was hardly worthwhile lighting up the place. The abbé had just concluded his impressive address, and the choir was preparing to sing an anthem, led by Coin, who seemed out of place without an organ, when from the place formerly occupied by that instrument there came the sound of a mysterious, soft, wonderfully sweet chord. The eyes of everyone in the congregation were turned to the place from whence the sound proceeded, and in the fast deepening twilight they beheld the shadowy outlines of some enormous phantom pipes. Oddly here and there was a pipe visible, and strange to relate, the people could distinctly see through that pipe the bare stone walls behind it. Those which could be seen did not appear to rest upon anything, but seemed to float motionless in the air. No organist could be observed. Mr. Locke still sat in his place in the choir, looking quite as astonished as the mysterious occurrence as anyone else. And yet the soft, sweet sounds kept changing and ever changing in the quality of their tone and in their key, and after the first sensation of surprise had passed off, and after the abbé had devotedly crossed himself and raised his hands as though blessing the vast congregation in order to avert any evil spell that might be at work, every soul in the church seemed compelled to listen to the magnificent phantom music. Softly and sweetly through the great building stole the wonderful music. Then suddenly, upon us a round full stop, a melody, rare in its harmony and remarkable in its beauty, fell on their astonished ears. Calm, sustained, grand. It was as it throbbed upon the air, taking possession of their minds and echoing on in their brains, till it had impressed itself so indelibly upon them that they could never forget it. On and on rolled the beautiful melody, changing and ever changing in its sweetness, swelling, swelling, swelling in its volume, till the church seemed electrified under its magic influence. Then suddenly and without warning, it changed again to a minor key, and the sadness of its plaintive note crept tremulously through the grand old church. Softer and yet more softly it quivered on the air, and then changed once more to a grandly glorified sound that grew and grew under the touch of his ghostly master musician, till the very church seemed to shake with the jubilance of the mighty sound. Louder and yet more loud swelled the music, rolling and reverberating in the immensity of the roofing, taking up by echoes long hidden and sent back with redoubled volume to the ears of the astonished congregation. Then, in the midst of this mighty chord, in which the full power of the phantom organ was displayed, the sound suddenly ceased and the pipes vanished. The effect was marvellous. One moment a tempest of harmony shook the air, the next absolute silence reigned, and yet on and on in the hearer's brain rolled the grand theme of that thrilling music, which seemed to come and go in never-ending sweetness. Then the worshippers rose and left the church after the benediction was pronounced, and talked and wondered uselessly as to whence it came. Well, for many Sundays this went on, till at last one Sabbath evening the strange phenomenon ceased, nor did it ever occur again. Thus did it come about. The weather on this the weather on this particular night was dark and threatening. Great clouds rolled up from all parts of the sky, and the low sound of thunder could be heard ominously muttering on the far distant horizon. Doubtless, ere the night was spent, a storm would break over the town. By this time, the citizens of M were getting quite accustomed to the phantom organ, and looked forward to its playing with a sensation of pleasure rather than of fear. The lamps in the church were lit. The lamps in the church were lit tonight, for the darkness outside was intense. But for all the lights, the place did not seem brilliantly illuminated. The abbe had concluded his sermon, and the organ had, as usual, commenced to play. But tonight the spirit that controlled it was evidently in a different mood, for it instantly burst forth into a tumult of sound which shook the church to its foundations. Never had it seemed so loud. Stop after stop was added till one's ears were almost deafened by the volume of its tone. Louder and yet more loud grew the wondrous music, seeming to pass beyond the church and to go echoing on over the town itself, till at last it passed away into the distance and was lost forever. But all the time the harmony of the glad theme was perfect. No discord jarred upon the listener's ear. The chords, great rolling chords they were, kept changing and changing under the facile touch of the spirit player in the never-ending succession. From major key to minor, from the minor through the sevenths back to the major, and so on, in never-ceasing grandeur went on the beautiful music. The spirit seemed carried irresistibly away by its theme, and the volume of the sound kept on increasing till at last, in one great mighty chord, the music reached its climax, and then, as this chord was prolonged for many seconds, a frightful clap of thunder broke over the church, and a flash of lightning, blinding in its intensity, caused everyone in the congregation momentarily to close their eyes. When they opened them again, it was just in time to see the huge pipes of the phantom organ tottering and falling in silent chaos to disappear from sight. Never again was the mysterious playing heard, and now a fine new organ stands where the old one stood. Many years have passed since this event occurred, but the oldest inhabitants of the town of M still tell their children that the grandest music they ever heard was that which the phantom organ played in the great church of the Virgin Mary. So we've got that one. We've definitely reached a record for the streaming so far. Okay, now then. I believe more or less, it would be good if we were to, well, let me just go through this. Now then, let me wonder, let me consider, and let me think. What else could we actually go through? We've gone through a great deal of The Vampire by Dawson. Let me just check it over. We've gone through And Behold a White Horse and the Quarel. We've gone through The Vampire and Simple Silas. Cry in the Night. That seems to be what we could do. Yes. Sorry, I just need to find the appropriate page. Now then, as previously stated, there we go. We are now going to read The Cry in the Night, which is yet another story from The Vampire by Catherine Amy Dawson Scott, or C.A. Dawson Scott. So I'm just going to arrange this as it were, and I can continue. If Mick were to come home, he would soon have potato patch weeded and the grass cut, Myco Dagger told herself. She stood at the door of her cottage looking across the neglected garden. Wanted a man to till it, so it did, but her son was in South Africa and would not be back before the term of the year, if then. She herself, what with the sewing and the tending on the village women when they had their babies, she had enough to do. The tall dun stems of seeded grass shook as if the wind had got at their roots. Her sharp country eyes detected a sinuous movement, a gleam of warm brown. Dayfall had brought out the stoats. Thirsty as a bullock they are, she said, but they ain't thirsty for water. Myco was more interested in the stoats, 8 of them, running fiercely like angry thoughts than in the red of the evening sky. Flames in the west and fainter flames in the east, a canopy of colour over her tiny remote cottage, 1 room down and 1 up. The cottage stood on a hill. 11 miles away she saw the sun rise over the ground of the world. At the bottom of a long descent she saw it drop into the foreshot grey of the sea. Top of the earth like a hat on a man's head. Top of the earth like a hat on a man's head. A terrible great view. Whoever wanted to see that far? Not she. The grey stone house and the bit of flat garden. It was plain in the sight of all, like a wart. Not a thing she did but the village down the hollow knew. It had mattered once, but of course now that she was old. On her table lay breadths of material. She was making a gown for Mrs. Rosvar's Rovena. Maid was having of her first baby at Christmas, and thought to wear it as soon as she was about again, but Myco Duggar knew better. She did not tell what she knew, at least not often. People had to beg and beg before she would. Not a matter of money with her. She made more than she needed. The stocking in the old chest was crammed as full as it would hold, and every week there was more to go in. She liked work, she did, and she wouldn't tell things unless she had a mind to. Rowena was asking for the dress, and if Myco were to finish it that week, she must make the most of the light. She did not care to work after she had to put a patch up to the lamp, drawn down the curtain blinds, drawn across it the red curtains. That was her hour, the hour of which she looked forward to throughout the day. Her tablecloth was dark, and when she lighted the hanging lamp, brightness fell from under its shading, making a pool. She stood for a moment to watch the trailing stoats, then turned into the cottage. Through the window, the glow of the west fell onto the table, onto the purple of the fine woolen gown. The woman seated herself on the bench, and the red light fell over her shoulder, and she set the stitches, turning the fray under her thumb and thinking. She was not working as swiftly as she belonged to. Her mind sprang about, and she paused, went on again. Restless she was as a girl expecting her sweetheart. A long while since she had done aught but turn from one bit of work to another. Dreams were for young people, so they were, and she had had hers, and much good they had done her. Would have liked a husband so well as other women. A man to dig in the garden summer-time, a set by the fire a winter's nights. Someone to go up around with and to talk to. But, well, she couldn't put another in Ben's place. He had not treated her right, but there it was. Queer fit that she shouldn't be dreaming again after all this time. Queer that she should be dreaming again after all this time. She could have said that she was listening for a certain step, dusk and his step on the hard country of the road. He had not come that way for a pretty many years. She looked up, hearing the click of the gate. Last night she had seen his face in the pool lamplight. She felt no surprise, therefore, that the man visiting on the Drexel should be Farmer Williams of West Vos. Last time he had come to Noonveers, he had been a young man, both of them young. Now he was middle-aged and had grown so fat the jelly of him shook. Some hill to come up, so it was, and he was panting like a wind-broken snail. He stood looking across at Myco Duggar. Physically distressed, his expression was also deprecating. Though he was a strong farmer, had lately bought the land he tilled, he would not venture to cross the threshold unless given leave. The woman was in no hurry to ask him in. She put her work aside and went to the door. "You," she said. He stood before her like a child whose misdoings had been brought home to it, and who wants to be taken back into favour. "I have never done you no harm," he said anxiously. "You can come in," and he followed her like a whipped dog. "There, I don't bear you no ill will, Ben. No, nor," she hesitated, "nor the boy don't neither. He knew then? Village don't like for anyone to grow up ignorant." Williams crossed the flagged blue floor, took the chair at the end of the table. He was tired, and under his eyes the patches of loose skin were creasy full. Michael Duggar began to fold away the breaths of purple. "'Tis a brave walk for you and from Voss nowadays. Seemed natural to walk somehow," the man told her, "and anyway the mare didn't appear to be right at all." In the days of their mutual youth he had not had a horse. His walking today told her that he was come by way of the past. "What be you wanting of me, Ben?" He hesitated, leaning on the table and looking anxiously across at the woman who, to please his father, he had left. She understood all the things he didn't, and if she didn't hold the past against him, why she might tell him what to do. You always had the sight. The bitterness she had felt when she saw him at the door had given place to pity. Poor chap. "Poor old chap, that's of it," she agreed. "I can see him, but I can't do nothing. You can tell what I to do, and 'tis all I want." His fat reddish face crinkled in an annoyed self-pity. "There's someone who is wishing of me, and I got to know who 'tis. Things is all turning bad. Last week old Sow ate her farrow, and now Mare's acting as if she's bewitched. Sure I don't want to lose she." The crimsons were dying off the great arch from brown Wilhay to the sea, and it was dark in the room. Michael lit the lamp and drew the red curtains across the blue blind. "You've got to see for yourself," he said. "Abide there while I get the glass." She ran, a girl again, up the cupboard off stairs, but once in the upper room, put a hand to her breast and sank down on the side of the bed. To see him once more, to have him sitting there below, as the years between were such a many, she belonged to have forgotten, yet her heart was beating like on that first day. She must pull herself together, for poor dear needed her help. Yes, fie, and she would do what she could. Once before he had come to her in distress. His father had wanted him to marry Annie Nichols because he had been left money, and he had come to her, Michael Duggar. She had not been able to prevent him doing of it neither. A man travels his own road. Now again, she wiped her tears and tried to still the trembling of her body. She must keep steady, but oh, 'twas troubling, so it was. A man digged a grave with his tongue and pulled it in, and you thought that was the end, but the ghosts creep out. You could not lay them. Heave their heads up they did, spite of the years and that. She took the mirror from the wall and went downstairs. She did not need to look in the glass, could see in the pool of light, and even when she shut her eyes, it grew on you, seeing, but it was different with Ben. Stand there, your back to the light, there, so that it fall on the glass. Now look in steady while I say the words. She muttered the ancient formula, which after all was prayer of a sort. He would not hear what she said. It was not right that he should. He only knew that the incantation was repeated 3 times, and that gradually the polished surface of the mirror was growing dark, like water when it is near the boil. She hushed and waited. If he saw, she knew who it would be. The woman had not kept her mouth shut, and it was common talk that Williams had cheated her. "There's a cloud," he said, his voice thick. Michael stood at his elbow. "And in the cloud, something," he blinked to clear his sight, "something black. She've her back turned, but I know who it is. Ah, 'tis Sandra Treffry. Why should she ill-wish you? We failed out of a gore medder. I told she not to bid for it at the sale, and if she didn't, I'd see she want the loser. You do know the farm was sold in one lot, so she couldn't have bid. If she thinks she have right to that field, but 'tis my farm, and I'm not going to give if she the pick of the land." Certain of his righteousness he was, but Mrs. Treffry told a different tale. She had been offered the field before ever the farm was put up to auction, and he had asked her not to take it, but to come in with him and buy the whole. She had agreed to that. Then he had gone privily to the owner and made an offer which the man had accepted. Michael had not challenged this story. It was nothing to her. But Sandra Treffry have a dark power, she said. He gave the glass to her, and she turned it face down on the table. Don't I know it? He cried. Isn't that why I'm here tonight? The woman shook as if caught in a sudden breath of Arctic air. Yes, Ben asked, and people like herself gave. Bible can't tell you what's best to do, was all she said. Yes, sure. This was an oracle he had often consulted. He had done so in this very cottage, and he went to the shelf. Sorry, not can't tell you, but can. Michael's heart contracted. Ah, then so he had not forgotten. The book was old, with time-browned pages and a number of scratchy entries, births and deaths, on the sides of the cover. Williams gave it to her and fetched the door key. "'Twill tell us right," he said, cheerfully expectant. She set the book between them on the table, then taking Ben's hand, the touch of him, held it while she uttered the prescribed formula and opened the book. Shutting his eyes, he laid the key blindly on the page. They bent greying heads to read. Agree with thine adversary quickly. The man stood back. What do it mean? It means that if Sandra Treffry thinks she's a right to go medder, she said reluctantly, you've got to let she have it. The red on his face darkened. His lips turned bluish, but he looked set as Vo's head. I can't, my dear, I can't. Gorm was worth more to him than a fire of pigs, more ever than his mare. See you down in a minute, and I'll tell you for why. She obeyed, and leaning on the table, stared into the darkly bright pool below the lamp, a dark surround of cloth and a splash of light. "'Tis this way. I've got Peter coming back from Canada to help me with the farm. Tain't to be supposed he'd hold with my giving a bite out of it. You know how Gorm lie, side of the sea. That bit of coast has its valley." He spoke from the shadow beyond the lamp, and she could hardly hear what he said. She was listening to the cries of drowning men. Driven out of her course by a succession of Atlantic gales, the ship had struck a rock. She knew Peter, Ben's only son by sight, and she was seeing him in the pool. A drowned, pallid face. Peter would not come home to help his father teal Westvos. Then I got to put by for Jennifer's marriage penny. Jennifer? Micah was not seeing now, but she knew. Luke Hillier was some handsome, and the maid was shaking out to meet him unbeknownst. She met him in the fields by day and after dark in the deep lanes, and Luke was a married man. No need of marriage pennies for the like of Jennifer. Your grandchildren, said Michael quietly, will be like my son, bastards. He looked up more than startled. What be saying you? Her face, wide and with eyes slightly aslant, was that of a sleepwalker. At long last, she told him in a stilly way that was empty of personal emotion, things do be evened up. You'd be wise if you give Sandra the medder. He proffered a last excuse. I've got to think of me old age. Yours? She was beholding the heart at which the knives of Mrs. Treffry's ill will were jabbing, that diseased fat heart. Year or two after Peter come home, I want to go out of the farm and live independent. Got to save all I can for that. She put a hand between her eyes and the pool of light. She had seen, and she did not want to see. The knowledge that she now had was too heavy. It was the end. Not for even now, if he would take heed. A following fate was at his heel, crowding upon him. It might be delayed or surely turned aside. Then, my dear life, she said, and her voice trembled with the urgency of her unchanging heart. Sandra Treffry's cottage is between this and the farm. You pass it going home. Ben, stop and settle up with she. 'Tis most urgent that you should. I'd rather risk. You don't know what 'tis you risk. But you'd help me all you can. Her voice rose. Ah, my dear, I have no dark power. Don't ye delay, Ben. Agree with her. He's startled, a little shaken. I don't know. She's stronger than you. Stronger than me? Ah, now. He felt uncomfortable. Was there real danger? He doubted, could not quite believe. Do you mean that if Sandra Treffry thinks she have a grievance against me, I'm to give it in about it and let her have her way? Michael nodded eagerly. I do that. Ted and Jonic, then. I don't know what this means. I can't. I don't know how to read it or what it means. It's spelled. Now I lost me place again. It's spelled. I can't. I'm looking for where I stopped it. It's spelled Tedent Jonic. I don't know. It wasn't fair, indeed it was not, and if it had been other than Myco who urged this on him, he would have laughed. But Myco, he could not against her. Yet give up Gorm. If it had been Cunningar or Pigspark, but Gorm, what was Myco saying in that queer voice? In a matter of life and death, land is girt. Death, he repeated, thinking of the mare. Lose she, would he? And all for an old woman's spite. He would like to let out her black blood, so he would. He had come on a fool's errand, for here was no aid, but only advice he did not want to take. Not if he could anyway help it. No. Well, nothing to do but clop over home again. He got up gloomily and found Myco between him and the door. It seemed as if she could not let him go. She talked, and every word she said made him feel more uneasy. Them tales of hers, true they were, and he knew it. Might be a good thing to do as she was telling, might be. Well, he didn't know. He would think it over. Agree with thine adversary quickly, Myco, or wouldn't hear of his thinking it over. This very night, said she, and her words struck through his unwillingness. Something outside Myco, outside his mind, was requiring this of him. Well then, he'd do it. See Sandra that very night on his way back. Haven't got a drop of something, I suppose? Don't keep nothing in the house. Poor dear looked tired, done. But if you'll wait I could make a cup of tea. 'Twould hearten me for a walk back. And no trouble at all. No, I must be getting on. 'Tis a long way across they commons. She could remember when it had been too short for her reputation, and her smile was thin. Not that she had ever borne him ill will. As she saw the matter, it had been her fault that she had gotten a hurt at his hands. A woman should not trust a man. If she did, she must take the consequences, and every mother's daughter belonged to know that. Moreover, tonight, the past was remote and unimportant. Between herself and Ben was the tie that links a man to his woman, and he had proved it by coming to her. At the bottom and at the back of things was his reliance on her and her inevitable response. 'Tisn't the living alone that makes a body feel lonely. Myco went with her to the gate, then stood in the lane to watch him take the field path, which led across the unfenced lots to the commons. The last time she would be watching him from her cottage. A light was burning in Sandra Treffry's window, and with a shudder Myco thought of the widow's thoughts, running dark and fierce, running dark like stoats on a trail. She went in and shut the door between herself and them. Although she had not the power, she could pray. That night was moonless, but above the sea light lingered. Williams crossed the field of ripening barley, the field of lucerne, the freshly ploughed land. The soil was light and sandy, yet for a tired man this last was heavy going. The excitement of his talk with Myco was passing, and he realized that he was weary. The plot of one foot after another was as much as he could manage, and it was foolish of Myco, so it was, to have asked him to see Mrs. Treffry that night. Later on, perhaps. After all, wrongdoing was a matter of law, and as Mrs. Treffry had no writing to show, his conscience was clear. Besides, how did he know Myco Duggar wasn't in league with the woman? Once on a time he had promised to marry Myco, and it hadn't been convenient. Maybe she was still holding of it against him. He couldn't be sure. A piece of unfenced road took him past the gate of Mrs. Treffry's cottage. Although the red blind was drawn, he knew that she was behind it. He thought of his wife. If she ever heard tell that he had been doing that evening, she gave him no peace. She had been friend for a fool. Say he had been friend for a fool, she would. More especially if he gave away about Warm Meadow. No, best sleep on it. Perhaps he would ride over the morrow's morn and come to some arrangement. He would not give Sandra Treffry the meadow, but he might let her rent it. He would do it because she was a poor widow and he had a good heart. Witching him? He wasn't afraid of that. Foolish of Myco to think he could stop on his way home, and he so tired. Stop and go in and settle the matter. Woman would think he was mazed. No, tomorrow. In the hush of her cottage, Myco sat with her back to the lamp. The grey walls ringed her the grey walls ringed her from the black of the night, and above and about them the whips of feathered tamarisk were stirless in the still air. She was muttering to herself, saying the same words over and over. But although she prayed, she also listened, waiting. From somewhere in her neglected garden, a thin scream of anguish cut the dark. The prayer was hushed on her lips. They stoats have made their kill, she thought, shivering. They would no longer be thirsty. In the valley bottom, some labouring men on their way to work the following morning found Farmer Williams with his face towards the farm he had lately bought, with his hands clutching the earth. His death, the doctors said at the inquest, had been due to fatty degradation of the heart.
Hello. Oh. Hey. Well now, we've got that. I guess waiting about 7 more minutes till we get past the 5-hour mark. But I'm not really sure what to read here. I don't have anything that short. Let me see. I could perhaps go over one more thing in here. Let me just check. Let me check the contents. Sorry. Where is it? And behold, the white horse, the quarrel, cry in the night, we already have that. Simple Silas, we also have that. The crust, that's like 50 pages almost. So, that's like 40 pages. Okay. Is there anything else short in here? What about the other one? Let me just go through this other collection. That. It's 20 pages. Maybe. These ones are a bit long. And so they are. That one's 40 pages. That one's 30. And this, let me just check this one real quick. I think perhaps, the page count is a bit high. At which case, I'll try this one, the satire of it from Who Shall Condemn by Shannon again. So, the satire of it. Strawson Lennox, Esquire, D.Sc., F.I.C., etc., stood at the bench in his laboratory, pondering feebly. Dr. Lennox was a very tall man, so tall, in fact, that no matter where he went, people would turn to look at him as he passed along, towering head and shoulders above all the passers-by. Besides being very tall, he was extremely thin almost to emaciation. He stooped greatly, his chest was very narrow, and his hands, like the rest of his body, were of extraordinary length, and also painfully thin. In fact, one might easily have imagined that if he held them up to the light, one could almost have seen through them, and the sinews and veins in them were too distinctly visible to be at all pleasant. His face was a remarkable one. Written upon it could be observed the marks of intense thought, a vast amount of study, and a sallowness that could only have been produced by much consumption of the midnight oil. Needless to relate, his face also was extremely thin, and his cheekbones stood out very prominently on that account, giving to it an indescribably curious expression. His chin evinced a great amount of determination and a perseverance, and his mouth, which was rather larger than it ought to have been, was formed by lips that, when closed, became a straight line across his face. His eyes were the most remarkable features about him. They were set very deep in them sockets, and burned with an extraordinary life and brilliancy seldom seen in a man of the doctor's age. Eyebrows of a
eyebrows of abnormal length and spotless whiteness overhung them, and when he looked at anyone he invariably made them feel most uncomfortable, for he had a knack of putting his head down and focusing his gaze upon them so that his eyes were completely hidden by his eyebrows. His forehead was very broad and lined with 1,000 wrinkles. Crow's feet gathered thickly about the corners of his eyes, and his cheeks, like his forehead, were seamed with lilies innumerable. He wore a black velvet skull cap upon the back of his head, from underneath which a border of white hair appeared, growing in scanty wisps. It needed hardly be mentioned that he was clean-shaven, and every expression of his most expressive mouth was on that account clearly visible. Indeed, Dr. Strawson Lennox might fitly have sat for a picture which could have been aptly entitled The Aged Scientist. At the present moment his tall, stooping form was clothed in a long black robe, which fell from his shoulders down to his heels, completely concealing his other dress. Whenever the doctor was engaged in scientific experiments of any kind, he donned this garb, as he then felt able to conduct them with far more freedom than he would have done had he been constantly in dread of spots of the acids and reagents which he used in their course getting by some unaccountable means upon his clothing. The doctor's laboratory was a fine one, and almost a byword in the mouths of all scientific men as being the most perfectly fitted up of its kind, and known to contain almost every appliance and contrivance that the most fertile brain could suggest. Then again, Dr. Lennox was very well known in the scientific world, as he had published many books on the most abstruse chemical subjects of our time, including 2 that had attracted worldwide attention, both from the gruesome mystic nature of their contents and from the rareness of the art of which they expounded. To be exact, the doctor had encountered a great deal of criticism upon those 2 works. Many of his more biased critics sarcastically wondering how a man of the doctor's age and common sense could waste his time, thought, and labour upon such an exploded notion as the black art. However, through it all the doctor had comported himself very much like the big dog with a number of little curls barking at his heels. He went on his way, rejoicing, utterly regardless of all that was said concerning him. Nevertheless, he was perfectly aware that he was an authority in the scientific world upon all abstruse chemical questions, and, to tell the truth, upon many occasions was not averse to answering queries upon such subjects as astronomy, physics, acoustics, light, heat, and all other matters of like nature, which so much interest our great scientific men. The laboratory was a long, wide room, whose walls were completely covered with shelves on which rested bottles innumerable, containing all sorts of conditions of chemicals, reagents, acids, solids, and etc., together with a multitude of complicated and costly apparatuses for the better carrying out of the more intricate and delicate experiments in which Dr. Lennox so much delighted. At one end of the room stood a powerful storage battery, which was charged by means of a small dynamo so arranged that the electricity could be extracted from it by working it with one's foot. Okay, I lost my spot for a second. Near this apparatus, and built into the thickness of the wall, was a stink cupboard, which the doctor used in preparations of noxious gases and all malodorous compounds. At the other end of the room was hung a small black board, on which he recorded the results of his experiments, and by its side was a narrow shelf occupied by an automatic vacuum pump, also worked by a treadle and used by the doctor for expeditiously filtering solutions various and sundry. A long wooden bench ran down one side of the room, which was at the present moment filled with many flasks, measures, test tubes, pieces of glass tubing in all shapes and forms, curiously shaped glasses of all descriptions, and at the far end could be seen a distilling apparatus in full work. This bench ran immediately underneath 4 high windows, which let in a brilliant flood of light, Through panes of frosted glass and along the frames of these windows, within easy reach of the doctor's hand, ran a light wooden rack made to hold all miscellaneous articles such as scissors, brushes, knives, and etc., and a large number of curiously shaped instruments used by him in the course of his varied and complicated experiments. From the ceiling of the room hung porcelain dishes, jars containing rare reptiles preserved in spirit, and some of his larger apparatus that would have been in the way had it been left upon the floor. Looked at as a whole, this room was Looked at as a whole, this room was an extremely fascinating one, for the spotlessly clean bottles, many of them containing beautifully coloured substances, together with the more elaborate instruments fashioned of polished wood and brass, went to make up as the full light streamed upon them, a picture that would have gladdened the heart of anyone at all interested in science. At the present moment, however, the afternoon being far spent, the laboratory was fully lit up by an incandescent gaslight, whose brilliancy was intensified by means of a silvered reflector placed immediately behind it, and in the splendid light thus diffused throughout the room, the numberless glass bottles flashed and sparkled like 1,000 stars. The only sound which could at present be heard in the apartment was the bubbling of the water as it boiled in the distilling apparatus, and the curious hissing noise made by a Bunsen burner as it burned with the intense blue flame produced by shutting off the air from it. The doctor, as we have stated, stood motionless at the bench, his chin held between his thumb and second finger of his right hand, and the first finger of the same hand upon his lips. His forehead was drawn into a deep frown of perplexity, and his left hand played a rapid tattoo of vexation upon the table. A book yellow with age and written in a curious character laid upon the table before him, and his eyes were fixed upon its pages with an intensity that shewed how interested he was in its contents. In another moment he took his hand from his face, threw back his head with a jerk, then picked up the book in order to get a closer view of it. Dear me, he exclaimed at last, how very curious. I wonder no one has ever found out the secret before. So extremely simple, too. Yes, so extremely simple. Tut, how foolish I am to disbelieve it after so many years. And yet I rather doubt it. I must say I rather doubt it. This very dubiously. Still, it is worth trying. I am getting an old man, and he sighed deeply. Many people would say that I have wasted my life. Well, so be it. We are always striving after the impossible, and I venture to say, after living a great number of years, that nothing would surprise us more than if we could accomplish it. Well, I'll have one more try, though it does seem absurd, and yet I might do it. Yes, I'll attempt it. He laid the book down again upon the table, carefully marking a certain passage in it with a blackened pencil, then busied himself for some time by pouring the contents of many bottles into a number of measures which he took from another shelf. Time after time he tried the experiment, and time after time he evidently failed, judging by the exclamations of disappointment and impatience that now and again proceeded from his lips. At last, getting tired of his futile endeavours, he gazed angrily first at the book, then at the measures, each of which contained a differently coloured liquid. Then, turning round, he sat down in a comfortable velvet-lined, high-backed armchair and leaned his head wearily against its soft surface. He crossed his legs and placed his hands together, his fingers being wide open and their tips tightly touching, and their tips tightly touching. Dear me, he muttered again, how very strange. Not so easy as it looks by any means, but I'll try again. I have been trying for well nigh 50 years and have not succeeded yet, but I suppose I shall some day. Everything comes to the man who can wait. Dr. Strawson Lennox, you will discover the secret you want some day, but not on this earth. After a time he arose, evidently with the determination to go on with his work again, when the door softly opened and the doctor's butler appeared in the aperture. Dinner is served, sir, he said quietly. Very well, Reed, very well, I'm coming, answered the doctor. Turning down the gas, he left the laboratory and followed his butler along the passage leading to the dining room. In another moment he entered the apartment where his evening meal was waiting him. It was a magnificent room whose walls were entirely covered with black oak, whose ceiling was magnificently painted, and whose appointments were all absolutely faultless taste. A thick carpet covered the floor, and the furniture was of the most massive and handsome kind. Costly pictures of great age hung here and there upon the walls, and could be dimly seen by the light of a shaded lamp which stood upon the dinner table. It was laid for one. Its cloth was of the finest and whitest, its silver of the brightest and costliest, its glass chaste and rare, and an abundance of the rarest flowers adorned its corners. The doctor took his seat, and his butler removed the cover from the first course. The doctor helped himself, but did not eat much. In fact, he hardly noticed what he did eat. He seemed preoccupied and lost in thought. His face looked far older, and his frame infinitely more feeble than it had done an hour previously. Anyone looking at him now would have declared that he could now not live very much long. That he could not live very much longer. And although he appeared active enough under great excitement, when his features were at rest, when he was not speaking, he looked what he really was, an extremely feeble old man. The doctor was the son of cultured parents who had both died whilst he was still a young man. His father had been a well-known professor at one of the greatest of our English colleges. And under these circumstances, no one need be surprised that his son should have inherited his tastes and become a student of that most fascinating of studies, science. His father had left him ample means wherewith to enjoy a life devoted to the pursuit of his hobby, and upon his death young Lennox had removed from the town in which his father had lived most of his lifetime to London, and had there taken a large, unpretentious-looking house in one of the suburbs, where he had lived very much to himself, it is true, ever since. He had furnished his abode with everything that his taste or desire suggested, and with a lordly disregard as to the expenditure which was beautiful to behold, and to say the least of it, had led a very comfortable, easy life, passed amid the experiments in which his soul delighted. From this house had emanated not a few works which had made his name famous in the scientific world, as they usually dealt with subjects more abstruse than were generally written of by other men, and for the same reason his books were made a valuable addition to the rest of the literature upon kindred matters which the world already possessed, and his name had rapidly become known to far older scientists than he himself was, as being a learned, careful student. However, it is an almost indisputable fact that many great men, and the greater they are, the more painful is the fact, have, as a rule, one curious weakness, which usually has the effect, after they are dead, of dimming the brilliancy of their reputation by its very absurdity. Sorry, I'm just going to check the chat. Okay. Dr. Lennox was no exception to this rule, and notwithstanding his laborious study of the subjects in which he was so interested, and the depths of his learning upon many points. Sorry, I just need to go. What? Could have been charged multiple times by now. Sorry. Okay, so sorry. He yet had his weakness, which in this case took the form of a belief in the idea that a substance or liquid could be discovered that should have power to prolong life to an indefinite extent. From his earliest years, in fact, ever since he had read those marvelous fables concerning the philosopher's stone, young Lennox had a rooted idea in his mind that an elixir of life could be discovered, and for many years had fondly dreamt that he would be the first man to discover it, and so make his name immortal in the annals of the world's history. As he grew older, this idea took firmer root within his brain, And the truth of the matter is, he made himself old before his time by constant brooding thought about. And the truth of the matter is, he made himself old before his time by constant brooding thought upon it. He had spent a fortune too in the collection of books upon this particular subject, and undoubtedly possessed one of the finest libraries of the most ancient books that have been written on the black art and matters appertaining to it. The book which we saw him reading at the commencement of this story was one which he had picked up quite recently on the same old idea, and he had hailed its coming with delight, as he was upon the point of giving up the search in despair, though it had occupied the premier position in his thoughts for many years past. In its pages he found the recipe for the very elixir which he had so long been in search of, but up to the present time, though it distinctly stated the component parts of it, he had not been able to obtain the result desired. At last Dr. Lennox rose from dinner, or rather from his apology for the same, and without speaking a word to his butler, left the dining-room and returned to the laboratory, fully determined, ere he retired to the rest that night, to solve the problem which he had spent so many years in attempting to unravel. He entered the laboratory and turned up the gas, then sat down in his chair and, taking the book in his hand, read the same few passages over and over, impressing their contents upon his mind, so that they should not easily be erased therefrom. Sorry, I just need to... Okay. After a short time he rose, having a clear understanding of the task before him, and proceeded to perform the same experiments once more. Before doing so, however, he drew up his chair a little closer to the bench, then leaned his arm upon it, and again carefully perused the formula for his elixir of life. Then for an hour or more silence reigned in the room, broken only by the clink of the stoppers as he took them out, or replaced them in various bottles he from time to time used. Again and again the doctor threw the liquid thus produced down the sink, uttering an impatient exclamation now and then, which clearly denoted his failure. Then at last he stopped, the perspiration standing on his forehead, showing how severely he was taxing his brain. Once more he read the same page in the book very slowly from top to bottom, and a sentence hitherto almost ignored by him seemed to stand out in sudden vividness before his eyes. It ran thus: "But beware, O thou that readest these my words, for it is impossible for the finite to war against the infinite." Many times the doctor read these words, and every time he did so, their hopelessness and truth burned themselves deeper into his own mind. "It is so," he said at last, "it is so, and the man who attempts to do so is a fool." The doctor, it will no doubt be observed, had completely overlooked the fact that he, in attempting to do the very thing he had so emphatically condemned, was one of the fools. He laid down the book once more, and carefully washing the measure as he had used, started afresh. Sorry, I'm just going to check the chat. He looked at his watch as he dried his hands after getting them covered with the various solutions, and noticed that the hours had slipped by more rapidly than he had imagined, for its fingers pointed out to him the fact that it was 2:00 in the morning. "Only once more," he murmured, "only once more will I try, then goodbye for ever to my pet idea, if I do not succeed this time." For a time there was silence in the room as the doctor added fluid after fluid to the decoction already in the glass. Then at last, after another hour had passed, he gave vent to a choking exclamation of great joy as he saw the liquid in the measure assume a most beautiful ambient clearness. "I have succeeded," he cried breathlessly. "I have succeeded. See, it states it here," and he placed his finger in his excitement upon the page of the book. I have discovered it where everyone else has failed. It is mine, this great secret. I can prolong my life as I wish. I can import fresh vigor into my wasted frame. I can do, what can I not do? And he threw up his arm and he threw up his arm in uncontrollable exultation. Then suddenly a change came over his face. His expression grew blank, his eyes dim, and a curious whiteness spread itself over his features. What is this? I feel faint, he murmured. I cannot see the room around me. Where am I? He said, suddenly sitting down helplessly in the chair near him. He leaned his hand against its tall, soft back and closed his eyes, his hands reposing without strength or motion upon its arms. How curious, he murmured after a short pause. I have never felt like this before. Ah, yes, the elixir of life, he exclaimed wildly. What is it? I cannot see it. And fired with sudden strength, he stretched out his arm toward the bench. His hand groped aimlessly along its edge for a minute or two and then fell back powerless onto the arm of the chair. I have overdone myself. I have excited myself needlessly, but the elixir of life will settle it all, he cried, the main idea of his life struggling into the surface of his powerful brain in this his last hour. It will be all right just now, he said sillily. It grows dark and it is very cold. I wonder why I do not light the gas. He babbled. Bottles all around me, all about me. Yes, I see you, he said. I am coming very soon, and I shall not go away again when I do come. The elixir of life, he almost shouted. The elixir of life. Plenty of it, a sea of it. I swim in it. Voices, he murmured dreamily. I hear them calling. How strange it all is. It is getting colder, darker. Where is the elixir I have made? Surely I made it years ago. Nay, my friend, I cannot think, and yet it is somewhere. Once more he feebly stretched out his hand. His little finger touched the glass containing the sparkling mixture, and he made a sudden effort to grasp it in order to raise it to his lips. Alas, the effort was his last. The glass upset, spilling its contents, the supposed giver of life, over the table, from whence it slowly trickled down, drop by drop, onto the floor. Gone, said the doctor in a sepulchral tone. Hark! Voices again. The study of a lifetime wasted, say you, a wasted life? Perhaps so, he said feebly. What is that I hear? What is that? But beware, O thou, that readeth these my words, for remember that it is impossible for the infinite to war against the finite to war against the infinite. His voice sank low and finally died away altogether as he attempted to pronounce the last word. His head fell back suddenly. His breath rattled slightly in his throat. And as one looks at him, lying there cold and lifeless in his chair, with the work of his lifetime, a clear yellow fluid, which he had fondly supposed would have enabled him to prolong that lifetime indefinitely, slowly trickling onto the floor, one cannot help but being impressed by the satire of it. That's that one then. Okay, now that we've gone on for just over 5 hours, I believe it is time that I should actually go for today. Not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I will say that, yes, once again, for those watching right now, or those who will be perusing the vault later, I would very much ask you to look into the description and find, I hope I placed it there, I find there the links to our GoFundMe and the PayPal link to try and help us with the current very strenuous rent situation, because I'm going over tomorrow to hopefully settle this job matter, but it's taking a long time, and unfortunately at present we are rather in need of support to help deal with this basic thing sooner rather than later. So it's not required, of course, but any and all support, whatever, would be greatly appreciated. So with that, I say farewell and see you all later.